Hello, welcome. Today we are going through the Dyer versus NotSoErudite debate on feminism they had some 5 months ago. I watched this a while ago, but I thought it'd be good to actually break down my commentary on it, so that's what we're going to do. We'll get through as much of it as we can, and hopefully we don't waste too much time. All right, let's get into it. So first we got to skip forward. Bring this mic up.
Let's a few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported via YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $99 and up, and we will pull those up.
So first, right? I mean, we got to compliment NotSoErudite on her plastic surgeon, right? I think her plastic surgeon deserves a raise. I think whoever made her push-up bra deserves a raise, right? But right off the bat, we see NotSoErudite is not interested in debate. She's more interested in showing off her flabby arms, right? I'm assuming she has an OnlyFans, right? Because how is she going to monetize her stomach, right? Her stomach's looking pretty overweight. I'm assuming she must have an OnlyFans somewhere where she's trying to funnel men towards. And it's showing that she doesn't really care about the debate. She cares more about harnessing simps, right? So being on a camera for 3 hours and harnessing simps as opposed to actually debating.
Up in batches at various breaks throughout the debate. We're also live on Twitch right now. You can have one. Alex Jack, correct? A political and social commentator. Also joining us today is Kyla, or as she goes online, NotSoErudite. She has an undergraduate in psychology and a creator, streamer, and is a political. I'm still sick. Debate is feminism. The rest of the show you will each give your opening statement first. Go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I take the position that feminism is absolutely destructive to society. The only healthy society that we can have is a patriarchal society. If you look at the history of the world, history of civilizations, we notice that the natural formation, the natural structure that all societies, almost across the board, maybe a few tribal societies have had a matriarchy, but most societies fall into some form of natural hierarchy. Hierarchy is found in nature. We see it in the animal kingdom. We see it in the manimal kingdom that we inhabit. And when we look through history, we find certain civilizations have flourished, particularly with a worldview or a philosophy that gives it its social cohesion. The longest running civilization in history, the most successful, the most prosperous, was Byzantium. Byzantium was an Orthodox Christian imperium dating back to the time of Constantine all the way up into the 1400s, when it fell to Islam due to liberalization, due to forms of modernization, certain economic open borders policy, shall we say, that led to the decline of Byzantium. So even in the most successful civilization in history, in Byzantium, we begin to notice that the liberalization of that society is what led to its decline and its eventual collapse, and even falling to Islam. If we fast forward to modernity, if we look at women's rights or the idea of the...
I just want to pause him right there. So notice what Jay is doing. He's not arguing from principles. He's not arguing from, should women have equality? Is equality good? He's arguing from historical reality, right? He's arguing, saying, hey, in nature, there's always hierarchy. That's the evidence, right? That's the historical reality in nature. Is even in the animal kingdom, there's hierarchy. In, the manimal kingdom, as he said, there's always patriarchy, right? And when societies liberalize, like Rome, like Byzantium, like Rome 2.0, aka the modern West, when you start liberalizing and doing this egalitarian, feminist, liberal, equality value set, the evidence is that societies tend to decline. So you can talk about abstract principles and wouldn't it be nice if things were equal, but that's not really an argument, right? So Jay is making a evidence-based case for why factually, just in reality, feminism is destructive. So he's making a very historically grounded point here. And if you notice, most people who debate these things, they pretty much avoid history entirely. They won't ever go into how these things actually played out. They don't want to know the names of people involved. They don't want to know how this actually played out in history. They just want to pretend like history doesn't exist, and they're just arguing for principles in the void, right? That's not reality. That's not wise. That's not grounded. So good job, Jay.
First wave of feminism. Feminism finds its origins in French revolutionary philosophy, which led to the first wave, I should say. French revolutionary philosophy with Mary Wollstonecraft and others posited the idea of absolute equality in society based around the principles of liberty, equality, and fraternity, all of which were revolutionary at the time and sought to overthrow not just the church and not just the state or the monarchy or a patriarchal society, but all society, all areas of life had to be revolutionized. Since that time, we've had second wave feminism, we've had third wave feminism. Third wave feminism, interestingly, which not many people know, was actually funded by very wealthy, powerful oligarchical elites. In fact, in the Rockefellers' authorized biography, there's an entire chapter on Abby Rockefeller's funding of third wave feminism and Cell 16, which was the most radical form of this. This is really what prepared the way for the absolute insane degeneracy that we see in today's society. Western civilization, in other words, could not have gotten to the point that we're at had we not had first, second, and third wave feminism preparing the way for the absolute and total revolution against all natural order, all biological order, and the notion of patriarchy itself. In fact, many of the famous feminists over the last several decades have openly said that in order to destroy Western civilization, they would have to destroy the masculine archetype, the patriarch. That is, God the Father had to be destroyed to make way for the rise of the goddess, etc. All the various things that we see attending to or accompanying the revolution that is feminism. If you look on my wall on X right now, you'll notice at the very top is an interview that the famous director Aaron Russo did with a friend of mine, Alex Jones, and in that interview they discuss Aaron Russo's interview with Nick Rockefeller. And Nick Rockefeller said that the greatest tool to revolutionize and control society was feminism. Modern feminism changed the landscape of getting women out of the house, into the workforce, quote, so that they could be taxed and that there would be less children, less families. So we have from one of the key elites from the Rockefeller family admitting that the purpose of this was to change society.
And this is not conspiracy. This is very elementary, right? If you want to know anything about feminism, you have to know not even just the Rothschilds' involvement in it. You have to know the Rockefeller Foundation and how they were influential in transforming the educational system and what they saw feminism as being useful for. So they saw it as being useful for two things. The first one was taxing the other half of the population. So now they can tax motherhood, right? Because now your kid's in a daycare, now your kid's in a public school where you can tax the women, right, for what they used to do for free at home. And you can tax the women when they're in the workplace. So now you have twice the amount of worker bees, or close to it, right? And you can tax them now. So now you can tax women for their labor and their time, right? The other thing is that now kids are stuck in the education system. So now women go into the workforce, they give their children up to effectively the state, and now the state gets to program them and teach them whatever they want. They can propagandize them, they can insert ideology, and they can kind of more easily shape the minds of the youth. And these were the two ideas: taxing women and getting control, programming the next generations through the education system, right? Kindergarten, right? Made up thing. Kindergarten's not real, for example. And that's very basic. That's not even conspiracy theory. That's openly admitted by, I think it's in one of their autobiographies. He just openly admits it. But anyway.
Reduced population, tie it into neoliberal economics, taxation on a mass scale for the population, and thus it has been an absolute disaster. And it has nothing to do with equality. It has to do with control. It has to do with social control. It's dystopian. It has to do with social dystopian control, putting us into a utilitarian technocratic society. And I would say that this is all an attempt, admittedly, if you go back to people like early feminists like Wollstonecraft or others throughout history, Alexander Kollontai of the Bolshevik Revolution, they all speak about this as intimately tied into not just sexual revolution, but the overthrow of masculinity, ultimately the overthrow of the idea of God the Father, the ultimate patriarch.
That's another really good point. A lot of these, especially the occult part of feminists, talk about feminism as destroying the masculine archetype in society to remove Christianity from the nation, because the masculine archetype is kind of like it's analogous to God, right? So the idea would be that man represents God the Father, he represents order, stability, and by removing the patriarch from the household, you remove people's analogy to God, you remove their understanding to God, and so they're more likely to be atheist and less religiously convicted.
And that's where we are today, is in a society that has adopted revolutionary philosophy that is ultimately anti-male, anti-biology, anti-reality, because they all go together. In other words, feminism cannot be divorced from the revolution against biology, the revolution against masculinity, the revolution against every area of life that is healthy, wholesome, and based around patriarchy.
All right, thank you for that, Jay. Kyla, would you like to give your opening statement now?
Sure. Mine isn't going to be nearly as long, but I was really interesting, and I basically would grant you lots of that stuff. I would essentially argue that feminism is not only a necessity, it's unavoidable. I think that's where society tends to go. I think women joining the workforce, while there's lots of cons with it, one of the biggest pros is the massive boost to GDP.
Am I the only one who noticed she has like a really weird way of speaking? First of all, she's spitting every time that she says a P or an S sound. And also notice that she's not making a historically grounded argument. She's just saying what she thinks. She's just asserting her position. Well, I think it's unavoidable. I think it's where society tends to go. I think. Okay, we're still waiting for an actual argument, right? So the first argument she's going to make is GDP, and let's hear her out before I respond.
And just the competitiveness of every nation that includes women. And overall, I think feminism is broadly good for society, but I am sure that I would be happy to talk with you about a number of areas that I think have been harmful for society. I think feminism has been co-opted and often twisted.
So look how she can't even maintain eye contact. She's looking around the room. Her eyes are clear signs of a psychopath, by the way. Look at the whites under her eyes. That's not normal. You shouldn't have your eyes open so widely that you can see the sclera, I think it's called. Let me look that up. The sclera. Yeah, you should not be able to see the sclera under the pupil. Or the iris, sorry. Yes, you should not be able to see the sclera under the iris. That's a clear sign of a psychopath. Someone who regularly has visible sclera under their iris. I think it's drugs. I think it's evidence of drugs. She can't maintain eye contact. And then what else? She's basically just saying, well, it makes a nation competitive. It boosts GDP. This is a very weak argument because GDP doesn't really prove anything. It's not a very useful metric. For example, we had a 3.68% increase in GDP in 2025 so far, yet more people than ever can't afford housing, can't afford rent, can't afford basic repairs, services, quality of life stuff. Their houses are falling apart. They can't afford to buy cars or afford anything without going into debt, despite GDP increasing, right? So how's that? That's because GDP reflects the well-being of massive companies, right? Because Amazon is a massive company. They're going to have much more of an impact on GDP than even like consumer spending in many ways. So there was an interesting study that came out that said 10%, the top 10% of Americans contribute to over 50% of all consumer spending in the GDP. What this means is that the middle class and their well-being is fairly irrelevant when it comes to the well-being of GDP for a country. And GDP only really reflects it's more like a reflection of the stock prices of massive companies. And so when GDP goes up, all that proves is that Amazon and McDonald's and Walmart had a stock increase. And it doesn't demonstrate that there's a thriving middle class. It doesn't demonstrate that people have higher quality of life or higher purchasing power, because it could just be the case that wealth is just simply being internally transferred from the middle class to the upper class. And the upper class is becoming extremely wealthy while the middle and lower working class are becoming poorer, right? So GDP doesn't prove it that way. The other thing is that just because there's an increase in GDP does not mean that there's other areas that can still be suffering overall just because there's a GDP increase. For example, if I'm a mother and I'm taking care of my kids, that contributes value to society without being measured in terms of GDP. Suddenly I stop parenting my kids, I send them to daycare, and now daycare is a service, a new service in society, a new industry that is contributing GDP. So on paper, it looks like, oh, we just see an increase in GDP because now there's all these daycares making money. That's great. But in reality, what happened is you just simply outsourced mothering to the private sector, attached a dollar sign to it, and the quality of those kids are actually lower. So nobody's going to argue that it's better to put your kids in daycare than to have the loving care, devoted attention of a mother to her own kids. So the quality is actually going down. People's overall quality of life in the way they're being raised and taken care of by, their mom is decreasing. So that element of society is decreasing, even though GDP is supposedly increased because we attach a dollar sign to it. Here's another example why GDP is stupid, right? Say I take something that normally isn't taxed or normally isn't a part of the private sector, like breathing, right? Like in the Lorax, if I just simply put a dollar sign and privatized air, oh, look, we have this massive GDP increase because people are paying for air. There's this new air industry that's creating so many jobs and that's creating so much industry. Oh, look at that. GDP goes up because people are paying for air now, and there's air factories, right? That's obviously retarded because paying for air or having air made in a factory doesn't actually mean that there's an increased value to society or to people's everyday life, right? You just simply attached a dollar sign to something that was already readily available. So GDP doesn't work because all that could be happening is something that was normally communal, normally free, normally done by the mother without being taxed, right? Is simply being outsourced or privatized and given a dollar sign value. So that's why arguments from GDP are not great. The other problem is that she argued that women in the workforce makes them more competitive as a nation. Increases their GDP, makes them more competitive. The problem with this is that there's something more fundamental that's being lost when women step into the workplace, which is human capital. So for a society to actually be competitive long term, we need a healthy supply of human capital. Right now, that's a big problem because women have not been producing kids because they're in the workplace. So temporarily, at first, it's like, oh, we have all these women in the workplace. The worker base, there's a lot more people working and producing value for the society. Isn't that great? But we're losing out on human capital. The human capital that is being produced is lower quality because it's being churned out in an education and daycare system that is ruining the mental health of kids. And we're actually, the only reason we're still competitive is because we're supplementing what women used to do when they had babies. We're supplementing that with immigration, right? So the only reason we're even really afloat, that the errors of feminism are not becoming immediately apparent and kicking us in the ass, is because of immigration. And the problem with that is that there's long-term impacts of just importing foreign workers. We have to give them social benefits. They're harder to initiate into the country. They're harder to assimilate, right? We have to house them. They speak a different language. in my opinion, they're not going to be as high IQ, right? And the other problem is that long term, this is going to create a big problem because the birth rate is collapsing all across the world, right? So we're importing people from high fertility rate countries, but even those high fertility rate countries we're importing from are seeing their fertility rate decline as well as they develop. And this is universal. This is across the board. This is for all countries. They're seeing a massive collapse in their birth rate. We're going to run out of places to import people from, right? That's going to be a big problem. And there's an argument to be made that a lot of them are on welfare. A lot of them are on food stamps, social benefits, taking advantage of loans, taking advantage of hiring programs, minority, seats for companies, schools. And they're kind of a drain more than they are useful. At least they're not as competitive as it would be to just have homegrown white babies, raised properly, pushed out into society. That would make a much more productive human capital system than having to spend all this money moving people around, importing them, going through the processes, giving them social benefits, assimilating them, and then dealing with the consequences of a bunch of people who don't speak the language, who are not as high IQ, who have different customs, who maybe don't want to work, they don't have to work, who commit more crime, or who are not contributing to social cohesion as much as, white local babies would, for example. So there's other things that you have to analyze. You can't just say, oh, look, more women in the workforce, more GDP. It's like, okay, but women were doing something of extreme value before they started working in the workforce. They were creating the next generation. They were contributing human capital. And that's much more important, in my opinion, to the well-being of a nation than simply having more workers in the workforce, right? We need people to actually have babies and produce high-quality babies and raise them well so that we can have a stable society, right? So that's why GDP is not really a good argument.
I think particularly in the third wave, we saw this by what I would call gender opportunists. And so when I think about feminism, I'm more interested in a feminism that is centralized around empowering women and promoting femininity. I think when you talk about this
is really dumb. So anyway, she's moralizing. She's saying, oh, yeah, well, I just want to empower women and promote femininity. Problem with these are value judgments, right? When you say empower, what does that mean? What do you mean by empower? Empowering them to do what? What if we empowered women to be mothers by glorifying femininity? That's the other thing. She said, I just want to help women be more feminine. Well, what is femininity, right? Is femininity doing a man's job in the workplace? Making money, working a job for 8 hours, working in a factory? Is that femininity? What is femininity if not embracing what you are, which is a mother, which is a, emotionally caring, emotionally supportive being, reproductive being, contributing to the next generation? That's what femininity is, NotSoErudite. So you say promote femininity, empower women. These are value judgments with moralistic, normative language and meaning embedded in those words. And the problem with that is that we have to discuss what those really mean. And from my perspective, empowering women would mean giving women the opportunities to be excellent mothers, right? Helping women be mothers, creating communities for mothers, emboldening and creating propaganda supporting women being mothers, giving them the resources to be the best mothers they can be, not send them out into the workforce, which is what feminism did. So even by your own logic, we shouldn't have women in the workforce because that's not feminine, that's masculine. And how is that making them more feminine? That doesn't even make sense.
egalitarianism. I think it's a really interesting concept, but I think we need to be precise in what we talk about. So I guess to open, I'd maybe start with a question. With your philosophy background, I'm sure you're familiar.
Okay, this is dumb, right? So you're not really supposed to ask you're not supposed to ask questions in your opening statement. Right? I mean, she also hasn't given a definition yet. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to give a definition, right? I think Because that would actually start the debate, would be like, okay, what do we think feminism is? Jay's arguing that it's a historical movement with thinkers behind it, think tanks, institutions, money. It has a utility, right? It has a utility of getting women into the workforce so you can tax them. It has a telos. She could argue that, well, actually, it's just about these principles. But they haven't even brought up a definition. Anyway, don't do this in debate. Don't start your opening statement with asking a question. This is bad practice.
With Heidegger's concept of chatter.
No.
Really, wow. So you're gonna. How's that related, right? This is obviously just detracting and trying to sound erudite, right? Which it's in her name. So she's gonna bring up Heidegger. I doubt she's read Heidegger, right? Like, let's be honest, that's one of the most dense reads there is known to man. You did not read and fully comprehend Heidegger if you think feminism is like good for society. Like, if you can't even get that right, how are you going to get Heidegger right? And it's like, why are you bringing that up? That has no relation at all. So what she's doing, right? She's trying to appear sophisticated to earn her clout, so that people are more likely to believe her, instead of just engaging with the topic, right? This is not related at all. And why'd she even ask the question, right? She was clearly just wanted to yap. She clearly just wanted to yap about some obscure philosophical knowledge she read on Google, right? Someone in a Reddit comment like spurred about that she read. And she didn't need to ask a question to do that, right? So this is completely pointless.
No.
Okay, so Heidegger is an interesting philosopher from the 40s, but he has this idea of chatter that I think is really interesting for discussion, which is essentially how a lot of times when people have like philosophical and idea wrestling conversations, they use the same word, but they have different meanings for those words.
Yeah, it's called the word concept fallacy. It's not chatter. That's a fallacy, right? Or it's called equivocation, right? We all know what equivocation is. It's not complicated.
And so then the whole conversation is just essentially garbage. That's what he calls.
That's the whole point in establishing definitions for words, right? Yep. So you didn't need to involve Heidegger, right? You didn't need to name drop Heidegger to bring up the topic of equivocation or the word concept fallacy. It's not. There was no reason. There was no reason for her to drop Heidegger. That was clearly a flex just to sound sophisticated and like she knows more than she does, right?
Calls like idle chatter. And so I'm curious if what you'd be willing to do for this conversation is if we could make sure that we agree on what we mean by certain words, so that we can actually talk about the ideas underneath them and hopefully come to.
Like, this is Debate Basics 101, establish definitions, so we're working with the same definition. Right, this is like Debate Basic 101 is you define terms, right? So she's trying to make it sound like it's this, I was thinking about Heidegger and chatter. And it's like, bro, you just say you want to define your terms.
A better understanding of everything.
What are the words you would like specified? Or
probably for
clarified on?
this conversation, we should talk about patriarchy and feminism. Those seem like the most obvious things to define. And then after that, just if we come to a word that we keep.
Do these really need definition, though? I mean, patriarchy is a society where the axis of power is held by men, and feminism is the social movement of giving women more power in society than they used to, and redefining women's role in society to not be about motherhood in submission to the father, but to be kind of like an independent, egalitarian individual who works a job, does things for herself, kind of acts like an individual man. Like, I work a job, I don't submit to a husband, I do what I want. Marriage becomes an equal partnership, That's what feminism is about. So I don't really see why they need to define terms, because they're both going to agree pretty much on what feminism is. I don't see why they would need a definition.
Both using, it would probably just be useful to define it and make sure that we agree to what we're talking about, if that works.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like to start with your definitions and then Jay can give his?
Sure. So,
see where you guys agree.
Yeah, I'm curious. So patriarchy, I would define it as a hierarchical structure where men monopolize soft and hard power.
I think that they have authority. I wouldn't say it's a monopoly on power, because women can have a degree of influence and power in society, but it's
That's a good point, right? So distinguishing between authority and power. So women can have soft power even in a patriarchy, right? But the idea is that at the end of the day, the man has authority. So women can manipulate men using soft power, as they always have done, even in patriarchal societies. But at the end of the day, it's about authority. Who gets to make decisions and what is the role? It's really about roles more than it is just about influence or power. Talking about power is very Marxist. It's very kind of communist language. It's more about role and the role of authority that men have over women, and dismantling that in all aspects of society, the family unit, the economy, politics, etc.
under the headship of a man. So
I made that mistake. I said power too, but I guess Jay's right. He's being precise. It's about the role of authority.
for example, a job, right? As an example, Proverbs 31 talks about women being able to work, but it's sort of under the purview of the husband. So it's not independence, it's not doing their own thing, it's a family unit working together. So there's roles.
Sure. So when we're thinking about like a job, so when I think about a monopoly of hard and soft power, in my mind I'm thinking law, like kind of like men are mostly monopolizing positions in law, but also soft power like media, and kind of able to kind of set the tone culturally as well. So they kind of have these areas of power mostly fully occupied by men, particularly systems where men force it to be the case that it's only.
Okay, but let's say she's right. Let's say that is the case, that patriarchy includes the monopolization of power to men. Even if this was the case, that's not really what defines feminism versus patriarchy, right? That's not what defines patriarchy, is men holding positions of power. Because by that logic, we would still be in a patriarchy today, because the major axis of power are male CEOs and male politicians, right? Yet is the dynamic on the ground the idea that men have authority over women at large? No, right? So you can't just look at the axis of power. You have to look at what is the dynamic between all men and women, right? Is it a role of authority and submission, or is it a role of we're equal partners and we both have equal say? That's what feminism is. That's what patriarchy is. Just looking at the power doesn't work, because the people in power could accidentally be men. It doesn't define the dynamic of the roles on the ground for everybody in that society. So that's why this conflation doesn't work.
Men in those positions.
Yeah, it's just monopoly is a difficult term because it suggests totality, and again, there can be a shared situation here that's not a total monopoly. But
okay.
Fine, I'll go with it. It's fine.
Sure. We can say like a soft monopoly or something like that.
Okay.
But essentially a hierarchical structure where
That's
men
fine.
tend to mostly occupy positions
That's
of
fine.
power. Okay.
Sure.
Feminism, I define it as the empowerment of women and promotion of femininity. Do you agree with that, or do you have a very different definition of feminism?
I think of it as
So this is what leftists will do, guys. If you ever debate a leftist, is first of all, they moralize everything. So they avoid historical reality, and they just say, well, feminism is just an ideal where we're promoting femininity. That's not what it is at all. That's not at all what it is. Feminism is the erasure of roles of authority in society and replacing it either with female supremacy or egalitarianism, right? So undermining the role of authority, responsibility, leadership, power, prowess of men in society, and maybe making it egalitarian, maybe making it female supremacist, but kind of dismantling patriarchy. That's the goal of feminism. That's the simplest way to put what feminism is. And I won't accept this definition that Erudite's giving because it's loaded language. So when she says promoting femininity, we have to define what that is. So that's a meaningless definition because it doesn't tell you what femininity is or what empowerment is. And it frames the debate as being about abstract rules and abstract principles, like moral ideals in the void. And that's just not what feminism is. It's a historical reality that we've seen played out in history that has to be addressed and acknowledged. We can't just divorce. It's like communism, right? It's like, well, communism is just about equality for the worker. It's like, no, like communism has a track record. It has a historical reality. It has an implementation and instantiation, a record of instantiation that we have to address, acknowledge in reality, right? Because we are concerned with reality. We live in reality. We have to deal with the consequences of reality. We're not just a bunch of philosophers promoting abstract principles in the void. So that's why. And the other problem you'll see leftists do, guys, is they use hyper simplistic definitions. So they want like a single sentence definition, and it's like that doesn't work, because if you just have a hyper simplistic definition, then you can just run away from and avoid all the nuance of the topic, all the particulars, the realities, the implications, by just running away from that and saying, well, no, feminism is just about equality. Feminism is just about equality. So if I point out any time that feminism has created a law that's ruined men's lives, like no-fault divorce, that's not feminism, because feminism is just supporting women. It's just equality. So they can run away from being held accountable by simply relying on a hyper-simplistic definition. So here's what I would say is, we can talk about a summary, or the spirit of feminism could be empowering women, but that's not an exhaustive definition of what feminism is, right? So if I go into Google and I type what is feminism definition, it's going to give me a very 1 to 2 sentence, very brief statement that captures the spirit of what feminism is, but that's not exhaustive. So it doesn't tell you everything that's in feminism. Just by having this definition and having it be simplistic, you can't suddenly exclude additions onto what feminism is. So we could say in spirit, feminism is about empowering women, but there are other things that need to be addressed, and other additions, add-ons that need to be discussed and acknowledged that are perhaps more relevant than the spirit of feminism. And they will run away from that by asserting a hyper-simplistic definition. When you try to go into the nuance and try to actually explain what feminism is, what it's done, who supported it, the money behind it, what it actually looks like, or asserting a more nuanced definition, they'll simply run away and say, no, you agreed to my earlier definition. No, you agreed to this. And then they'll just avoid it by appealing to their hyper-simplistic definition and just avoiding any discussion that goes outside of these kind of moral ideals, right? So that's kind of what they're doing, is they're just keeping it on a very surface level. It's only about moralistic ideals. It's not about reality. Everything's in the realm of what would be nice. Wouldn't it be nice if men and women were equal? Wouldn't it be nice if we empowered women? They just want to keep it in that realm. They don't want to go into, okay, let's actually analyze reality, implementation, what the writers of feminism actually thought it was, right? They don't want to go into nuance. And so they avoid nuance and discussions involving nuance by clutching onto hyper-simplistic idealizations, like moralistic language, right? And avoiding any other type of discussion, right? So don't let leftists define the definitions, because they're going to trap you with hyper-simplistic definitions, and they're very dishonest.
Something necessarily tied to revolution, and I think when you say the word empowerment, it's also ambiguous, because that could be a lot of things in different contexts.
That's very true. So it's a weaponized ambiguity, right, as the Catholics like to say. That's what it is. They're weaponizing ambiguity to kind of obscure what they're doing.
So I don't know what you think empowerment is.
Okay, so by empowerment, what I mean is typically going to be, I'm a very big freedom of opportunity person, liberal, guilty as charged. So empowerment would be eroding any obstacles to disadvantages or inabilities to take opportunities that other people would have. That would be one way of empowering someone.
So, for example, there was a TED Talk about 10 years ago, and one of the...
Let me think about this. So she's making the argument that feminism gives more opportunities to women. I mean, sure, let's say this was the case. Let's agree. Sure, it gives more opportunities to women. Is that the end-all be-all? Are there not things that are more important than opportunities, right? What if in the long term this actually destroys women's opportunities because it destroys society and then nobody has any opportunities because we're all slaves and serfs, right? Did you ever think about that?
Ladies, who was a diehard sort of CEO out of the academic world, she went into academia and then became a CEO. She was bragging that most CEOs now, this was again about 10 years ago, are now women. That we're reaching some tipping point, that there's a large majority of women that are now CEOs. Do you think that's good? Is that fair? Because I would see that as a revolution against male authority.
I see it. I am very dubious of her claim. B, I see it as like neutral. I don't really care who trickles up to the top, so long as the people who trickle to the top did so because there was free opportunity to do so.
Look at her stomach, right? She's kind of fat looking. But it's also not true that feminism is just about giving women equal opportunity. Is affirmative action equal opportunity, or is it equity? Right? Is it about let's give everybody equal opportunity, or is it let's tear down men, demonize men, take away CEO positions from men, mandate quotas for women on positions of leadership until there's equity, there's 50-50 across the board? So it's a lie that feminism is just about egalitarian opportunity, because in reality we see affirmative action, we see social pressure from a social culture that necessitates pushing women to positions of power, regardless of whether they've merited it or if there's someone more qualified like a man, right? They'll just say, well, that's patriarchy. He didn't earn it. You know, he's relying on privilege. He didn't actually earn it. We need more women in positions of power. So they say it's about equal opportunity, but when we actually see it in practice, in reality, it's just about equity. It's about dismantling men. It's about attacking men and kind of removing men's power and influence. So it's, once again, it's dishonest.
Oh, right. So like in our society, I'm sure here's something we probably agree on. Most of the positions of power in our society are occupied men because men tend to be more extreme. Like they're just more extreme in bell curve. Like,
look how flabby her arms, bro. Like she's got some right flabby arms. Go to the gym, Erudite. Like stop being a fat fuck, right?
Genetically. And they don't often take time away from work with kids, so they have a little bit more time to dedicate. So we see at the highest levels of trickling to the top, men typically occupy those roles. I'm sure you and I would agree.
Yeah, but when you say extreme, again, this is a very ambiguous term. Extreme in their views, extreme on the bell curve.
Sorry,
those
I
are
mean
two different
genetically.
things.
Like, so because of the Y-axis specifically, so I don't know if you know anything about IQ research, for
I
example.
know some about that.
So men, well, like obviously,
Men tend to dominate the extremes of any metric. That's true. Yep.
the average IQ for men and women is 100 because it's normalized. Men tend to occupy a bit more of those extreme spaces. They're both the lowest and the highest IQ. And we see men doing that all the time. They tend to just have more extreme genetic traits, both for success.
Need more opportunities for women to make sandwiches. That's a good point. Guy in the chat was right. What if empowering women is giving them the skills and the necessary culinary ingredients to make the most amount of sandwiches, right? That's what I think feminism is. It's empowering women to embrace their femininity of making as many sandwiches and as high quality sandwiches as possible. So that's what I think feminism is.
And for struggling, right? That's why we tend to see men overrepresented on both sides of most things. So that's why men often will trickle to the top of most workspaces, for example.
And you think that's because of extremes of IQ?
Well, not just IQ. That would be extremes of multiple things. And also, I think I said...
You said IQ a minute ago.
Yeah, IQ would be one thing. I just don't think IQ is the only thing that would predict you trickling to the top.
So what are the things that led men to be in those positions other than IQ?
Probably just the ability to work. Like they don't take time away from work for children. Their wife typically does that.
Could there be anything biological?
Well, IQ,
would that be biological?
IQ would be something biological,
It's
right?
partly biological, but I'm saying like in terms of what a man is biologically, is that anything to do with what might be roles in society, hierarchy?
I don't think there's super good evidence that like testosterone predicts like anything other than...
Well, it's not just IQ, right? And it's not just the fact that men devote more time to work because their wife is at home, right? It's also the case that men are more likely to engage in risk-taking behavior. They're more likely to naturally assume positions of leadership. They tend to perform better in positions of like leadership roles. They also tend to have better stress tolerance. So men have better stress suppression for longer periods of time. So they make better stockbrokers, or stock traders, day traders, paramedics, right? Anything with high stress. They also have better pain tolerance, better, and everyone whines and complains. Oh no, that's not true. Women pregnancy. No, it's not true. And then what else? Obviously, they're going to be physically stronger. They're going to be more aggressive. And you might think aggression only applies to other men or physically fighting, but not really, right? Because if I'm competing for a position at a company, if I'm competing for market share, I actually need a mindset of aggression, and the temperament of aggression applies to everything in terms of competition, not just physical fighting. And that's the mistake a lot of these feminists make when they analyze differences between men and women, is they assume that it's only just physical stature, right? They think, oh, the only difference is things related to being physical, right? And it's not true. It's a temperament, it's a skill set, it's a mindset for leadership, it's body, mind, and spirit, it's proclivities, it's tendencies, it's preferences, it's psychological. So men's brains are wired to participate in the masculine principle, as Jung calls it, right? And they're just better wired for roles of leadership, active engagement in the external world. They're more exploratory, they're more curious, they're more generative, like they generate more new ideas and they adapt more than women do. Women are more stable, they tend to reclude when encountered with pressure. Men tend to adapt and create, innovate when applied pressure. So it's not just that men are more stronger. That's oversimplification, and that's ignoring that it's full spectrum dominance when it comes to what men are capable of over women.
And like aggression towards those like equal or lower, and like muscle distribution. I think it's a lot more going to be
muscle distribution is part of biology, right?
Sure, I just don't think like muscles get you to the top of a Fortune 500
What about
company.
like being a soldier? Does that help?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why men are significantly better soldiers than women.
But what about that high IQ, that group of high IQ? Does that help get them to the top of the CEO ladder?
That would definitely help. I think it's like a 45% to 60%
And you admit
predictor.
that that's partly genetic?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So it seems like, naturally speaking, when I appealed in my opening statement to what's natural and biological, men are just sort of fitted to those things. Their very constitution
they often
is
trickle
for those things.
Yeah, it's just with in 2025 with women having birth control and tampons, there's less obstacles to that, so they might trickle to the top too. And
Well, that's stupid, right? Because I like how that's dumb. That's really dumb. So basically saying because feminism and tampons, I mean, so it's just a hyper primitive understanding of the distinctions between men and women. They think it's purely biological, it's purely reproductive. The only difference between men and women is that men are physically stronger, they have more upper body mass, and the only difference for women is that they have periods and they give babies. Obviously not. It's men and women have an entirely different temperament. They have an entirely different psychology. They experience the world in completely different ways. They react to stimuli in completely different ways. Women react higher to negative stimuli more than men. They also react stronger to parasites, or they have a higher disgust reaction, which, if you think about it, makes sense because women are trying to protect a vulnerable baby from pathogens that can disrupt the pregnancy. So they have to be hypersensitive to like anything they perceive to be a parasite, something disgusting, something maybe airborne or something dirty, right? So it's an entire full spectrum difference between men and women. It's not just that men are stronger and women have periods, right? So that's kind of what the feminist has to do, is they have to undermine and hand wave away and pretend like the differences between men and women are merely biological, merely limited to the physical. And it's like, no, it's the mental, it's the spiritual, it's proclivities, temperament. Their very constitution, as Jay said, is fitted to roles of authority, not just their physiognomy.
I just want a society that would allow them to do so.
But why? That's what I'm getting at is, if this is biological and thus, quote, natural to a degree, according to what you're arguing, what's the need for women to do what is then perhaps not natural for them to do in society?
Because there are lots of women that are still in the high IQ realm that are very capable, that make excellent bosses.
So exceptions make the rule?
No, more like freedom of our opportunity, right? That's my premise. Is I want
okay.
It's like the innovator scale, right? I don't want to arbitrarily just say 50% of our society cannot be at the top of society because.
Well, this is the problem that Jay needs to go after first, is that what we have in society is not just women exercising freedom of opportunity. We have a social programming mechanism through the media, through advertisements, through social media, through everything, affirmative action, through implementations in the law, through divorce courts, through marriage laws, there is an entire social programming apparatus, right, that is programming women to be boss babe feminists. It's not telling them everybody has equal opportunity, men and women. It's telling them, go get it, girl. You don't need a man. Marriage is constrictive. It's bad for you. You don't want to be making sandwiches for some man. You don't need no man. It's actively pushing women through social programming into roles that Jay is arguing is not actually natural for them. So if I was Jay, right, the difference I would call out is that, okay, but that's not what's actually happening in reality. Women are not just being offered equal opportunity to men. They're being socially programmed, pushed by social media algorithms, being pushed by social consensus and external institutions, right? They're being programmed to think a certain way to push them into education, even if they're not fitted for education. I would say most women are not academic. Most women are not actually naturally inclined to work a big job, to be a boss babe, to go get it. Instead, they're suggested these things and they're propagandized into thinking they want these things, even when in reality we see all these women nowadays who, as soon as they hit 35, they go, I made a mistake. I pursued the boss babe career life. I'm so lonely. I'm in an apartment alone. I just wanted kids. I want a family. I made a mistake. So we're seeing all these women come out and say this. And why is that? That's because they've been propagandized to think that they want a boss babe career lifestyle, when in actuality, as Jay's pointing out, most women are biologically, naturally predisposed to being mothers and having kids. So the problem is that women have a nature, and society is then shoving them through propaganda and through other women are promoting and pushing, and through social consensus and peer pressure, they're pushing women down a certain life path, which is go get a bunch of debt at a university, go get taxed a bunch, go be a corporate slave, don't have kids, and yeah, go do that and go be a slut, right? And this makes sense if you're thinking about it from the perspective of an elite. You want women to go into a bunch of debt at your universities, give the universities a bunch of money, give the banks a bunch of money through a bunch of debt, give the corporations a bunch of money through devotion and time to a corporate career, be a good little worker slave, and unfortunately you can't have kids because you just don't have time for it. Go live in an apartment where you pay rent to us instead of owning your own property, because you can't own your own property because you're not forming family units and you're busy working as an individual alone, so you only need a one-bedroom apartment because you're too busy being a career babe instead of starting a family. So when you start to look at incentives and you start to look at programming, right, social, societal, mental programming, you realize, oh, women are not just being afforded equal opportunity out of the benevolence and egalitarian idealism of society. That's not at all what's happening. They're instead being pushed into a certain life path, which is get educated, get a bunch of debt, get a useless degree, go work as a corporate slave, and then go drink wine and live in your one-bedroom apartment, because that makes money for the banks, the universities, the corporations, the housing industry, apartments, right? That makes money off of women's poor life decisions, right? So this is the naivety of the feminist, is they think it's all about equal opportunity, not realizing that once you have equal opportunity, the private sector is going to program women to choose a certain life path that financially destroys them, enslaves them. And feminists and these liberal ideals in general, these idealists who talk about opportunity and liberal values and opportunity and egalitarianism and equality, they ignore the fact that there is a predatory state and private sector that wants your money. And so once women have the opportunity to go into the workplace, the state is going to pressure them, force them into the workplace so they can make them little tax slaves, right? So they're ignoring the incentive structures and the pressure that is going to be applied as soon as you open things up to equality, right? I mean, that's really what equality does. That's why it's a useful ideology for elites, is because once people are permissive, once their egalitarian proclivities and tendencies, they open them up to be pressured into a particular path that is convenient for the state, for elites, for the private sector, for banks, for businesses at large. They don't care about equal opportunity. They want to make you more permissive, open your mind up to normalize a certain life path that makes money for the top 1% and screws you over, right? Because women in the workplace screws everybody over. It screws men over because they're competing with more people. It screws women over because most women are biologically predisposed to have children. They want kids. They just have been convinced otherwise. And it denies them that opportunity, because by the time they actually realize they want kids, they're going to be 35 and their eggs are all going to be dried up and they're going to be ugly and old and they're going to be committed to a career. So it's going to be too late. So, and that's all on purpose, because it's benefiting elites, it's benefiting corporations at the expense of the individual people on the ground, the working class, right? The middle class. So these we just care about equality and opportunity. No. They want to open your mind up to new things, normalize those new things, and push you down that path. Like once the opportunity for you to go down that path is there, then they can push you down that path, normalize it, and it's predatory. It's there to ruin your life and make money off of you.
I want to make sure that if they're achieving the top of society, it's because of skill and merit and et cetera, et cetera. That's what I believe in. And so I wouldn't want to arbitrarily ban women from those positions.
Right, but it's not, I didn't even talk about banning, so that was something that you interjected. What I said
I'm not saying you did, right? Because you were asking what I'm interested in. I'm saying a freedom of opportunity for women to just trickle up.
So there's a standard, which you would say that's a net good for society if women are able then to interject themselves into that male space.
To be allowed
that's
to.
That's a good?
Yeah.
Why is that a good?
Like I said, innovator skill.
What?
Innovator.
So let's review, guys. Why is more opportunity not actually good? Because what more opportunity means is not women can do things that they want to do and express themselves. It means companies can then course you down a specific path once you have the opportunity to go down that path. Very simple. Once women have the opportunity to go into the workplace, the corporations can force you into the workplace by propaganda, social pressure, peer pressure, advertising, and eroding the economy, right? Very simple. Doesn't it all make sense now? When they say more opportunity, they really mean normalize a lifestyle that helps elites at the expense of regular people. That's what freedom of opportunity means. So that's why I don't think it's good. That's why I think social mores, social standards, social expectations are there in the first place, is because we're protecting you from a degenerate or dysfunctional lifestyle that people can be co-opted or pressured or stumble into, that is going to erode and destroy society. So why do we have sexual expectations for women to be chaste? Is it because we just want to oppress women and hurt women, destroy women, and take away their opportunity to do something that they really want. No. The reason we have sexual expectations, sexual standards, right, for women is because that's going to be healthy for society, that's going to be healthy for women. And having these standards in place protects the public from bad actors who want to convince people to do something like be sluts that's not in their own self-interest. So it's not even to prevent you, the individual, from stepping out of the allowed bounds. It's actually there to protect you as an individual from things that go against your own self-interest. That's why in the Bible, for example, the dynamic that's being presented is the role of a shepherd. So is the shepherd evil? Does he want to just arbitrarily confine his sheep to the pasture because he's an oppressive, evil shepherd tyrant? No, he's exercising benevolent authority because he's protecting the sheep from wandering off the cliff. He's protecting them from going out of his sight and out of the fence, maybe, into the Badlands where maybe a wolf is there. The wolf wants to lure them out of the safety of the pasture where he can, into the forest where the wolf can then eat them. So feminism, therefore, is like a sheep saying, we should be allowed to go into the forest. We should be allowed to go where we want because more opportunity is good for the sheep. I don't like being forced into the pasture. This shepherd is an evil oppressor. And it's like, no, the shepherd is there to protect you from the wolf that's out in the forest. And the wolf wants you to, be a free sheep, to go wherever you want, because he wants you in the forest. He wants to normalize sheep going into the forest, erode those rules that prevent them from going into the forest, degrade the authority of the shepherd that would prevent them from going into the forest so we can eat them, right? So that's why we see these massive corporations promoting things like LGBTQ, promoting things like minorities, promoting things like feminism. Why are all these massive predatory companies that are the wolves in this scenario, why are they even promoting this stuff, right? If it's men running these massive companies, why are they supporting feminism? Wouldn't they be patriarchs, right? That doesn't make any sense. But it makes sense if you think about it like these companies are predatory and they're promoting something that actually goes against your own interest. And the reason they like feminism and equal opportunity is because they want you to have the opportunity to wander into the forest and get eaten, to wander into the workforce and be a corporate slave and get into a bunch of debt and not be able to have kids and be miserable tax slaves to their what's the word? Machinations, right?
Scale. More people means more innovators. You just get the best of the crop.
More people. Mm-hmm. So we should have more people in society?
Sure.
Okay, so what's going to create more people? Is it going to be one woman in the workforce, or is it going to be the 7 babies that woman could have had?
I don't know if this is connected to birth rate.
Well, yeah, because the more people in society would then back up what you're arguing, right? But don't we need more husbands and wives to have more people?
Yeah, I just don't think these things are mutually exclusive.
How can a wife?
And that's a lie. Women can't have it all. They can't have it all. They can't be effective mothers. They can't have 7 babies and also work a job. It's just not realistic, right? So, and if they're going to have kids, it's going to be a lower quality of parenting because it's going to be the daycare. It's going to be the school system raising your kid, promoting them how they want, not... I mean, do you really think the education system is great? Do you think it's creating the best and brightest? No. So you can't have it all, right? And that's a lie.
Be a CEO and also raise the kids.
Tampons, birth control, like support.
So tampons and birth control raise the kids? What do you mean?
Lots of women find a way to both raise children and work.
But they're also not. So that's a lie too, because the reality is women are not having kids. The birth rate is plummeting. It's at 1.4 currently. It's going to continue dropping. And so you can say that, oh, well, women have technologies to do both. No, they don't. The average age of marriage is rapidly climbing to age 30. It's continually going up. Women are having less kids. Women are having more miscarriages, more birth defects because they're having their children later in life where the eggs are lower quality. What else? And then the people raising those kids, so the quality of parenthood is declining because they're being sent to daycares, they're being sent to the public school system to be raised by fat, depressed teachers instead of their own parents who love them. And we see, therefore, a mental health crisis in Gen Z and Gen Alpha, right? They're being raised by iPads, they're being raised by screens, and so they have massive mental health problems. So this is just not the reality on the ground. It's not that, well, women can do both. No, they can't, right? And none of the evidence, none of the stats support that.
Well,
Shared parenting, like the husband takes roles. Sometimes they get babysitters. Sometimes there's intergenerational families. There's multiple ways that women share the load of parenting.
So that's a net good?
It can be, yeah.
Okay.
Freedom of opportunity.
What is the standard for good here?
Do you mean like at an epistemic level?
Right. This would be like Jay doesn't actually have to do this, right? Jay's going to the presuppositional level. He doesn't actually have to. I know that's his strong suit, but he actually doesn't have to. He could say what I'm saying, which would affect a lot more people, right? Because most people don't understand argumentation from the presuppositional level. They're not going to have a strong foundation for what the good is, right? So I wish he would have just kept engaging with Erudite on the level that she was at, because you could actually easily dismantle what she's saying by appealing to just reality, and you could keep it in the level of pragmatism and normativity or a normalcy, right? But I guess, sure, what he's going to go the presuppositional route. He's going to argue you have no foundation for the good. Let's hear it.
Any level.
Good as in
your worldview, what determines the good?
So in the case of what we're talking about, I talked about the innovator scale. So the reason I like women being able to have access to opportunity is because it improves GDP.
Okay, so the net good for society is just what? More fiat money? Like what determines that?
Yep, GDP is a good thing. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I do.
You don't think
first
GDP
of all,
is
like,
good?
what if the money is a scam?
That doesn't have anything to do with GDP. Why would not having more GDP for a country not be good?
Because the GDP could be transferring from the middle class to the elite class. Just because there's money flowing doesn't prove who holds it, right? GDP is only measured on a national scale. Or it could be provincial, but it doesn't tell you demographically who's holding that money. It doesn't tell you if all the elites are holding that money, if it's all in stocks for Amazon, Apple, and Walmart, or if it's in the hands of the working class spending that money. Could be that the money is all in the government. Could be you have a massive GDP, except it's all in terms of government contribution, right? So GDP just measures imports, exports, government spending, consumer spending, and then investments. It doesn't tell you where the money is in terms of those individual factors. Maybe it's all exports, right? I don't know. Like, it could be all imports, exports. It doesn't tell you who actually holds that money. And if we have a society that is very technocratic, like all the oligarchs at the top have the majority of the money, then that doesn't tell you that the middle class or the people on the ground, the majority of the population, is actually thriving and doing well. So GDP doesn't tell you anything.
The nature of the money itself, if the money system is a debt-based scam, doesn't have anything to do with GDP?
Not really, because GDP is about like the income of a country, right? So like debt is part of how you navigate income of a country.
Right, but our country's income is presently based on pure debt.
As well, debt-based economy. So the quote-unquote money that's coming in is just usury and debt. So people are in debt. They pay interest on their debt. That creates money, quote-unquote. So it's just like usury. It's just moving money around to create quote-unquote value, right? So that's what he says. That's what he means when he says the money is a scam. It's just banks and people like mortgage companies, private equity firms, like manipulating debt to quote-unquote create money. And that's why he's saying maybe it's a scam.
Right. Is that a bad thing?
Our GDP is not based on debt, no.
It is. Well, the whole system is based on debt. Gross domestic product is not itself debt. I'm saying the economic system itself is based on debt.
Yeah,
Because
like
it's
MTN.
a debt-based system.
Yeah, like modern theory of like money is very debt organized. It's just like debt is not this like boogaloo scary thing in and of itself.
No. I'm talking about our system is fiat. It's not attached to anything hard. There's no hard currency that our money is attached to since the shock doctrine of Nixon, right? So
Yeah, of
Nixon
course.
goes with the gold standard. So we're now a debt-based system. So I'm just saying your highest quality was the best GDP in society. So your organizing principle is a neoliberal economic theory. So what I want to know is, even if that's
That's a good point. She's using like traditional economic theory, like GDP means more money flowing in the society equals more jobs and more prosperity. This doesn't apply to the modern day where we're in a hyperinflationary state. A lot of the what's an example? A lot of the capital that we have is not even based locally. So a lot of these companies, for example, have a lot of their capital, a lot of their liquidity is offshore. It's not even in the country. So the idea that a company gets more money, makes more money, they're going to reinvest it back into the economy, which is what traditional economics says. No, that's not true. They're going to send it overseas. They're going to invest it into stocks for a tech company where there's no actual capital. There's no actual liquidity in the country. It's just a fake tech stock. It's going to be bonds. It's going to be contracts for weapons. It's going to be U.S. Treasury notes. It's going to be things that are not actually contributing back to the middle class in a meaningful way through like trickle-down economics. It's instead going to be sending that money offshores. It's going to be buying up mortgages. It's going to be what I'm trying to say is that using a traditional, very low-level economic model and then apply it to the modern day doesn't really work, because we live in a very different type of system. One example in which we're different, which Jay is pointing out, is that we're not attached to a gold standard. So the thing that defines money now is not gold, but it's debt. The idea that I owe you this X amount of money, I owe you X amount of labor, goods and services, not actually based on anything quote unquote real.
itself based on debt, then what's the source of the good here?
So in this case, what is good for society is having a competitive GDP so that your enemies can't stomp
That's
you.
the highest good?
That's not the highest good. That's the good of what I'm talking about in the case of women entering in.
What is
in
the
big
highest
scale.
good that determines that?
Here's why this doesn't work. So just because a nation is competitive, what if it's competitive because all of its citizens are serfs and they are basically slaves and they slave away, producing value for the nation and the state? So they have a shitty quality of life. They're slaves. They work 14 hours a day. They're slaving away in factories. They own no land. They have no rights. They have nothing. But they're just slaving away, being super productive for the state. So yes, now the state is competitive, but everybody inside the state is a serf. So this argument of like, well, we're competitive, therefore life better, life more good, life gooder. No, that doesn't work, because we actually have to analyze the people on the ground, not just the state being competitive in terms of GDP.
That's good.
Are you talking about morality?
Just at all. In your system, you tell me what your system's standard of good is.
So I'm not really sure why we're having the epistemic conversation. I
Why
guess
not?
Because it feels like we're losing the plot of the conversation.
No, I want to know what your standard of the good is.
Again, what do you mean by good?
You said that the GDP is necessarily attached to the highest good.
I didn't say highest good. I said it's a good thing.
Okay, then I'm asking you what the highest good is that determines that the GDP is better than not caring about GDP.
So you're asking for my moral foundation theory?
Sure.
Like, she won't even say quality of life, like a traditional quality of life metric. She won't even say consumer purchasing. Just say consumer purchasing power, right? You don't even have to go into the epistemic question. But she can't even say, like, consumer spending or consumer purchasing power or quality of life. She can't even say these things because GDP is not related to those things at all. So arguing from GDP is like the lowest tier argument you can make in this scenario.
Sure.
I'm a divine
You tell
command
me.
theorist.
From what divine command?
The Christian God.
Where in divine command theory does it say, and thou shalt maximize GDP in America? Where does it say that in the Bible?
God.
And he says GDP is good?
No.
Did Moses come down and talk
I don't
about
think GDP is moral.
You just said it was the highest good
I
for
didn't say it was
this
the highest good.
This debate.
No, I said it's good for society.
Then it's moral if it's good.
I don't think it's moral in this case.
If it's good, it's moral.
Well, you can have good
The
as in
good
functional.
is a moral claim.
Well, of course, you can have functional claims, right?
So if it's only functional or if it's only pragmatic, then it's not ultimately a good. It's just subjective.
So at a functional level, it is, I guess, do you disagree with this idea that it's good for a state to have?
It's like, do I care about the state? Do I care about what's good for the state? It doesn't even work as a pragmatic functional claim because the state's productivity or the GDP for an entire nation doesn't reflect the well-being or the functional good for an individual or for a population at large. It just proves that Amazon is doing really well in terms of its stock price. It doesn't fucking prove that people are able to buy houses or afford, cars or afford food and basic necessities or have an improved quality of life. It doesn't prove any of that.
Competitive high GDP?
It could be, but I don't think it's the highest good, and I have a standard of good. So I'm trying to figure out what yours is.
Well, what's more important for a nation state than GDP?
The health of the society.
Sure, but if the health of society is really high,
I mean, could you have? Let me give you an example. Could you have a society that's a mass addicted to drugs but has a good number, a nice income?
probably not.
No, you can have societies that are full of detriment, like full of ghettos, and they're ruled over by organized crime that make a lot of money.
Typically, those countries, like if you're thinking about like the Congo or like areas that have like high levels of corruption, their GDP is horrible because typically crime is not good for GDP.
But I'm saying you could conceivably have that. It doesn't matter whether there's some exception to that rule somewhere.
It's not
in the
exception. I would say
Congo.
the rule is, in general, when you have
This is also just not true. I mean, the drug industry contributes. Now, it doesn't contribute to GDP because it's an underground market, but economic value of drugs, you could say, well, it's an industry. It's providing value to society because it's participating in the economy. It has economic value, right? This doesn't work because what Jay's pointing out is that just because there's a dollar sign attached to it, just because it is a part of the economy, doesn't mean it's actually good for society, right? We can have all this money flowing around in a drug industry, in ghettos, selling drugs, selling weed, selling cocaine, selling everything. That doesn't mean it's actually providing a net good to the society. That's all Jay's saying, right? So I see what Erudite's saying, but the point just being that just because there's an industry making money, contributing to the GDP, doesn't mean it's actually a net good for society. Just because people are paying for it, just because there's money flowing around, does not mean it's actually good for society. Like, how about the fast food industry? Is it good that people are spending billions of dollars every year buying fast food instead of homemade meals and ingredients? No. It's not good that we have a massive industry for people to get fat. It's not good that there's a lot of money being spent on drugs and prescription drugs like morphine or medical marijuana, being addicted to these substances. Just because there's a GDP element to that doesn't make it good. If I started taxing people for air, right? If I started charging for air and there's a dollar sign attached to that air and now there's an air industry and that's contributing to the GDP, does that make it good? No. So this is dumb.
lots of corruption and drug addiction, it's not good for GDP.
But I'm saying conceivably you could have a ruling elite that makes a lot of money from drugs, and the society itself is living in shantytown, right?
I
They're
don't
living on
think that
Skid Row.
nation state would have high GDP. I don't think there's any evidence
It
that
doesn't
nation
matter
state.
if you think that, because it's conceivable that you could have that, right? You could have a successful oligarchy that makes a lot of money, and the people themselves don't do very well.
Are you talking about like Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, sure.
Sure, but Saudi Arabia, again, is not nearly as competitive as somewhere like America or any NATO
Well, again,
country.
how do we know that competitiveness for women is a good? You've just said that that's the case because it increases GDP.
So I'll just
so
break
it's
it
a
down.
circle.
It's
Okay, Jay should be like, is competitive GDP actually good? I would say it doesn't prove anything. GDP doesn't prove anything because you could have a oligarch with a bunch of serfs who are all slaves who make a very competitive GDP nation. Doesn't mean their quality of life is any good. It doesn't mean they have rights. Doesn't mean they're prosperous or happy. Right? Just because this serf nation has a competitive GDP, it doesn't mean it's improving anybody's quality of life.
Okay, if we're gonna do
What?
we can do Agrippa's trilemma. It's just useless. I can use it at you too, right?
Well, but if I'm arguing for a moral ought on the basis of
This is not a moral ought.
It is. You
This
said
is
it's
not.
a good. If you said something is
I
good.
said it's functional.
Yeah,
what
but-
word? Okay, we're doing chatter.
So
what
now
word
you're
do you want me to use when I say functional?
No. In a debate, if you're arguing for your position, then you're necessarily arguing that we ought to follow your position.
Yeah, I think I said
so
it's
it
a
is an ought.
necessity and an unavoidable. That doesn't
So
mean
it
it's
is an ought.
It doesn't mean it's a moral claim. It would be like realpolitik.
Well, then it's an ought, because do you think we ought to follow your
Not all
arguments?
oughts are moral.
Ought we follow your arguments?
As in, like, should you do what I prescribe for society?
Ought we follow the true arguments versus the false arguments?
Sure.
Okay. Then you're using an ought right now to argue for your position.
Sure, but this isn't a moral claim.
You just argued that we ought to follow your position. That's
It's
a
still
moral
not a moral
claim.
claim.
It is.
It's not.
Oughts are morals if you're extending them to everybody in the theoretical realm of listening to the debate.
Do you think that it's
So we ought
moral or
not?
not moral to have GDP? Do you think GDP is moral?
I'm pointing out that your
Could you
position.
answer my question this
I have
time?
a different system than you, so
Do
it's
you
not going to
think-
apply to my system.
Do you think that GDP is moral?
Everything in life is conceivably or potentially moral
How is GDP moral?
because you extended it to, in this argument, the highest good.
I did not.
You
I
walked
did
it
not,
back after
no,
I asked for the highest good.
No.
Yes, you did.
I did not.
You
I said
said
for
in
a
this-
nation state, I guess it's like one of the higher goods. Yes. It's not the highest good. And I've said,
So, and what is the good?
Jay, I don't know how to explain to you over.
This is kind of dumb, right? Like, she apparently read Heidegger, but she doesn't understand that every moral claim you make is going to relate to the highest good in your system. Obviously. Right? If I make any claim about something that's quote-unquote good, that presupposes that there is a highest good, which the good thing relates to. Right? If I say it's good for me to be a fast sprinter, that presupposes a higher order level good, which would be me winning the race, for example. So if I have the highest good, which is me winning the race, then me being a big, strong sprinter with big, strong legs, that's a good because it contributes to the highest good of winning the race. It's good for me to eat a healthy breakfast because that will help me perform better at the race and win the race, which is the highest good. So she doesn't even understand basic moral philosophy that when you make an ought claim, like X is good, we ought do X, that relates to a highest good or a series of things that make up the highest good. So she's trying to run away from the fact that, no, I didn't say the highest good. No, it's relating to the highest good in your system, right? And Jay's asking for what that is, which if I was Jay, I probably wouldn't go down this route because you can defeat her on the normative level. It's very easy to defeat a feminist even without going to presuppositions, I would say. Like, all he has to do is say, okay, what if GDP isn't actually making people's quality of life better? What if GDP is just improving the stock price for Amazon and it's not actually contributing to purchasing power, consumer spending, or any of these other metrics, right? He doesn't have to go to the presuppositional level, but I don't believe that Erudite actually knows what she's talking about because she's quoting Heidegger, trying to name drop philosophers, yet you don't even know basic moral philosophy that there's a highest good and things that are quote-unquote good are moral claims, which she's trying to deny and relate to the highest good. Even if you say it's functional or it's pragmatic, that still relates to the highest good. You don't get out of moral prescriptions by just saying it's pragmatic.
Over and over that this is not a moral claim. It's realpolitik.
You're saying that?
It's pragmatism.
You're saying that, but ought we follow your argument in pragmatism here?
If you want a flourishing society by and large.
So we ought, logically.
Sure, but it's
Ought we logically?
It's sure. It's not a moral claim.
It's not.
Is GDP a moral claim?
It can be depending upon
How?
the system.
How is GDP a moral claim?
In your system,
How is
you're
more-
arguing that what you just said we ought to follow your arguments.
I don't know how many times to tell you this.
Yeah, but
I'm not
you're
making
confused.
a moral claim.
You are,
I'm
and you're
not.
saying you're not.
You're just keep telling me that I
Anytime you
am.
say that there's an ought,
That's not true.
that is true.
No.
It is.
No.
Even if you redefine it as
Okay,
functional.
how about this? You don't
because-
have to have a liberal society that has a high GDP. You're just going to get stomped and you'll be a failed nation state. It's neutral morally.
Yeah, but you're missing the point about highest goods for society. You're arguing that.
I'm not engaging in that yet.
Wait, hold on.
Well, that's big. Go ahead.
Oh no, just if you guys can just try to let each other finish your thoughts. But go ahead.
So this debate necessarily comes down to metaphysical claims and epistemical claims and ethical claims.
No.
Yes, it does.
Because
feminism is about morals, ethics, biology, society, social relations. You can't.
And that's a really good point. Is the liberal, the leftist, when they want to argue for feminism, they'll always keep it in the realm of ideals. I think it's good. All Jay has to do is say, okay, Erudite, earlier you claimed that I think it's good for women to have equal opportunity because of the innovator scale or something. So she's making a moral claim right there. She's saying, I think it's good for women to have opportunity. And the way that leftists will always argue for feminism is they'll make all these moral claims. They'll make equal opportunity is good. Okay, that's a moral claim. You just said it's good. So now I need you to actually ground your ought claims, right? And that's all Jay's doing. He's saying, okay, you want to make it about moralistic stuff. You want to moralize the debate and make it about ethics. What's your foundation for your ethical system? That's all he's saying. And so it's dishonest for the leftist because they're making all these moral claims and they want to keep the debate in the realm of morals, avoid the realities, avoid history, avoid pragmatism, etc. They want to make all these moral claims. I think it's good for everyone to have equal opportunity. I think it's good for XYZ. And then you're like, oh, okay, you want to make it about morals. Let's go there. Now they run away from the discussion. They don't want to discuss the foundation for their morals because they have none, right? But they're making all these moral claims at the same time. So they're incredibly dishonest because they make all these moral claims. You ask for the foundation and then they run away. It's like, okay, so you're just dishonest and you're a liar, right? All right, I got to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. All right, let's get right back into it. So we're only 24 minutes in, and we're already at an hour and a half. So it's gonna be a long video. I doubt anyone will watch all of it, right? But it's more for myself, clarifying my stance on these things, kind of going through each piece of the debate one by one. So let's get into it.
Divorce ethics from that. Now, if you think you can, I'm happy to address that, but that's just going to get you in an even deeper bind.
I'm not saying that you can divorce these things. Of course, feminism
you just
has moral
argued a minute ago that it's not moral.
GDP is not moral.
Then you can't divorce these things. So you just contradicted yourself.
So there are lots of elements. Okay. There are lots of elements within feminism that do make moral claims, right? Lots of them. When I'm talking about something like an innovator scale, it's not a moral claim. It's real politics.
I understand
it's
you think that, but I'm pointing out that it is still moral. That's the argument I'm making.
Okay. Do you want to engage with the actual conversation now?
You saying that doesn't avoid the argument I'm making.
Okay.
I know that's what you're
Why
trying
is
to do.
GDP not good for society, or is it?
I'm saying it depends on your standard of good,
What
and that's
about
what I'm
your-
asking you.
Here's a clear example of where GDP isn't automatically just good for society. What if we have a massive GDP increase because massive companies are doing better than ever, but at the expense of the working class, right? So Amazon, Apple, Walmart, tech stocks are going through the roof. They're doubling. CEO salaries are doubling, but average worker wages are stagnant, and people can't afford housing, can't afford food, can't afford to pay rent, to buy cars, to afford things that their grandparents used to be able to afford. So, great example of why GDP is not automatically "quote unquote" good.
What's your
standard is.
standard of good? And do
I
you
think GDP can be great for a society, but it's not the highest good of society,
Sure,
such
I agree
as
with that.
the social cohesion of society. That's more important than who's making fiat money.
Okay, what do you think is the role of the nation state? What should it
The
do?
nation state has the job and the duty to defend its people and to maintain a healthy society, to punish the wicked, and to reward virtue.
Sure, yeah, I would broadly agree. It's to keep its citizens safe, right? Okay, how does it do that at a
But
foreign
I
policy
said reward
level?
virtue and punish vice. So there's also necessarily an ethical component there.
Sure, that's
We would say the state is the executioner in many ways. They are the enforcers of morality. It has to be the state. It's not going to be the church, which is why I don't support like a theocracy, for example, is because there's different roles. One role of the state is to be the executioner, the enforcer of moral law. Maybe we derive our moral law from the church or from people in the church, but the actual enforcers and the people who carry out the law have to be part of the state, which you actually see in the crucifixion. The Jews don't persecute and kill Christ. It's actually the Romans, right? So the Romans are the ones who crucify him, and they make arguments about the Sabbath. But that's a good example of where this idea that there's different roles for the state and the church when it comes to morality. Anyway, that's not really related to their debate. I was just thinking, but anyway.
your claim.
Right, that's my worldview.
Yeah, I'm just engaging with it.
Right.
Okay, so then how does your nation state in your worldview protect itself from enemies?
It has a standing army.
Okay, and how does it fund that standing army?
Well, nations have gone into debt, or they have been prosperous and used their own treasuries, or they have raised money to go to war. So there's a lot of different ways that could happen.
Okay, and so what do you think is the right way to do that?
It's an oversimplification question because not everything in regard to warfare or history of civilizations is necessarily right or wrong. It's a question of what might be the best or the worst. So there can be scales. It's not
Would you
all
say
either
that
or.
there are some things that aren't moral necessarily, some of them are just pragmatic, and then there's some things that are moral?
Well, not really, because things that are quote unquote pragmatic relate to things that are moral. So if I'm pursuing a pragmatic goal like raising GDP for the well-being of a nation, underneath that is the moral claim that we ought have a stable society or we ought have a healthy nation state, right? So you can say it's only pragmatic, but it being pragmatic doesn't divorce it from the fact that underneath is a more foundational moral claim that it's relying on, right? Because I could just be an antinatalist, I could be someone who hates all of reality, and I could say, I reject your pragmatic claim because I think society should fall apart and everyone should die.
Everything could potentially be moral, but some things are pragmatic, sure.
Okay, that's basically what I've been saying.
Yeah,
So
but
we
you were
got there.
appealing to the good of a nation state.
You were, again, because you were using the word good in a way that I wasn't meaning it. And even though I clarified multiple times that I meant functional, and I even said, what word would you like me to use to
but
describe this
I
pragmatic
understand that
concept?
you think that saying that because it's functional, it removes the ethical domain, but it doesn't, is the point I'm trying to make.
What
Because the
language-
question that we're debating is whether feminism is good for society or not. That's
Sure.
an ethical, moral
Okay,
claim.
so going back to the chatter thing, how we have to agree about words, okay? You're now essentially assigning to me what good means, and it's
No.
obvious that I'm not
No, I'm doing
agreeing
an
with
internal critique is what I'm doing. You know what that
You're
is?
assigning to me.
Do you know what an internal critique is?
Tell me.
So I'm criticizing.
So she knows Heidegger, but she doesn't know what an internal critique is. It's just like pointing out contradictions and implications of your own system on its own rules. right? So I can say, under your own system, this would necessitate X, Y, Z, A, B, C things which are bad. Or I could say, under your own system, you undermine your own epistemology or your own moral system. There's contradictions in your own moral system according to its own rules. So it's just taking your system and then seeing what it does, if it creates contradictions or if it creates, as an implication, something horrible or something absurd or ridiculous, to criticize it, right? To dismantle it or to see if it's any good or not. But it's not involving Jay's system. It's just under your own rules. How does she not know what an internal critique is? That's kind of embarrassing.
Your position on its own grounds. That's an internal critique. That's what happens in debates.
Okay, what word would you like me to use when I am describing this non-moral functional element that is
The
about
one
nation
that
state?
makes a non-moral position makes sense of why feminism is a good for society.
We can get there, but again, we have to.
You're not going to get there.
Well, we can, but you're not even like, we're doing
Because-
chatter. We're literally,
No,
we're doing the thing I
at
asked
the
not
point
to do.
where you don't understand the issue. That's the
That's
point.
not true. All you've done at this point is just like, you've basically, you're just weaponizing
No, you
Yes.
admitted that the debate is about whether feminism is good for society. That's a moral, ethical domain right there.
Sure, there are some moral elements.
So when you make
and
arguments
some
about
functional
GDP,
arguments.
if it's not moral,
Right. So basically what he's saying is your argument is about a moral claim, which relates to the highest good. So there's only two options. Either your pragmatic GDP claim is moral, and that's how it relates to the moral claim that feminism is good, or it's irrelevant and it's a non sequitur. If it's just pragmatic, there's no moral component, then it's not relevant to the initial prompt of the debate, which is a moral feminism is good claim. So either it does relate because it is moral, or it's a non sequitur and it's irrelevant. So either GDP is irrelevant and it's a non sequitur to whether or not feminism is good, or it is a moral claim and there is something underlying the pragmatism, which is a moral relevance to the initial prompt.
then it's not relevant to the debate.
It's absolutely moral. What language would
It's
you like
moral?
to use?
Let's go
I
back
said
there.
Sure, there are some moral elements.
So when you make
and
arguments
some
about
functional
GDP,
arguments.
if it's not moral, then it's not relevant to the debate.
It's absolutely moral. What language would
It's
you like
moral?
to use? I said it's not. There is moral elements and there are some non-moral elements. GDP.
Is the debate today about something moral?
I don't know if I agreed to saying we're only going to talk about epistemics and morality. Good is
She's not even answering the question. Jay's saying, is the debate topic moral or not? And she won't even answer at this point. So she looks kind of retarded here, by the way. She looks like a frog. But yeah, so she's crashing out because she's not even... He just asked her a very basic question, which is the topic a moral one or is it not? Is feminism is good for society? Is that moral or is it immoral? Or amoral, sorry, not relating to morals. And she can't even answer it, so she's now spurging about something else. And this is good to recognize in your opponents, is eventually there becomes a point where your opponents are just kind of spurging out and they're not tracking with the debate anymore. They're now trying to talk about things you said 10 minutes ago. They're trying to clarify random things in their head that are not relevant to the debate. They eventually just start to crash out and not really make sense anymore. And what Jay's trying to do is he's trying to ask very basic questions to try to get her back on track with the debate, to start agreeing with some of the basic questions he's saying, obvious truisms. That's a great way to get someone back on track during a debate. If they're not making sense and they're just spurging down a rabbit hole, just espouse a truism, right? Is this a moral debate? Is feminism is good a moral claim? That's obviously true, but she's not even tracking with that. So she's completely off the rails at this point. And when someone does this, you got to try to like reel them back in with some obvious truths so that you can kind of get them back into reality out of spurgy cuckoo land.
again, this word that we're basically doing chatter around, where you're assigning a label to it, and I haven't agreed to it.
I'm trying to figure out your position on the good.
My position on the good is it's holistic. There are things that are good because it's functional, and there are things that it's good because it's moral, right?
Is the debate today, feminism, about the good of the moral for society?
It's about I guess I would like to
Yes.
make the case for both.
The answer. Okay. So
Functional
then
and
that
moral.
means that everything you've been saying for the last hour is wrong.
No, because I'm making a case for the functional element too.
But the fact that you're making the case for the functional element too doesn't matter if you're also talking about the moral.
You can make both arguments, and I would like
Correct.
to.
And the functional just relates to the moral through a different means. You're saying some things are pragmatic and some things are, I guess, overtly moral is what she's trying to say. So just because you draw these two categories, they're both related to the good at the end of the day. And they have to be relevant to the debate.
Engage in the first one.
Right, because the other one is the one I'm looking at, and that's the problem for you.
It's not the problem for me. The problem with this conversation is that essentially what you've done is you've assigned me a bunch of positions that I don't have.
No.
You've done a bunch of circle talk about words. You've done a couple of rhetorical.
Right, so Jay pointing out where her arguments and line of talking don't make sense is assigning positions to her. He's not assigning positions to her. He's pointing out that your arguments are incoherent because you won't even discuss or get into what the good is. You won't even acknowledge that that is a necessary component of the debate. And so she's like, you're assigning things that I didn't agree to. It's like, no, I'm walking your position through for you because you're so incompetent that you can't do it on your own. You can't realize that when you say feminism is good, that presupposes an ultimate good in your system. And we need to know what that is. We need to know what your foundation for the good is. What is the good? When you say feminism is good, what is the good? Like if I say being a strong, healthy sprinter is good, that presupposes that it's good for what? For winning a race, for winning the tournament, right? So there's an ultimate good in that system when I say being a big, strong, healthy sprinter, eating a healthy breakfast, getting enough sleep that night, the night before, is good. And she just doesn't realize that. Jay's not assigning positions to you. He's walking your argument out to show why it's either stupid or it needs further grounding on what the good is because you're too dumb to figure it out yourself.
Flashbangs. And now we're stuck in the situation where we can't actually talk about the
Only flashbang is Jay pointing out that your system needs a foundation for its ethical claims. That's the only flashbang Jay's pointing out is you're making ethical claims. She's saying, no, I'm making functional claims. Okay, well, functional claims have to relate somehow still to morals. Because otherwise, what's it functional for? Right? So he's just asking for ethical foundations for her system. And she thinks that's flashbangs. It's like, okay.
ideas, which is unfortunate because I was really looking forward.
You're chasing. You're like one foot is nailed, and then the other one is going in a circle, like a you're like a cartoon character running in a circle.
If you want to like throw Agrippa's trilemma at me, you can, but I can throw it at you too. And if we do that, then there's no point. We're at an impasse.
So she's referencing another obscure philosophical principle, and it's really rude, guys, to just throw fancy words that a normal person isn't going to know and just be like, yeah, but you violate the quantum flux principle, so you're going to lose. It's like, I shouldn't have to ask you what the quantum flux principle is. You should, if you're going to bring it up, you're the asshole, you're bringing it up, you're involving this new terminology in a debate. You should have the basic courtesy of explaining to people these obscure words that you're using, right? Like if you're going to be an asshole and you're going to involve new terminology that 99% of people have no clue what you're talking about, then at least have the courtesy to explain what you mean when you use these obscure words, right? Don't make me come over and ask what you mean by obscure words. Have the courtesy to explain what you mean, or just avoid big fancy words because they just obfuscate away from the discussion, because now we have to talk about these fucking words you're using. We have to pick apart the meaning of these complicated words when you could have just simplified your language and made your point that way, right? So it's intentionally obstructive. It's a deflection away from the actual debate by breaking down terminology instead of having a debate. And it's rude because you're now you're basically forcing me to ask you what these words mean, and it's kind of rude if you're the one bringing this random terminology into the debate. You really couldn't have used any other word other than this obscure philosophical idea. Like, Heidegger's chatter is not relevant. You could have just said equivocation. Everyone knows what equivocating on words means. Everybody knows what, like, different meanings of words mean. That you didn't need to involve this obscure Heidegger concept.
What do you think is good?
The good ultimately relates to God, the highest good.
Okay, the highest good. So is GDP in direction of that or not?
All things that exist are good in some way, and in some way relate to morals. But I do not believe that the GDP is the highest good for society.
Okay, what is the highest good for society?
The health and
Spiritual health, I'd say spiritual, right? But we could also argue the physical, mental, and spiritual health of the people of that society. And we could argue long-term stability. So the flourishing of the humans within that society across all three dimensions, mental, physical, spiritual. And I would argue spiritual is the most important, so you could prioritize that over the physical and mental. But it's a holistic thing too, right? Like, if you are spiritually ill, you're going to be fat. If you are spiritually fucked, you're going to have mental illness, right? That's why we see with the erasure of God from society, people are not just spiritually fucked, they're also fat and ugly and nasty looking, and they're mentally ill. So, but if we had to, I would say the spiritual one would be at the top.
flourishing of the society, which has to exist within some kind of patriarchal norm. That's the only way that it can function.
Gotcha.
And the ones that don't, they dysfunction.
Okay. And so in your mind, does GDP contribute to any of that?
It's just one component of life, just like, I don't know, the size of the nation's landmass is one component.
Sure. I would agree with that.
But it's not the highest good.
Okay. Gotcha.
So what's the argument that feminism is good for society?
Feminism is good for society at a functional level because it increases innovator scale. I also think it's the right thing to do.
It's not even, now she's saying it's the right thing to do. Okay, so now she's making a moral claim. So she spent a fucking half hour dodging moral claims. Now she's saying it's the right thing to do. You fucking piece of shit. She just spent this stupid broad, like, she spent half an hour dodging Jay, trying to pin her that she was making a moral claim. He's saying, you're making a moral claim. She's like, no, I'm making a functional claim. He's like, no, a functional claim is still a moral claim at the end of the day. No, it isn't. No. I chatter. And then she, 2 minutes later, says, actually, I think it's the right thing to do. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck. This would be so annoying.
That's moral oughts.
Yep. I'm giving you a moral claim now.
Okay. Thank
She admits, too, this fucking piece of shit. Nah, I'm making a moral claim. Like, this fucking gremlin. This disgusting. Look at her face, bro. This is a disgusting, creepy. Look at this creepy frog person. Like, this is not a real human being. Look at this face. Like, imagine marrying this face. This is disgusting, right? Like, look at this disgusting, creepy frog, non-human troll that crawled out of a sewer somewhere. Like, fuck, gross.
Thank you. And why is it right for society?
It is right for society because I think in general we should try to treat others well, and I think limiting people's opportunity by force.
So this is retarded, right? So feminism equals treating others well. So hyper simplistic. Also no grounding for that claim that we should treat others well. Also hyper ambiguous, like the most ambiguous thing you could say on the planet. Treat others well. What the fuck does that even mean? What the fuck does that mean? Treat others well. Like, useless leftist debaters. If you're going to make a claim... Oh, that's my cat. If you're going to make a claim and you're going to be like, treat others well, that requires so much unpacking, it's absurd. Like, you're not helping the discussion at all. You're not providing any useful grounding or argumentation at all when you say, treat others well. What the fuck does that even mean? Because now we have to have an entire debate about what treating others well even means. What does well mean? Doesn't well presuppose a moral foundation about how people are supposed to be treated? Right? What if the well way to treat women is to make them mothers and make them submit to their husbands? What if that's what's needed for treating others well? What if the way to treat men well is to let them have positions of authority and responsibility in society? So it's begging the question. It's hyper ambiguous. It does zero argumentative work. It's useless. And that's what all you get from these leftist people is they just dismantle the conversation by providing useless statements like that. And look at Jay. He's like struggling. He's like cringing, right? Because it's just a non-statement. It means nothing. It's hyper ambiguous. And it's begging the question because what does treat people well even mean? What if treating people well means assigning them their natural roles, which is authority for the man and submission for the woman? What if that's how you treat people well? So this is stupid.
Is bad for them. I don't think God.
And now she's finishing with that. Like, she's not going to explain that at all. She's not going to explain what she meant. So she's going to yap about chatter, but she's going to rely on these hyper simplistic 2-sentence fragment, hyper ambiguous statements like we should treat each other well and bring that to a debate like it's conclusive and then end it with a period and then go, yeah, okay, what do you think of that? It's like, you useless piece of shit. That means nothing. That's a empty statement.
Who wants that?
Okay. What God?
The Christian one.
Okay. Where does he talk about this?
Forcing people to do things?
No, this idea of what the good is for society, because we have a lot of historical Christian societies.
Sure.
Were any of them feminist?
No, but I don't think in general that God advocates really strongly for a political system.
Really?
It's not true, actually. There's good evidence that the implication of Christianity is actually Christian monarchy. Let's see if Jay gets into that.
No.
What about when Israel was organized? Was that a political system? What did they have?
In 1948?
No, in the Old Testament.
In the Old Testament. Was it? It was a political society.
Also, is she retarded? Does she think that the Bible is going to mention the 1948 modern state of Israel? Like, what a fucking dumb broad, right? Do you mean the Old Testament Israel, or do you mean the 1948 Israel? Yes, we mean the 1948 Israel. Yes, the Bible talking about the modern nation state of Israel in the Middle East in the year 1948. Yes, because the Bible talks about that Israel so many times, right?
How was it organized?
I'm not a Jew.
What does that have to do with whether it was organized in a certain way or not?
It has nothing to do with my claim.
What does the Old Testament say about how God organized that society?
He gave them prescriptions about how to run their life from Moses.
How was that society organized?
It was organized, I believe,
with a king and a high priest, right? So this is dumb, right? There was a king, King Solomon, for example. You know about King Solomon. King David. Come on, guys, like, basic. So she claims to be a Christian. She doesn't even know what the political structure of Israel in the Old Testament was. Very embarrassing.
a patriarchal society with matrilineal
correct.
heritage.
And it was a monarchy,
Yes.
a male monarchy.
Yep.
Okay. So in that regard, God was not feminist, right?
I've never said that God was feminist.
Well, I'm asking if there's a history example of where God organized a feminist society.
I mean, it's interesting because when you look at like ancient Judeo history, if you're not being presentist, it was like insanely progressive compared to like the pagans around them, like the Assyrians and Babylonians.
That's not what I'm asking.
Well, it is what you're asking.
You're calling
right?
it progressive.
So yeah, she's just saying, well, okay, but these societies were progressive. No, they weren't. The way so once again, she's weaponizing chatter again, right? So funny. She keeps bringing up equivocation. She started this whole debate with equivocation, and then she's relying on the word progressive, which obviously has different meanings, right? Like, so progressive today means being queer and being multiracial and being open to sexual degeneracy of all kinds, and feminist and egalitarian and all this stuff, and no monarchies, no kings, you know, democracy, all that. That's what progressive means today when people think progressive. And she's saying that, well, the people back then are progressive relative to the Assyrians and the Babylonians that were around them, right? So she's relying on this word progressive, which means completely different things if you're comparing the modern day usage of progressive versus relative progressiveness compared to society. So we could even agree that Israel was more progressive than the Assyrians, but none of them were feminist, right? None of them were liberal. You're like comparing which one was doing more child sacrifice, which one was more bloody and pagan, right? That's so it's not even appropriate to use the word progressive there, because we're comparing primitive, like 3,000 years ago societies that all had monarchies and patriarchies, right? Which is the thing in question.
Progressive, and I would just say it's healthy. So the fact that they,
Sure,
had,
yeah,
the
like
ten,
God,
they had the Ten
God
Commandments.
seemed to advocate to some degree for a better treatment of women than any other society
I
around
agree.
them.
But that's not feminism.
To some degree, you could argue that it is if you agree with my definition, which is like the empowerment.
Well, but your
and
definition is so
promotion of
elastic
femininity.
and broad that it could be anything
But you agreed
except
to
for
it.
what my position is. No, I don't, because I'm not.
She didn't. He never agreed to it. We can run the clip back. Where will we at? 33, 32. Let's go find it. I don't think he ever actually agreed to it. Let's go find it. Equal opportunity, the benefit of GDP, moral is GDP, meaning of good, are met by defining terms.
And again, there can be a shared situation here together. So there's roles. And it's work, but it's sort of
A monopoly of hard and soft power, mostly and areas of
difficult that you want.
hierarchical structure,
That's
women, empowerment of women, and promotion of femininity. Do you agree with that, or do you have a very different definition? Hierarchical structure where
that's
men tend to mostly occupy positions
That's
of
fine.
power.
Sure.
Okay. Feminism, I define it as the empowerment of women and promotion of femininity. Do you agree with that, or do you have a very different definition of feminism?
I think of it as something necessarily tied to revolution, and I think when you say the word empowerment, it's also ambiguous because that could be a lot of things in different contexts. So I don't know what you think empowerment is.
Okay, so by empowerment, what I mean is typically going to be, I'm a very big freedom of opportunity person, liberal, guilty as charged. So empowerment would be eroding any obstacles to disadvantages or inabilities to take opportunities that other people would have. That would be one way of empowering someone.
So, for example, there was a TED Talk about 10 years ago, and one of the ladies who was a diehard sort of CEO out of the academic world, she went into.
So notice that Jay never agreed to it. So he agreed to her definition of patriarchy, which is soft power, monopoly of soft power, hard power. He never agreed to her definition of feminism. So Erudite is just factually wrong when she says over here, they spiral into discussion from here. Jay never agreed to this extremely elastic, ambiguous definition. And if we go back to 33, let me go find it. So if we go back here, he actually never agreed to the definition. So she's holding him to a definition. And I was right. I was right because this is what liberals do, is leftists do, is they define these ambiguous terms, which are non-exhaustive. They're maybe the spirit of something without acknowledging any of the other elements of the definition, like its historical reality, its thinkers, what they thought. So they use these ambiguous definitions and then they hold you to them and they say, yeah, but you agree to my definition, so it's like, well, it's not an exhaustive definition, right? So it's a hyper ambiguous thing, and we see Erudite right here. That's exactly what she did. She uses this vague definition and then tries to weaponize it by holding Jay to it and not allowing him to tag on any other meaning to the word feminism after the fact. That's the problem with definitions, is definitions are non-exhaustive. So I can say generally what a term might kind of vaguely mean, but maybe there needs to be more discussion, more historical analysis on the realities of what feminism did and didn't do, right? So you can't just then say, well, you agree to this definition, so you're not allowed to discuss the meaning of feminism anymore, because ultimately, because definitions are non-exhaustive, they might demand more investigation, more historical, real-world analysis by people who are feminists and analyzing what they say to understand, more broadly, more things about feminism. And it's a very slimy leftist move, is create a super concise, very vague definition of a word and then not allow you to discuss realities outside of this hyper-specific definition. It's hyper-specific, but it's also very vague, right? Or I should say hyper-concise, but very vague. So, but keep in mind, she's actually just factually incorrect here. She has a shit memory, probably because all of the LSD she's been doing. And she's just factually incorrect because Jay never agreed to her definition of feminism.
Than any other society
I
around
agree.
them.
But that's not feminism.
To some degree, you could argue that it is if you agree with my definition, which is like the empowerment.
Well, but your definition is so
promotion of
elastic
femininity.
and broad that it could be anything
But you agreed
except
to
for
it.
what my position is. No, I don't, because I'm not agreeing that Old Testament patriarchal society is feminist. You just admitted it's.
So yeah, she's just wrong there. He never agreed to her definition of feminism. Incorrect. Erudite has shit memory because of her continual drug usage. So L Erudite, just factually incorrect.
Not.
If you're not agreeing, why did we even define the words at the beginning?
Can
if
you
now you're
name a
just rejecting
feminist
them?
society
I'm not
that
interested
God
to.
advocated?
I'm not interested to.
You appealed to God.
Yeah, I think
Also, you being not interested to doesn't justify you saying no, right? So this is what happens is you want to talk about history and reality, the evidence. You have all these atheists yapping about evidence, all these leftists yapping about evidence. As soon as you say, okay, let's find evidence of feminism, oh, I don't want to. It's like, okay, well, that's not a good reason to avoid the topic. It's just you want to avoid historical reality. That's not a good reason to opt out of the discussion, right? That's just running away from the debate. If she said that's not relevant because XYZ, okay, different. But she didn't say it wasn't relevant. She said, I personally don't want to. That's not a reason.
it's a good thing to treat women well.
Did God ever? That's not feminism. Now you're equivocating.
I'm not equivocating.
Yes, you are.
How am I equivocating?
You're changing moving the goalposts as to what feminism is.
That's a completely different fallacy.
If God
So am I
has,
equivocating or am I moving? Hold on, am I equivocating or am I moving the goal?
Yeah, well, you are. It's both because you're equivocating on the word feminism by moving the goalposts. So she's stupid, low IQ woman, obviously, right? Equivocating is using a different definition for words. Let's go find the formal definition, guys. Has to do with the definition of words. The use of ambiguous language to conceal the truth or to avoid committing oneself. Typically relates to definitions where you have words that the double meaning of a word, a fallacy depending on the double meaning of a word, an argument that uses one word to mean two different things. So she is equivocating because her initial definition that she proposed was empowering women. Now suddenly feminism means treating women well. So she's equivocating upon her own definition of feminism. So she's dumb, she's low IQ, she doesn't know that you are actually equivocating and you're weaponizing ambiguity. It's a both and.
Goalpost now.
It's both.
It's
You're
both.
equivocating.
So thank you, Jay. Jay's actually has the necessary prerequisite intelligence to do this debate. It's both. She's equivocating on her own definition, and she's moving the goalpost of her own definition. That's how she's equivocating. The moving the goalpost is the mechanism of the equivocation. There you go.
Equivocating on the word and moving the goalpost to make your position work. So if there's no feminist,
not what
if there's no
equivocating
feminist equivocating on the word,
That's not what equivocating means.
I know what equivocation means. Yes, it does. It means that two different understandings of a word. You're equivocating on the word.
Okay.
Feminism, and you're defining to say that if God.
Notice she just admitted she was basically wrong there. She stopped. She said, oh, okay. So very nice concession there, and I would rub that in. If I was Jay, I'd be like, oh, thank you. You admit you're wrong.
In the Old Testament gives women rights, that's feminism. That's not what feminism is. Feminism is a modern movement, post-revolutionary
Then why
philosophy.
did you agree to my definition of feminism?
Because it's so broad.
He didn't. I don't know why Jay's losing his memory too. I guess Jay's getting old. He never did. He never agreed to her definition. And let's say he accidentally did. Let's say I was Jay and I had stupidly agreed to her definition. I could simply say, well, definitions are non-exhaustive. And we can agree that very broadly in like one or two sentences, the general idea of feminism that the definition conveys, that's not the totality of what feminism is. That's just a very broad introduction of what feminism is. Obviously, an introduction is not the entire thing, right? We would admit that an introduction is not the totality of what a subject or an essay or a thesis is, right? The introduction is not the entirety of the thesis. So you can't say, well, you agreed to the introduction, you're not allowed to go into further discussion of the thesis. You're not allowed to go to paragraph 3 or 4 because you agreed to the definition. Well, I agree to it as a introduction. I don't agree to it as the entirety of the thesis. Obviously, you need to go beyond just the introduction of an essay to do further analysis. Obviously. Right? So this is just thinking that definitions are exhaustive, and assenting to a definition therefore means that we are not permitted to engage in further discussion beyond the assented definition, which is false.
Oh, that's fine if you want to defend that against patriarchy, but I'm arguing patriarchy against feminism.
So
and
all
what
you're
you
doing
appeal
now
to
is moving the goalpost by originally agreeing to a
no.
definition of feminism, and now you're saying that can't work anymore because it's defeating my argument?
The Old Testament God and the New Testament God are the same God, and they never institute a feminist society. And women's rights are being made in the image of God, that women are protected now in that status.
What do you mean by
is
a
not
feminist
feminism.
society? What do you mean by a feminist society?
A matriarchal society
I'm not
or
advocating
a
for that.
non-patriarchal society.
I've never advocated for either of these things.
Okay, but feminism.
So you're not against a non-patriarchal society, then your definition is stupid. So your definition is gay, right? So all this really boils down to is Erudite's definition is so elastic and so meaningless that she's basically saying and admitting right now that I'm not arguing against patriarchy. Okay, then your definition of feminism is fucked. It's a stupid definition, because anyone who's a feminist is going to admit that dismantling patriarchy is like an essential core element of feminism. So if you're not arguing against patriarchy, then you're not adequately representing the feminist position, and you're using a definition that is insufficient. So all this proves, Erudite, is that your definition is stupid, and it doesn't represent what feminism actually is.
Has never been a societal goal in the Old Testament or the New Testament or the history of any Christian society.
Again,
so you have
I
no
haven't
examples of
advocated.
this.
I haven't advocated for any of these things. I don't need
You
to.
appealed to God as your standard of the ought and the right, the moral right.
Yeah, it's a
right?
moral thing to treat
Correct.
women well.
And then I said, give me the examples of where that God ever instituted anything like what you're talking about in terms of feminism, and there's not. There's not.
There is, according to the definition you agreed to.
No,
on
there's
feminism.
not.
Yeah, the empowerment and promotion of femininity. Judaism.
That is not what is happening in the Old Testament.
Judaism
That
is
is not.
the most progressive approach to femininity of all.
And that's moving the goalposts. So now you're saying to prove evidence of feminism in history, I just have to find a progressive society. First of all, by what standard are we calling it progressive? That's using a vague equivocational term like progressive. You can't use progressive on ancient societies. It doesn't work, because they're completely different than what progressive means in the modern day. That word isn't going to apply to ancient Jewish society, right? Obviously. And the problem is you're actually now moving the goalpost, Erudite, because first you had to prove that we have evidence of God supporting or instituting feminism to defend your claim that feminism is good, which is what you said. You said, I'm making a moral claim now, feminism is good. You made a disgusting frog face. And then to evidence that, you said, well, God supports feminism. But now you move the goalpost because you said, well, I just have to find a society that's more progressive. So that's moving the goalpost, because it was supposed to be finding a feminist society. Now it's about Israel being progressive. Okay, how does that relate to feminism? Finding something that's quote unquote progressive. So it went from feminism to Israel's a bit more progressive than the other societies around it. That is moving the goalpost. That is the most obvious, blatant example of moving the goalpost that I've ever heard. Right? Because what does it being progressive have to do with anything? It being slightly more progressive than the other societies around it have to do with anything. That's moving the goalpost. Now it's about being progressive, not about feminism.
Of the
Modern rabbinic Judaism is not the same thing as what's in the Mosaic Law.
You asked for Old Testament examples, which I just gave you one.
That's not rabbinic Judaism. You admitted that it's a patriarchal society that's a monarchy.
What do you mean it's not rabbinic? You don't think Old Testament Judeo
No, it's not.
It's not
different.
rabbinic. What are you talking?
So she's stupid. She doesn't even know what rabbinic Judaism is. Rabbinic Judaism is Second Temple. Let me double check. Second Temple. So it's after the destruction of the temple in 70 AD. Let's go find it, guys. I just don't want to say anything stupid. Yes. Okay, so I'm right. Is the form of Judaism that developed after the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 AD. I was right. Okay, and became the foundation of modern Jewish practice. It replaced temple worship with a system centered on the Torah, and then they also generated the Talmud by combining texts over time, which happened in the year around 450. Talmud when? 450. Mishnah, yep. Completed around 400, and the Babylonian was in 500. So, yep. Okay, I'm right. So she's dumb, and she doesn't even know. I just want to make sure I wasn't saying wrong things, because I actually care about my integrity when I say things. She didn't even know what Rabbinic Judaism was. Like, this is how low IQ she is. She doesn't even know that the modern day Judaism that's practiced by modern day Jews is not the same religion that the Jews in the Old Testament engaged in. She doesn't even know that. She thinks that the word Jew in the modern day means the same thing that it means in the Old Testament, which is word concept fallacy, which is chatter. So once again, she's misunderstanding the meaning of words. So funny, she brought up this word chatter in the very, very beginning, and she doesn't know that you're engaging in it because you don't know that the word Jew in the modern day means Rabbinic Judaism. It does not mean the same thing that was meant in the Old Testament when they say Jew. That refers to a completely different religious system, and Jay was explaining exactly how. They have different scripture, they have different prescriptions, they have different ideals. So this is absurd.
About.
It's not the same thing as
you
Rabbinic
don't think
Judaism.
that the 1200 BC society that was erected by King David wasn't a rabbinic society?
Rabbinic Judaism comes up.
Also, once again, she's equivocating on the word rabbinic. So Rabbinic Judaism is not the same thing as rabbinic in a adjective way, like having rabbi, right? That's completely different. That'd be like me saying the theory of relativity versus something being relative. That's completely different. That'd be like me being a coherentist and then arguing for something being coherent, right? Just because I think that maybe ideas need a foundation, does that make me a foundationalist? No. So Rabbinic Judaism as a system, as a religion, is not the same thing as Judaism having rabbi in it or having rabbinic elements. That's completely different. So she's equivocating again for like the 100th time on the meaning of words. She doesn't know that rabbinic as an adjective is different from Rabbinic Judaism, which is a system. That is a specific meaning. It doesn't just mean Jews that happen to be rabbinic. That means an entire system with different beliefs, different history, different prayer, different liturgy, etc.
Out of the 4th and 5th century when the Babylonian Talmud is collected and collated.
So you don't think that the Old Testament
is not rabbinic? No.
Okay.
Yeah, it just isn't. You don't know what Rabbinic Judaism means. It means a specific thing. It doesn't mean Old Testament Judaism. Those are explicit, exclusive terms. She just didn't know that. Just admit you didn't know that.
And it's patriarchal. So even if it was rabbinic, it wouldn't repeat
it.
Then there's no examples of what you're talking about.
Well, the issue for me is that what you're doing is you're creating a false dichotomy.
So she went into this saying, well, I believe in divine command theory. I think God supports feminism. He said, oh, give me an example. She said, well, there were ancient Babylonian societies were more progressive than the Assyrians around them or something. She said that like the societies in the Old Testament were relatively more progressive, and that's somehow proof of feminism. Obviously not, because they were all patriarchies, right? So this is dumb.
You're pretending like
So I would just say, if I was Jay, I'd be like, so that entire line of argumentation just completely fell apart. You tried to argue from scripture or from divine command theory that God is supporting feminism, that is good. That completely fell apart, completely. She just completely gave up on that. She got completely destroyed. And now she's pivoting, right? This whole new thing she's doing right now, this is a pivot. You should learn to recognize these things in a debate. She's just pivoting right now. She's now saying, well, okay, but the problem is, I think that she's going down a completely different route now. So Let's see this pivot, this beautiful pivot she's going to try to do to avoid the fact that she just got demolished, stonewalled. Let's see it.
Patriarchy and feminism.
Even if it was rabbinic, it wouldn't repeat. Then there's no examples of what you're talking about.
Well, the issue for me is that what you're doing is you're creating a false dichotomy. You're pretending like patriarchy and feminism can't coexist at the same time.
Correct, they cannot.
Of course they can. We live in one.
Being feminine is not the same thing as the movement of feminism.
I didn't say that it is. I said that we are.
You said that femininity is promoted in the Old Testament, and you used that as a way to prove your position.
I said it empowered women and it promoted femininity. It empowered women by creating matrilineal lines of inheritance, and it promoted femininity by making a whole bunch of female figures be viewed as these like incredible characters to like look up to, like Ruth and Deborah and stuff like that.
Okay, well, there's
which, according to the definition you agreed to on feminism, would be feminism.
Never agreed on that definition, so this is just erudite being stupid. Either that, or she's already. My guess is that she honestly probably doesn't even care. She simply she premeditated this strategy where I'm going to use a definition. I'm going to trap and hold him to this vague definition, and then I'm going to make a bunch of arguments from trapping him to this definition, right? But actually, Jay never agreed to that definition, so she's trying to quote-unquote trap him, which is already a dishonest move. Like, even if he agreed to the definition, you can't trap him and hold him to this silly definition because it's not exhaustive. It doesn't mean anything. And it's ambiguous language. And it relies on equivocation. So there's like 5 reasons why this technique doesn't work. But he didn't even agree to it in the first place. So your trap didn't even work. Like, your trap was shitty. If someone fell in your trap, it's a shitty trap. It wouldn't have worked. Because it's like not even, the trap wasn't even built properly. There's no dripstone at the bottom. You know, there's no armor stands. There's no crafting tables. It's just like, there's nothing there. It's just a pit that they can mine out of. It's just like a shitty trap, right? But not only that, Jay didn't even walk in the trap. She's just wrong. Jay never agreed to the definition. I ran back through the tape. He never agreed to it. He agreed to patriarchy, but he never agreed to her definition of feminism. So her trap doesn't even work in principle because he didn't even fucking agree to the definition. So she's hallucinating reality like this crazy psycho bitch.
Then it wasn't, quote, progressive according to your view because other societies worship the goddess, and that would be more progressive than what you said.
If you want, we can go back an hour and we can redo chatter and you can make a new definition for feminism that you like more so that you can apply it more narrowly if you'd like.
You have moved the goalpost.
I have not. I wrote it down.
Feminism is.
I wrote it down
to be
and you agreed to it.
Anything that. So is the goddess feminism?
I don't know what the
is goddess worship in the ancient pagan world, is that feminism?
It might be.
Okay,
I'm not
thank
sure.
you.
I don't know anything
so your
about.
View,
well, hold on.
So your position is so elastic that it could encompass any possible position.
Then why did you agree to it?
It's unfault because the way you framed it was anti-patriarchy, and I'm fine with that.
I didn't frame it that way.
Yes, you did.
I did not frame it that way.
The terms of this debate
if you want to go back an hour,
is feminism good or is patriarchy good?
I wrote it down. Do you want to go back an hour? The fact that you wrote it.
That's also a dumb argument. You wrote it down, so what? I wrote it down. It's like, gee, you got me, right? Like, I don't know what that's supposed to prove in a debate that you wrote something down. Like, what did you write down? You wrote down your shitty definition, yeah. And Jay's saying that definition you wrote down is stupid. I don't care if it's written down.
Down just means that you misunderstand what you wrote down.
No,
that's even dumber.
The issue. I
mean, that's a good point. Yeah, if you wrote it down and yet you still misunderstand it, you don't see the problem with the thing you wrote down, even though it's written down right in front of you. So now she's looking at it. She's actually reading it because she didn't do that before. Look how frumpy her shoulders are, by the way. Like, look how kind of fat her shoulder line is here. She has kind of like a fat little flabby shoulder, right? You can kind of see there's zero definition on that shoulder. It just kind of like rolls from her arm into her shoulder. It's kind of gross. Not very good posture.
Rather than you just being bad faith for no reason.
No, this is good. You didn't even know what an internal critique is. So I'm not being bad faith. I've been debating for 25 years. It's not bad faith.
It's completely fine to know what terms are, right?
Sure, but in terms of debate, that's like 101, knowing what an internal critique is.
I understand what like consistency checks are. I just didn't use the language internal critique, right? So if we want to go back an hour, you agreed to this idea of chatter, right? How we want to define concepts, agree to them so that we can talk about
Women
ideas.
prattle or chatter?
That's pretty good. Good one. Good one, Jay. That's pretty funny.
Just kidding. Go ahead.
So if you agree to that,
Okay, so he's put on the glasses. That's pretty much means debate's over. So there's no more debate. My guess is Jay's going to go into comedian mode. He's going to start being funny. He's going to start making fun of her. There's going to be a lot more energy in the room. Maybe he's going to start speaking loudly, right? Making fun of her. Some jabs, some rhetoric. Because, yeah, at this point, she's been so thoroughly dismantled that she can't even get past understanding basic ethical principles, like we need to know what the good is in your system. She doesn't know what equivocation means. She doesn't understand how definitions work because she's using a hyperelastic, ambiguous, vague definition and then trying to trap him with it. It's just, she's kind of ousted herself as being an idiot. And so Jay is kind of like, you're not serious. So I'm not going to be serious either. I'm going to put on my sunglasses and I'm going to have some fun.
And then you agree to the terms. You can change them later. I'm just going to be good faith. You can change them later if you want to. Let's just go back.
Okay, Erudite, you're retarded because it's not good faith to trap someone with a definition and then try to hold them to it. You agreed to my definition. Your definition is one sentence. It's like empowering femininity and empowering women and promoting femininity. That's a non sequitur definition. That means nothing. That's an empty, vacuous, vague, ambiguous definition. And it clarifies nothing. So it's a defunct definition that you tried to trap Jay with. You said, but you agreed to it. I have it written down. So you're not good faith, Erudite. You just tried to trap him with a definition. A shitty definition, mind you. So don't pretend like I'm the good faith one here. You just tried to trap somebody with a very vague, shitty definition. And you did a bunch of equivocation throughout the whole debate. So don't pretend like you're the good faith individual. This is like total wolf in sheep's clothing type debate. So I don't know how anyone can't see this, right? Like, this is super obvious that Erudite is not the good faith person in this room. And anybody who has to frame it like, well, I'm just being good faith and you're bad faith, Jay. And I'm just trying to be good faith. I'll let you, redefine terms if you like. It's like, okay, you're clearly a snake, right? Like, obviously.
To the terms again and narrow it down to what we can agree to of what feminism and patriarchy means. Because now, you're doing
I gave a very precise definition for patriarchy, right?
Sure, I did
And you
too.
gave a very loose definition as to what you think feminism is, which could encompass conceivably anything that helps women. And that's an ambiguity fallacy.
Then provide a different definition. Don't agree.
So notice how she didn't even refute Jay. She's not like, yeah, no, Jay, you're wrong. Or Jay, no, you misunderstand. He said, your definition is hyperelastic, like your puniti, and it's ambiguous, and it could conceive anything. That's not a good faith thing to do, Erudite, is use and weaponize ambiguity in your definitions, right? That's not good faith. And see how she didn't even disagree. She just said, okay, then you define it. Okay, well, basically what's implicit is if you're not disagreeing with my critique and you're just going to pivot to me defining it now, you're basically just admitting that you were being dishonest. You're basically admitting what Jay was saying. If you have nothing to say against it, if you're not going to be like, actually, Jay, you're wrong. You misunderstand because X, Y, Z, ABC. It's not ambiguous because blah, blah, blah. She's just basically admitted that she was dishonest the whole time. She's admitting what Jay just said there by not resisting it, not opposing it, not contrasting or contradicting it, or saying something in opposition, right? She's just basically agreeing. She's like, okay, then you define it. Okay, so I'm right then. You did just try to weaponize this shitty definition against me, and you're not a good faith debater.
Agree to it.
In my opening statement, I said that I believe feminism is a revolutionary philosophy that destroys society. It was brought about to change society in toto and ultimately to serve into oligarchical designs and people who, and I gave sources. You can read the Rockefeller's authorized biography. They have a whole discussion of Abby Rockefeller funding third wave feminism in Cell 16.
Sorry, how is this not just as ambiguous as the one? It's just a revolutionary
Just as ambiguous.
system?
I'm literally giving you the.
So she doesn't understand the difference between ambiguity and conciseness. So something being concise or short is not the same thing as ambiguity, right? So I can have a very short, concise statement. I think feminism is about female empowerment. That's very concise. It's a single sentence. The meaning is very concise, that doesn't make it clear. That doesn't make it that doesn't remove ambiguity from it, because it's ambiguous, because what female empowerment is, or what empowerment means, is ambiguous. We don't know what that means specifically. So Jay's pointing out to historical realities. He's giving sources and citations. He's giving evidence based in reality and in history. He's looking at motives. He's looking at the telos, the end goal, the motives for these ideas. And maybe that requires, more specifics. Maybe he needs to talk about it more. That doesn't mean that it's ambiguous, right? Just because he's saying a bunch of things and it's not a simple sentence, just because it's a paragraph, does not mean that it's ambiguous. So it's kind of a misunderstanding on Erudite's side. She thinks that a definition has to be one or two sentences and has to be hypersimplistic for it to be clear, or for it to lack ambiguity. That's not how definitions work, right? By her logic, she would say any scientific paper or any essay that is longer than two sentences is ambiguous. It's obviously not true, right? There's plenty of elucidating, meaningful, concise, powerful, potent, non-ambiguous articles and scientific papers that are longer than two sentences that discuss terms, and they can be clear, they can be valid definitions, they can be valid discussions, analysis, even though they're not two sentences, right? So this is just Erudite being low IQ. She thinks that clarity equals a dictionary definition, and that anything that's not a dictionary definition on the Merriam-Webster is ambiguous. So she doesn't understand.
People who funded it and the actual names of the people, like Cell 16.
I don't know why you're appealing to. I don't know why you're appealing to authority right now. None of this matters.
Right. So Jay's pointing out specific names, specific philosophers. He's relating it to specific movements like the French Revolution, the Rockefeller Foundation, relating it to America. He's giving it historical grounding and relevance, and she's saying that's ambiguity, which just proves that the leftist paradigm doesn't understand how to do argumentation, doesn't understand words. They want like a super concise, axiomatic definition in the void, just like a principle in the void, just a set of words. He's like, no, I'm actually going to give you the historical evidence. I'm actually going to relate it to things in reality. I'm going to give names and sources and books and people. And she's saying that's ambiguous. So you see what I mean? Like what it really reflects in my mind is that the leftist paradigm avoids reality, it avoids history, it avoids names, people, places, dollar signs. It's divorced from reality, and it thinks that when you talk about things that are historically, personally relevant, that's somehow ambiguity, because they want everything to be a series of moral axioms in the void. They want a bunch of rational principles. And if it's not that, and if it's not something you can write on a piece of paper in one sentence, then it's ambiguous. But it's obviously not, because anything you write on a piece of paper in one sentence is going to necessarily use words which have loaded meaning and have greater meaning that really needs to be expanded upon to derive clarity and meaning. So female empowerment doesn't mean anything on its own. It doesn't actually tell us anything about what that definition means on its own. We need to discuss what female empowerment means. And the way you would do that is you would tie it to historical events, you would tie it to names of people, you would give primary sources, you would cite what they say, see its relevance in our country or in reality in the world at large. That's actually how you would ground the term female empowerment. And that's what Jay does with his definition of feminism. And she doesn't realize that that's the actual academic proper way for you to use definitions and provide clarity, not rationalist principles in one or two sentences in the void. This is just a fundamental, uneducated misunderstanding on Erudite's part.
No,
I'm
that's
asking
not
for
an
a
authority.
definition.
That's the people involved. It's not an authority
You-
appeal.
Yeah, if the people
don't know what
who
an
you
authority
think
appeal is.
funded them is an authority for the
I gave
definition
the
of
people
feminism,
involved, like Abby Rockefeller,
that
who
would
was
be an
herself.
authority.
No, it's not.
Then why are you citing them?
It's a person who's in the movement. It's not just the funder.
Yeah, you're appealing.
No, it's not an authority, because we're not just listening to whatever she says. We're looking at the people relevant to the movement. So it's grounding it in reality, because we're looking at the people who are involved and what they thought, what their motives were, what money they got, what they thought, expanding upon their statements, their quotes. That's not an authority appeal. We're not saying, oh, whatever Abby Rockefeller says, we listen to her. Just de facto listen to whatever she says. Whatever she says is true. No, we're saying we're making feminism historically grounded and relevant by looking at the names of the people involved in it. That's not an authority appeal. It's historical, real grounding by looking at the people involved.
Linked to authority.
You
right
don't know
now.
what an appeal to. That's a fact. It's not an appeal to authority. You don't know what an appeal to authority
You are citing them
is. This is so
for a
silly.
definition of feminism.
Yeah, that's not an appeal to authority.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes,
you
it
don't
is.
know what an appeal to authority. If I said my position is true because I cite the Rockefellers, that would be an appeal to authority, and
You're
that's a
saying
fallacy.
This definition
this is an evidence,
true
goofus.
because of the Rockefellers. If you want,
No, I'm not. I'm telling you
If
the
you wa-
history of the movement,
that
which
has
you don't
nothing-
even know
again,
about.
I've asked you to define feminism, and now
And
what
I'm
you're
giving
doing,
you the history of that movement,
I'm
which is
asking you for a
three
definition.
waves.
Why, I don't
Are
know-
there three waves of
Doofus,
feminism?
why can't you give me a definition?
Are there three waves of feminism?
There's 4.
Okay, so there's 3.
Oh, you didn't know that? That's crazy.
So there are 3, correct?
There's 4.
Right, but that would mean there's also 3, even though there's a 4th, right?
That's true. 3 is less than 4.
I
Good
know
job,
that.
Jay.
This is actually okay. This is high IQ. So Jay is basically saying just because there's 4 does not mean there's not 3. So he's actually still right. When he said there's 3 waves of feminism, and she's like, oh, there's 4. Okay, but there's still 3. So you saying that there's 4 is not exclusive to the fact that there's 3, right? Because there's 3. Maybe there's a 4th. And is there really a 4th? I don't know, but I don't think 4th has any real relevance. I don't know anyone who actually believes in the 4th. That's like rare and obscure. You probably don't need to involve a fourth wave. It's probably succinct and easy to understand enough without the 4th. I'd like to know how the 4th is relevant. Why that would relate to anything. But Jay's actually pulling a super high IQ move because he's actually kind of genius here. He's being petty, but he's pointing out that the existence of 3 or the existence of there being 4 does not exclude the fact that there's also 3. If I have 4 books on a shelf, is there not also 3 books? There's 3 books, there's 2 books, there's 1 book, and there's 4 books. It's actually kind of genius.
But the fact that there's 4, there's still 3 that have happened, right?
Irrelevant to anything
Irrelevant.
modern
Wait a minute.
feminism.
Is that an appeal to authority?
What authority am I citing right now? I know
Well, you're
really
citing facts that you think are appeals
Which
to authority.
have I cited? Name one. Name one authority I've cited, Jay.
You think-
Go. Name one authority I've
You-
cited.
This is so dumb. Like, so she thinks this is a win. Jay's being sarcastic, right? Jay's just being rhetorical. He's like, oh, appeal to authority, gotcha. And now she's really like clutching in on this point. She thinks this is a gotcha, and this is how these stupid leftists like Destiny and Erudite think. Anytime they debate, all they're looking for is something that sounds like a gotcha. They don't care about logic. They don't realize that, let's say Jay was wrong. This doesn't mean anything. Oh, she didn't cite an authority. Oops. You win the debate, I guess. No, like, this is so dumb. Like, Jay offered that as a rhetorical jab. It's not relevant to the debate as a whole, whether or not. Like, it was a throwaway jab, and now she's, like, harping in on this point. Like, it's the whole debate hinges on this whether or not she made an appeal to authority. But she's going to get super hyped up. And this is what people like her and Destiny do, is whenever they lose a debate, all they do is they're so desperate for a gotcha to reframe the debate as a win that they just kind of harp on these meaningless points. Like, it's completely irrelevant whether or not NotSoErudite made an appeal to authority here, but she's going to harp on this point to avoid the fact that she's completely being destroyed in this debate.
I don't understand.
Jay, name one authority I've cited.
I'm making a joke because
What's
you
the
think
authority I
appealing to a fact is appeal to authority. Those are two different things.
That's not true.
Yes,
in fact,
it is.
when you were citing Rockefeller, as the definition for feminism,
the
I'm saying you're appealing to
funder is not
authority.
the definition, you idiot.
Then why are you appealing to them in any way?
To prove the history of the movement
Do you know
and
what
what
an appeal
it
to authority
teaches.
fallacy is?
Yes,
Do you know what an
I
appeal
just
to
gave you the
authority fallacy is?
example.
Okay.
I've been debating for 25 years. I know what the appeal to authority is. That's one right there.
Okay, so
See?
when
That's
you
the appeal to authority
when you
fallacy.
appeal to irrelevant people that sound authoritative
not
but
irrelevant.
aren't relevant, the history
Do you know
of
why?
feminism
Do you
isn't
wanna-
relevant.
Listen to what she just said. The history of feminism is not relevant. That should tell you everything you need to know right there. She thinks that the history, the reality of feminism, what it did, who was involved, what the names are, what the funding was, what the motive was, what the ideals of these people were involved. She thinks history is not relevant to a debate. That should tell you everything you need to know about these people right off the bat. Like, if you're writing any academic essay, what do you do when you write an academic essay at all? You're immediately citing people, you're citing events in history, historical realities, right? You're not arguing and spurging about principles, rationalist principles in the void. If you're writing any academic paper at all, if you're making any thesis, any argument in an educated sense, the very first thing you do is you're going to be linking in sources, you're going to be relating it to historical events, you're going to be name dropping people who are relevant to the movement. Like, we all know this because we've all written essays and papers before, that this is how you do critical thinking and make arguments, right? Whenever you write an essay, you're making an argument. You're making a thesis in your essay. Do people forget this? Like, when you write an essay, you're making a thesis, which is an argument. And the way you make that argument in your paper, in your essay, is you point out historical realities. You relate it to people. You're not just making abstract principles. You're not just making vague claims with no grounding. You're supposed to make it historically relevant. And she just admitted right now that in her mind, also look how bald she is, right? She thinks the history is not relevant. So they run away from history. How much more, what kind of evidence do you guys need that these leftists, these feminists, they're completely dishonest? They're avoiding history. It came out of her own mouth right now. I just caught her saying it. That history of feminism is not relevant to the debate. So they don't want to address history. They want to run away from the historical realities. They're just like the communists. We've never tried real communism. Don't talk about all the failed communist countries, all the tens of millions of lives. Those are real. The tens of millions of people who died from communism, that's real. That's relevant. All the men who have struggled, suffered, been divorced, had their lives ruined, been denied positions at companies, had their lives ruined because of Me Too and further things that came out of feminism. Those are real. That is relevant. The source, the fount, the origin of feminist ideals from people like, what was her name? Abby Wallstone? No. 1 sec. Mary Wollstonecraft. These people are relevant because they came up with the ideas that you're talking about. There would be no feminism without Mary Wollstonecraft, right? And these types of people. And the Rockefeller Foundation pushing it, right? Like, of course they're relevant. Of course the history is relevant. We would have nothing to talk about were it not for the people involved in the movement and the history of it, leading us to where we are today. Of course it's relevant. But these leftists are so dishonest that they want to run away from the historical reality because history vindicates us. History vindicates our position. It vindicates people like me and Jay, the people who are anti-feminist, people who are anti-communist, anti all this stuff, right? That's why they have to run away from history, because it's kind of like what the Bible says, you will know them by their fruits, right? So they're running away from the fruits of their ideas because the fruits are found in the historical evidence, and they want to run away from that.
And to you giving me a definition of feminism that I can operate
Is it a historical movement?
Can you give me
Is it a historical
definition?
movement?
Yeah, of course.
Then the history is relevant to the definition, you idiot.
Then give me the definition. You can do it,
Let's keep
Jay.
it nice if we can.
Oh my
You can do it,
gosh.
Jay. I
Maybe
believe in
this
you.
is like talking to a 5-year-old.
Yeah. Well, you're a big boy, so this should be really easy for you to find.
Yeah, but it isn't, because you can be really smart, but if the person across the table from you does not have the prerequisite IQ to actually engage in effective discussion, then it's actually really hard. Like, the hardest person to debate is a room temperature black person, for lack of a better word. I don't want to say the N word, get my channel thrown. But you know what word I was thinking. Yeah, the hardest person to debate is a room temperature 86 IQ black person. Why? Because they will just regularly make fallacies, and they won't understand that they're making fallacies. And you can't call them out on it because they're too stupid or too arrogant to realize that they're just making basic blunders, basic mistakes. They have so much arrogance, and they're so ignorant that you explain the basic mistakes they're making, and they just don't get it, which is what Erudite's been doing this whole time. Jay just got finished lecturing her that your definition is so elastic and stupid that it doesn't work. And then she's like, okay, well, what's your definition? It's like, Erudite, admit you just fucked up. Admit you just weaponized an ambiguous definition, and that you're bad faith, and that you don't know what you're doing. Admit that first, then I can correct you. That's why if I was in Jay's position and I'm debating someone, you need to hear them make the concession. You need to hear that, because otherwise they're not going to really grasp the fact that they're not going to have the necessary humility to realize that they've fucked up, and they're not going to acknowledge where they went wrong in the future. So when you catch them making a mistake and they want to just move past it or blow past it, you need to catch them, make them admit that they fucked up, make them acknowledge the correction. I corrected you, and then make them acknowledge the correction. What is the correction that I just made to you? Is it right? Yes? Okay, now we can move on, because it forces them to put things into perspective that they're ignorant. You're ignorant. You don't know what you're debating, Erudite. You don't know basic definitions of words. You don't know what an internal critique is. You didn't know that this relates to morals. You didn't know that this was a moral claim. And now you're claiming that the history is irrelevant. Like, put everything into perspective right now. Who do you think is ignorant in this scenario? Like, but they won't do that, right? Because they're trying to save their ego. They've got an audience. They don't want to lose on camera, all that, right? But, yeah, so if I was Jay, I would not let them go. I would no, you made a mistake, and you tried to just blow past it, but I think we need you to go back and admit that you made a mistake right here. And then if you can nitpick them and kind of correct them on these things, then it forces them to grasp with their own ignorance, and maybe they'll be a little bit more humble when they say dumb stuff like the history isn't relevant. How stupid can you be, right?
Feminism. Go ahead.
Feminism is a historical movement that's concerned with the rights of women, including egalitarianism, the idea that women and men are equal. If we go back to Wollstonecraft, if we go back to the suffrage movement, if we go back to the notion of women not being married at certain ages as children. So the first wave wanted not just suffragism, but they also wanted to not have child brides and that kind of stuff.
I'm really proud of you. You got
But they
two
also
things.
listen.
One more.
I'm not. Shut up.
We're super
Shut
close.
up and let me finish.
We're
I'm
super
not
close.
done.
Yeah, I
I'm
believe
not
you.
done. They also
believe me, I know you're not.
wanted better work hours. They wanted women to have inheritance rights. They wanted women to be able to
so
get
labor
jobs
rights.
and they wanted women in the workforce and to be in positions that they didn't have. So they wanted certain social rights that
so they
women did, like voting, right, suffrage, right? Those are all first wave.
Yep.
Okay. Right.
This is your definition of feminism? Okay, I'm writing it down.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. That's what it is. So it's a social movement that pushed for this, and that. That's what it is. That's Jay's definition. That's a completely valid definition. Like, what is the French Revolution? If I wanted to define the French Revolution, I can't just say it was French people wanting equality, right? That's not a good definition, erudite. I have to say the French Revolution was a movement in France that pushed for certain rights of citizens against the monarchy, starting in the year blah blah blah, with historical figures that initiated it, like XYZ. It included historical events like the storming of the Bastille and the release of these prisoners, the beheading of XYZ monarchy. It pushed for the rights of French individuals to have this kind of government, these kinds of social rights and laws in their government, the overthrowing of monarchy. Like, that's what you need to do to actually define something like the French Revolution, right? So the feminist movement is the same. You need to go and you need to actually talk about what was being advocated for, what they wanted, the rights they were fighting for, what the grievances of the proponents of feminists had, what their ideals were, who the people involved were, what they did on what timeline, what are the dates that these various things happened. That's just normal. If you're writing any paper on anything, anywhere, that's what you're going to have to do. If you're writing an essay on feminism, you immediately need to go and jot out and discuss the historical realities, the time, the place, the event, the people, before you can even get into whether or not the ideals of feminism are valid or not. So she's just like anti-intellectual and she's non-academic.
Down.
Are you serious?
I'm so dumb.
You
I'm
asked for the history of it.
I didn't ask you for the history. I asked you for a definition.
You said that it's historical.
Okay.
And I'm
rights
giving
of
you
women,
the movements.
I'm not asking for the history. I'm asking
You
you to,
said it is historical, so I have to go back to the people.
No,
You're so dumb that you can't conceive of a position apart from the people who came up with the position.
So Israel. I can define Israel without going through the entire history of Israel. Feminism, while it does have...
can't. Actually,
yes,
you
of course you can.
That's actually good. You actually can't. That's a good point. Yeah, you actually can't. So she's just trying to say, yeah, I can go and define Israel without looking at its history. It's like, kind of actually, no, you can't. I mean, you picked a really bad example, right? Because what actually defines the borders of Israel? It's actually not clear. It's actually not clear if you don't, go and analyze the history. So you picked a really bad example with this very contentious state of Israel, which some people would say is not a state, right? It's not a valid country. But I'm just saying some people would say that, right? I'm just purporting a fact that some people would say that, right? So my point is it's ambiguous and it demands it actually does demand that you go into the history to fully understand what it is. So this is a really bad example she just pulled out of her ass.
No, this is so silly because you admitted it's a historical movement. Therefore, it can't be divorced from the people in history.
I'm not asking
to divorce it. Do you think it came out of the sky? Did it come into people's minds out of the sky or from the people?
You're doing a false dichotomy again.
What are you, dude? You don't even.
You're acting like you can't define it without the history. I'm telling you.
Correct. It's a historical movement by your own definition.
That doesn't mean that you can't make a definition for the word, so we can just talk about it.
Where do you think words come from? From people. They don't drop out of the sky. They come from people.
Jay, I know you can do this. You can define a word without giving me a 5-minute monologue on the history.
No, you can't.
So there's no way for you to define feminism.
Would you go to a dictionary? That's an appeal to authority.
It's
so genius 3 million IQ play. Jay just destroyed her conception right here. That's a really good point. Really good point, guys. And we need to do this more. So anytime a leftist goes to a dictionary, like the Merriam-Webster dictionary, that's actually an appeal to authority. They don't even realize that when you go to a Google definition, when you go to a dictionary definition, you're taking Google or the authors of the dictionary as an authority on the meaning of a word. You're saying, well, whatever Google says, the word means I believe. So you're just deferring to Google's authority to define the word for you. That's an appeal to authority. Appealing to dictionary definitions is an appeal to authority. And she just spent the last 10 minutes arguing that Jay was appealing to authority when he cites historical figures. right? Which is not. It's obviously not. But when she appeals to a dictionary definition for feminism, that actually is an appeal to authority. She's just choosing to accept what Google tells her is the definition over actually analyzing the history herself, right?
Not an appeal
Yes,
to
it
authority.
is.
Okay, there are appeal to authorities that are fallacious, and there are appeal to authorities that are
Oh,
non-fallacious.
like when I give the
Also, that's retarded. Obviously not. Like, so stupid, right? Like, there's good appeals to authority. No, it's a fallacy, right? Like, there are no good implementations of a fallacy. This is so stupid.
examples of the
Rockefeller
funders,
as
the
a
funders of
funder
it.
is not an appeal.
It's not
a
just a
legitimate-
funder. Abby was involved in Cell 16. She's not just a funder.
That doesn't matter. That
It
doesn't
does
mean,
because it came from them.
that doesn't mean that she's a relevant authority to cite.
The one who funded it and got it going at Chicago University is
Funded
not relevant.
portions of the third wave. Yes,
Correct.
that doesn't mean that
No,
she
it
gets
comes
to
out of her money.
No, that doesn't mean
millions
that-
of dollars at
again,
Chicago University.
That doesn't mean that she's the definer of feminism.
I didn't say she was. I said she's.
You cited her as a definer of feminism.
She's involved in the third
What's
wave
the
movement.
definition of
and-
feminism, Jay?
Oh
You
my
can do
gosh,
it.
you're so stupid.
I've got
You
three things
can't
from you so far.
even do a
Feminism
rational
equals
conversation.
rights of women. Men and women are
You
equal.
admitted-
Labor rights.
I
I've
mentioned
got three things. What
I
else is
mentioned
feminism? We can do this,
inheritance
Jay.
in terms of first wave feminism.
She doesn't understand, too, that when Jay mentioned labor rights and suffrage, that doesn't mean that feminism equals these abstract values or principles, right? Like, feminism doesn't equal labor rights and suffrage. It means what Jay was saying is that the historical movement involved people who were generally advocating for these things. That's what feminism is. It was a movement where people were pushing for these things, which is a fact claim about reality. That's different from feminism is a series of abstract principles, right? It's not. It's because those principles you're citing about wanting to vote or labor rights, those are relevant to a historical context. That's relevant to a country where women could vote. So, under your own argument, Erudite, could feminism exist in a world where there's no democracy, there's no vote, there's no... So, how can there be feminism in a society where there's no vote? Because, under your logic, it would be impossible for feminism to exist unless there's, you know, a labor market and a democracy where people can vote. So even under your own definition, it's not just an abstract principle in the void, it's relevant to a society, right? Where there's a labor market, where there's a democracy for women to vote. So all Jay's doing is he's just doing that. He's just doing more of it. He's saying, well, instead of just abstract principles relevant to a democratic labor market society, let's just go look at the actual history of the event and relate it to that, right? So he's just historically grounding it even more, right? But you can't avoid all historical grounding, like in the example I just gave, right? So it's more fundamental. Like, Erudite is making a mistake that's much more fundamental than just feminism. She doesn't understand the definitions of words, and she thinks history is irrelevant to the definitions of words, which is a big red flag. Slow down. We need to have an entire discussion just on that.
I mentioned
yeah.
child age of marriage as another element of it.
Okay, so
in terms of the first wave.
Civil rights. Let's just call those civil rights.
That's not civil rights. It's oh my gosh, it's
How is that not
prior to
civil
the civil
rights?
rights movement. You idiot.
That doesn't mean that it's not civil rights, Jay. I'm just trying to create a way to make this succinct so we can get a fucking definition because you don't like.
Okay, but here's the problem. Erudite is pushing for anti-child marriage. It's not just civil rights. It's not relating to some abstract principle like civil rights. It's a historical reality trying to abolish a particular law around child marriage in a particular time, in a particular society. Okay? So the mistake you're making, Erudite, is you think that feminism is just a principle in the void. Oh, it's civil rights, but it's not. It's the people who were pushing for abolishing child marriage were trying to abolish a specific practice for a specific law in a specific society. And that's what you don't understand, is that all the components of feminism are not a set of axioms that universal axioms that anyone could hold. They're a specific movement for a specific society. That's what you don't get.
Like mine, which is fine.
I said yours.
That's why I'm just
yours
trying to
is
now
too
get a new
broad.
one. That's fine. Make your own.
I'm giving the historic.
Also, this is dumb. So she's admitting she's wrong. That's fine. Okay, so when Jay says it's too broad, and you say that's fine, what you're admitting is that, yeah, my definition is shit. Right? So you're just admitting that you were wrong. So offering a tu quoque of, well, you make your own definition. Okay, but you're still wrong, Erudite. Even if I gave you a perfectly good definition, I'm not going to let you run away from the fact that you were wrong.
I don't need my own definition.
Yes,
it's
you
your
do.
position, you goofus.
No.
You debate positions like when you debated Jim Bob, and you tell people to define your position. This is how silly you are.
No, Jay.
You gave a broad definition.
I gave you a definition, and you
which
don't
is too
like
broad.
it. That's
No.
fine. Make your own definition, and then we can.
So this is so stupid, right? So Jay's doing an internal critique, and he can't define your position for your system, right? Because he's going to have an understanding of feminism that applies to his worldview, right? He's not going to give you a definition for your worldview because he doesn't have your worldview. So how's he going to give you a definition that works for your worldview when he has a completely different worldview? Right? And she's so dumb. She thinks that a tu quoque, just saying, well, yeah, well, you do it, is an effective response to his internal critique. Jay giving his own definition under his own system won't work for you and your system, Erudite. Your system does not have a good definition of feminism. I'll explain it this way. Even if Jay gave his own definition, that doesn't fix the fact that your system has a shitty definition. Even if Jay gives his definition, that doesn't give you a definition, right? That doesn't give you a good definition. Also, like, if you need to wait for him to say a definition and then steal his definition, you really have no position. Like, if you don't have your own self-contained definition for the thing you're arguing for, then you don't even have a position, right? Like, if I'm arguing that feminism is good, but I don't have my own definition for feminism until somebody else comes along and defines it for me under their own terms, then I don't have a position. I can't argue for something that somebody else comes along and defines for me. That's retarded. Right? Because what if Jay said, I think feminism is pizzas? Oh, well, I disagree. Oh, so suddenly you have your own definition of feminism where you're allowed to disagree with my definition of feminism being equal to pizzas, right? We've been going for almost 3 hours, and I've only gotten 46 minutes through the debate. But do you see where I'm saying? Where it's like, her position is so weak, she needs other people to define terms for her. And when Jay dismantles her definition, her response is to tu quoque. And say, yeah, well, what about your definition? It's like, okay, Erudite, his definition is not relevant to whether or not you have a definition. If he has one, that doesn't suddenly make it so that you have one. And him dismantling yours, like, you don't have a definition now. So even if he makes one, you've already admitted it's too broad, that it doesn't work. Right? Like, he could define it however he wants. You can't just steal his definition. This is so dumb. And the reason is because his definition of feminism is going to apply within his own worldview, and it's not necessarily going to translate over into your worldview, Erudite. And I'm just like curious how you could even argue for feminism at all being good when you don't even know what the definition of it is going to be, because you're relying on him to make it for you, and he could make it to be whatever he wants. How the fuck are you going to argue that it's good when you haven't even defined it yet? Just one sec. All right, we're back. It's been 3 hours already, goodness. And we're only, 45 minutes through. So I've been speaking for 2 hours, 15 minutes. I've been letting him speak for 45 minutes. That's a ratio of 4, 8, 9, 3 to 9. So I've been speaking for 66% of the time. Jay and Erudite. No, it's 3 to 1. So it'd be 25% versus 75. All right, let's get back into it, guys. See what they're saying. I don't know. It'll probably go to super chats, so I don't think it'll go on much longer. But let's get into it.
You don't
From
need
there.
to make a definition.
Yes,
It's
you
not
do.
my
If you
position.
if you have
It's a
rejected my definition, you now have to supply one.
Yes, I'm going to the people who came up with it. Correct.
Also, it's not true. If you define feminism as pizzas, the onus is not suddenly on me to define your terms for you. If you just make an absurd definition like feminism is pizza, then the onus isn't suddenly on me to define terms. Now all that means is that your argument is defunct and your argument collapses because it was relying on a definition of feminism which was absurd, called pizzas. The onus is not now on me to fix your definition for you. Your entire argument relies on your definition, not what I do and what I come in and fix it with. So, like, when you're making an argument, the onus is on you to have sensible, coherent definitions for words. Because I'm assuming you're going to use those terms in your debate to argue for feminism, right? So all that really does in a debate, guys, is if you have a shitty definition, that just means that your entire argument doesn't work because it's using a definition that doesn't work. It has nothing to do with the other person. Jay is completely irrelevant. Think about this. Jay and his definition is completely irrelevant to whatever Erudite espouses for her arguments. Her arguments have nothing to do with what Jay's definition, Jay's understanding, or Jay's disagreements, or has nothing to do with that. If her arguments rely on a shitty definition, then her entire argument just falls apart. It has nothing to do with Jay. Jay doesn't have to come in and offer a definition to save the debate. He doesn't have to do anything. He just has to say, okay, your definition is clearly absurd, so your argument falls apart. It has nothing to do with Jay. So this is a tu quoque fallacy. I would recommend everybody go look that up.
Rockefeller didn't come up with it.
I said Mary Wollstonecraft in my opening statement is one of the first feminists in modern society.
Do you want to supply a definition? This doesn't matter, Jay. Just make a definition.
So the people who came up with it don't matter.
They matter if you can get to getting a definition out of your fucking mouth. We've got We've got four elements of feminism now. Okay, so we've got rights of women, like men and women are equal, egalitarianism, labor rights, and civil rights. Is there anything else you would like to add to that definition?
As we move into modernity, we get more radical versions of this, particularly with Cell 16, which becomes almost a revolutionary terrorist movement, which wants to engage in radical action and Skittles rights, shall we say. So they move into it being Skittles as well.
Okay, so
now, I don't care if you reject
trans rights.
I don't care if you reject that or accept that. Because I'm looking at this as a historical movement, because guess what? Feminism is a historical movement. That's what we're debating.
You might not believe me, Jay. I'm so disappointed about this conversation. I talked about chatter because I was interested in a good discussion.
You keep saying chatter doesn't have anything to do with the fact that I did an internal critique and you didn't know what that was. And then I start going to the history of feminism and then you're...
Like on the grounds of an internal critique, that Jay does not need to provide Erudite a definition. So Erudite, your arguments are shit because they rely on a definition which is shit. And it's not on Jay. The onus is not on him to define your own words for you in your own arguments. And when he does an internal critique, it is purely on your system. It has nothing to do with Jay's system or what Jay thinks the definition of a word is. It's not relevant to your argument. Like if you argue that 2 + 2 is pizzas, and I say that's absurd, and then you say, okay, well, you do it. It's like, that doesn't fix your argument. Like you just saying, oh, I don't know, okay, you do it, I don't know. It's like, that doesn't him doing stuff, him helping you, or him clarifying things for you, or him having his own arguments and his own positions and his own definitions has nothing to do with you and your and the shittiness of your position, right? You can have an absurd position that's just absurd on its own grounds without external involvement from Jay.
You're
Stuff right
floundering.
now. You're just saying
I'm just
stuff right
saying
now.
stuff.
Yeah.
There we go.
So going to chatter, the reason I asked you about it is so that we could have a decently good conversation, so that we weren't quibbling over the definition of words and we could actually engage in conversation. If the only way that
So look how she's trying to frame this. She presents a trap definition, which is hyper ambiguous, tries to trap Jay into it. Jay calls her out, and she admits that it's wrong by saying, okay, well, you find a definition. That's basically her admitting that, yeah, my definition is shit. It was an entrapment. You figure it out. And now look what she just did. She's trying to frame it like, well, I'm just trying to have a productive discussion, Jay. Why don't you provide your own definition so we can, be productive and have a valuable discussion in kumbaya, right? She's trying to frame it to the audience like she's interested in a healthy discussion. Meanwhile, she's not even capable of realizing the critiques that Jay is making. She doesn't have the prerequisite logical sensibility to even engage in the discussion in the first place, because she's not willing. So she's not good faith. She's trying to present it like, I'm just trying to have a good faith discussion, Jay. Stop being obstructive. Help me out. Give me a definition. If you don't like the definition, provide your own. Let's be constructive and helpful. It's like, okay, but then Jay gives you historical relevant actors and you reject them. So you're not good faith erudite because Jay wants to make it about the history and the people involved, and you reject that. On what grounds, right? First off. On what grounds, right? But, so you're not good faith erudite because you immediately go into obstructionist deconstruction mode for Jay when he tries to make it about historical people. So you're not the good faith person in this exchange.
that you can debate for the last 25 years is to just quibble about semantics of words, I'm sorry, you're not a king debater. You're just bad faith.
You asked me for the last 30 minutes to define a word. So you're the one that's quibbling about semantics.
I'm
That's
not
semantics.
quibbling. I'm literally not quibbling. I am writing down your words.
Oh, so if you're writing it down.
I'm granting, it's not semantics because I'm just granting your definition.
I thought it was semantics. No, it's not.
It's not.
You're also not granting his definition because he tried to make it about the history and the people involved. And you spent the last 20 minutes arguing that history isn't relevant, screaming and flailing your hands and having a hissy fit because he was trying to make it about historical actors and people, right? So you're not good faith erudite because you're constantly obstructing Jay's definition, which is the historically grounded one. So this is just so dishonest.
On semantic debating because I'm not disagreeing with you on your definition. I'm literally begging you to just give me one. I'm begging you at this point because you don't.
Okay, then let's acknowledge that feminism is a historical movement involving historical people and actors, which is what Jay said at the very beginning. And you were busy arguing and disagreeing and being a fucking hissy baby over that. So don't pretend like you're just being reasonable and you're the compromising one now. Like, fuck off.
Like mine. So let's give yours.
I don't care what
Rights
your
of women.
definition is because all I have to do is critique your position internally and point out that
You
it's
do have
so
to care
ambiguous.
about my definition if you're going to do an internal critique. That's the fundamental of a fucking internal critique. Is that
Oh, now you
have to
do know
use my
about. So you
definition.
just learned about an internal critique about 10 minutes ago, and
Yeah.
now you're gonna.
Really good point. So she's going to lecture him on how an internal critique works, but she had to get Jay to explain what an internal critique was to her 30 minutes ago. See the irony, see the hypocrisy, see the posturing and how fake and how much of a slime ball she is. I'm good faith. I'm just trying to have a discussion. Also, fuck your definition for trying to make it historically relevant. History isn't relevant, she said. Literally, she said that. Now it's like, I'm making internal critique. You don't understand what an internal critique is, da-da-da-da-da. She tries to lecture Jay on what an internal critique is. Oh, wait, let's roll back the tape. 15 minutes ago, Jay had to explain to you what an internal critique was because you admittedly didn't even know what it was. Now you're going to lecture him. And he's calling her out, which is, thank you, Jay, because he's not going to put up with her bullshit.
Going to lecture me on it.
You're a really good teacher, Jay. What
Thank
can I
you.
say? So
The debate's over.
you do care
She
about
admitted she's learning.
you
in the
do
debate.
care about feminism and my definition of it because you need it for the internal critique, which you've already
I
acknowledged.
don't care about it because
but
it
now
doesn't-
you've
it
rejected
doesn't
my
act-
definition
oh my
of
God.
feminism. So again, I know being mean to women is
It
your
doesn't-
fallback
oh,
if you
now,
have nothing
so there we
else
go,
to
ad
do.
hominem now, so there we go.
It's not an ad hominem. I didn't say
Being
that you're
mean to you?
No,
Who's being mean to
I
you?
didn't say you're wrong because you're being an asshole. I just said you're an asshole.
Now you're getting your feelings
That's
hurt.
not an ad hominem.
Sure, then it's a non sequitur. It's not relevant to the debate.
My feelings
It's
are
not
fine.
an ad hominem.
No. Insulting people and being mean is an ad hom. You should know this. You can Google it. Google it at home. An ad hom is when you use the insult of a person to discredit them. So if I said, Jay, you're wrong because you're mean, now I'm ad homing you. As a debate.
Then it's irrelevant to the debate, and you shouldn't bring it up. Because you should be making arguments, not making personal attacks. If your argument now is that personal attacks are not relevant to my debate, therefore it's not a fallacy, then it's still a fallacy because it's a fallacy of irrelevance. So you shouldn't have even brought it up in the first place.
Bro of 25 years, you should know your fallacies better. You've already been wrong about multiple fallacies.
Really?
And you can't, can't define feminism. Do you want to get there?
You've already admitted that I gave you four elements.
It seems like you have more.
So
five, actually.
I think that
it seems
you
like you have
actually
more
think
that you want to add.
You
to.
actually think like
Or are you happy
maybe
with this
a
definition?
100 IQ person that the way that you define something is you literally just look at a definition in a dictionary and then you just list it out and that's the definition of the word.
False.
That's
false.
Really?
I've never said
because
that.
I'm giving you the entire
Jay,
context of the history of feminism,
why?
and you're saying, I need a fucking definition.
Yes.
As we're working through the actual history of it and the definition of
because
what
again,
it is.
To give me
You admitted that it's a historical movement, didn't
that
you?
has nothing to do with you giving me a definition so that we can talk about it.
That it's a historical
Of course, Jay.
movement,
Yeah.
so the history has to do with it, you idiot.
I don't need the history for you to give me a definition, you
we
idiot.
have to go to the people who are the philosophers of it.
You can just define
Like
it.
Mary Wollstonecraft and her positions.
You can just
like
define it.
egalitarianism.
You can just define it. So
I'm
we can
defining
fucking
it
move
for
on.
you. I've been defining it, and you just
it's-
keep yapping. And
That's a really good point. Jay's been doing all of the actual intellectual legwork. He's the one breaking down the three movements of feminism. He's the one actually talking about the people involved, going through the history, talking about how it's related to the French Revolution, talking about the ideals, the values espoused, talking about suffrage, labor rights, property inheritance. He's the one actually going through all this. He's the one who's been providing this intellectual knowledge to the debate. What has she done? She's basically made a non-committal statement of feminism is about women's opportunity. Feminism is about empowering women. These are empty, vacuous, not helpful, basically non-committal statements where she's not committing herself to any real definition. It's so elastic, as Jay said, that she can apply it to something like a society 3,000 years ago, or pagan goddess worship is somehow now feminism, right? So who's actually been helpful and productive in this debate? Jay giving us history, names, people, relating it to historical events like the French Revolution, money involved, sources, right? Like the autobiography of the Rockefellers, or which one? I can't remember. But anyway, he's actually given a source. She hasn't given a single source, not one. She's just said feminism is empowering women. That's a bogus. That's a nothing burger. That's nothing. That means nothing. That is nothing. How do we even know that that's true? First of all, why would you think that definition is true? So if you went into the epistemic of her definition, it falls apart in 2 seconds. Because you're like, why would you think that's the correct definition? That's absurd. Right? So, once again, even if we look at the way Erudite's trying to frame this debate, she's trying to say that she's productive, she's trying to be helpful, she's trying to have a discussion, she's willing to compromise. Okay, but who's done all the actual intellectual legwork and contribution to this discussion? All of it's been Jay so far. She's done nothing. She's presented a very non-committal, elastic, ambiguous definition, and then she's been the one quibbling over all this stuff that Jay has been presenting. He's been putting himself out there, making all these claims, And she's been the one obstructing his definition the whole time.
And melting down over your notes.
Well, the issue is that it has taken me pushing you to be specific over and over for 45 minutes. We have 5 points now.
Because you don't
for
have
feminism.
anything other than this.
That's false.
How
I
does
gave
any
you
of
multiple
this
definitions.
prove your position that feminism is good for society?
Honestly,
as a feminist,
can we
you're
get there?
Good point. Good point. So notice that she hasn't made a single effective claim demonstrating that feminism is good. And that's what she's supposed to be doing. That's the whole purpose of this debate. All she's been doing is obstructing and objecting to what Jay is saying, bringing up irrelevant things like Agrippa's trilemma and chatter, and just running away from like if she was actually making an argument, she's made no argument so far. She's just simply obstructed the debate the entire time. What thing has Erudite actually said that provides a effective argument? She said it relates to GDP. That's about it. It contributes to GDP. That's about the only claim she made that was actually anything.
Showing us that you're not good for society. So you're actually proving my point as you yap and argue. You're
That's actually a
proving my
great
point.
example of an ad hom.
That is actually.
That is an ad hom,
That is an but it's an illustrative ad hominem. Yes, correct.
That's true. It was a very creative ad hom. Okay, so we have 5 points that you would like to define feminism. Is there any other points that you want to define feminism?
Let's just put into perspective how stupid this is. She's interviewing and harassing Jay for a definition of feminism. It's like, Erudite, you're supposed to be making your own argument. You're supposed to be doing the intellectual positive legwork of arguing for your proposition, not asking everybody else to, can I have some change, man? Can you give me a definition, please, man? It's like, you're the one supposed to be making your own points, Erudite. Like not begging Jay. I'm begging you for a definition. Erudite, why don't you have your own proper definition, right? Like, you're the one supposed to be arguing for feminism, making great points about why we need feminism, and yet you're begging Jay for his definition of feminism. This is so stupid. It's like, you're supposed to be making your own arguments, not begging and asking the opposition to do it for you. This is so stupid.
Yes, the people who funded that also said that they like the movement because it destroys the nuclear family, gets women in the workforce, taxes the other half of the population, and reduces the population because there's less families.
How do you want to summarize that?
Why do I have
destruction of
you
nuclear
can't remember
family?
what I just
So
said?
feminism
You can't
is-
remember 4 sentences I just said?
No, I can remember. I just want to you're you're just very yappy, and so I'd like to
I'm
make
yappy.
it succinct. Yes,
I'm yappy.
to give me a definition, you've had to give me an entire.
So, Erudite, it's a fallacy that every definition has to be succinct. That's the fallacy. That everything has to be condensable into a Merriam-Webster dictionary definition. That's the fallacy. What's the point of debate and writing essays if you could just summarize it in 1 to 2 sentences? Why would people even write papers or have hour-long debates if we could just simplify it by defining everything in 1 or 2 sentences? Obviously, you can't do that. That's a fallacy of ambiguity, oversimplification fallacy. Why do you think everything needs to be succinct and condensable into 2 sentences? Obviously not. And obviously something like feminism, which is extremely loaded and has lots of history behind it, and there's tons of stuff coming out of it, that it's going to be condensable into 2 definitions. 2 sentences, sorry. This is so stupid.
Centuries worth of history,
You
even
mean,
though.
like when you admitted that it's a historical movement, so it can't be
Here's the thing,
can't be
Jay.
divorced from the historical
You know what you
people?
could have done? You could have just said to me, so that we can move forward with this conversation. Feminism is
Yeah,
rights.
but I'm not going to
Is
grant
rights
you.
of women, men
it's
and
a
women
debate,
are equal, labor
so I'm
rights,
not going to
civil
grant
rights,
you
and trans rights.
simple answers in a debate.
Why
to
wouldn't
help
you just define a word?
I
Well,
don't
if we
owe
can,
you
if
a
we
definition.
Can, maybe we could avoid some of the insults, and if we can, also allow people to finish their thought. Let's try to
Okay, are you
not
happy?
do interruptions, but go ahead.
Yeah,
So
are
I
you?
want to know how any of this helps your case to prove feminism is good for society.
Well, we can get there now that we've defined feminism. So destruction of nuclear family is another one that you would like to add to
Sure.
the definition of feminism.
That's why the people who fund it matter, is because they say that.
Okay, I would argue that the destruction of nuclear families is not inherent to most feminist movements and is bad. So I reject that.
So, okay. So you're making Jay's point for him. I think the destruction of the nuclear family is actually bad. Yes, we would agree. Okay. But you don't think it's inherent to feminism. Well, this is the problem, right? Basically what she's doing is she doesn't think it's inherent to feminism. So what does that mean when she says that? She's basically saying it's not inherent to the definition of feminism. Oh, wait. So Jay provides a definition for feminism. And now you're rejecting that by saying, I actually don't think destruction of the nuclear family is inherent to feminism. So now she's challenging Jay's definition by using a standard, which is supposedly her own definition, which she hasn't provided. So she's critiquing Jay's definition using some hidden standard of a definition she has in her head, which she hasn't even espoused yet. So on what grounds are you going to say, Erudite, that destruction of the nuclear family is not part of the definition of feminism? Unless you have a counter definition, which you've refused to espouse this whole time because you've been making Jay give you the definition. So incredibly dishonest.
That part of your definition.
So the people who want that in society and say that it does that don't matter. Because you have
they're not the feminism that I'm fighting
because you have a definition that is so elastic to make it anything that you think helps women. And that's why I've said you've already lost the debate, because you're elastic.
The
It's not
empowerment.
specific.
You define.
That's why I
empowerment of women and promotion of femininity. So empowerment means things
That
like
is
removing obstacles.
ambiguous.
And promotion of
It's
femininity would be
ambiguous.
like making feminine traits viewed as respect-worthy.
Like submitting to authority in men? Is that a feminine trait?
No, I would not say so.
So it's not clear. It's ambiguous.
I would say
so
submission is.
you have to
feminine.
define it.
I would say submission's feminine, but I don't think it's to men specifically. No.
Oh, okay.
It would be like to any authority, right?
To any authority.
Yeah.
This is so stupid. This is so stupid. So submission is feminine to authority. Okay, then what's authority? If the feminine is submission, then what's going to be the authority? Because you can't submit to yourself. So it can't be other women, because they would be submissive. So what are women submitting to if not men? This is so stupid. So the female nature is submission to authority. And what's the authority going to be? Other women? But I thought women were submissive. So what would it be other than men? This is so retarded.
Are most authority men?
A lot of them are, but some are
So it
women.
would be to men.
Nope, it would be to authority. But men aren't a class. Men aren't a class.
This is stupid because it's a dialectic, Erudite. If submission is the female principle, then submitting to what? Well, it has to be the male. It has to be, because there's nothing else it could be. Unless you're saying it's like animals or the state. But who makes up the state? There's only one other gender that they could be submitting to. You goobus.
Most authorities are men, and they are submitting to that, right?
So?
So it would be. to
Yeah,
men.
but the idea, okay, you love semantic fights.
No, it's called a debate.
I can do that too. If you want me to just like mock you every time you stutter, we can have a super fun
It's
conversation.
just how debates work. I'm sorry.
Mocking people when they stutter is not.
Rhetoric is part of debate. Yes,
This
it
is not rhetoric. This is just
rhetoric.
you being.
Have you ever watched an
performative.
Oxford Union debate? They make fun of each other.
I'm fine with you making fun of each other.
That's what I've been doing.
Okay. Would you like to have a productive conversation too, or do you want to just? Do you want? We
I'm
can
having a
circle the
great
drain.
time. I'm having a great time.
That's fine. We can just continue to circle the drain.
And how does this prove feminism is good for society?
Okay, so I already said I would reject the destruction of nuclear family. I don't think it's central to most feminism. I think most,
Was
especially,
it central to South 16?
it sounds like it was, but I would say most fourth wave feminists, for example, are not very pro destruction of the nuclear family. In fact, there's like an entire like barefoot pregnant movement within the fourth wave that is very much about embracing being pregnant, being motherhood, and like promoting that as a good thing.
Is that the attitude that most feminists in society have?
I would say a lot of young feminists are
But are
directly.
they the most?
I wouldn't.
No, they're not.
Most also don't want to destroy the nuclear family.
Well, in academia and in
Most
society
feminists
in general,
want to get married and have kids.
does this worldview promote, in general, in society, in academia, and in the corporate world?
Right, so Erudite's actually conflating things. Just because someone is a feminist as a person, and they also aren't openly saying that they want the destruction of the nuclear family, doesn't mean that the worldview of feminism is not inherently antagonistic to the nuclear family. It could just be that the people holding feminism and liking the nuclear family, they could just be inconsistent. For example, if I'm a Christian and I submit to the authority of my Christian church, but I'm also a Satanist, does that prove that Christianity and Satanism are compatible? No, it just proves that I'm incoherent and I'm inconsistent. That's all it proves. It proves that there are hidden implications of a system that people might not yet consciously assent to or realize. So I might be a Christian Freemason, but if I look at Freemasonry, it's antithetical to the Christian metaphysic, submission to God's authority. It's actually incompatible with traditional Christianity and what it believes. But I could be a Christian Mason because I'm inconsistent and I'm stupid. Or I'm not an authentic Christian. It's like you gotta have a halfway feminist, right? So it doesn't actually prove that feminism is compatible with the nuclear family. Just because there's dumb women in it who think they support the nuclear family, not realizing that one of the implications of their feminist worldview is the destruction of the nuclear family. And that's what we're debating. We're debating the system, the belief system, the ideology, the movement of feminism, not women who are inconsistent in their position.
World, the destruction of the family, or does it help it?
It tends to promote it. Yeah, they want women to be mothers who can also
Feminism promotes women in society in general.
I would say fourth wave feminism is very pro-mother.
No,
yeah.
I asked you about the majority of feminism today.
Most feminists are fourth wave.
That's institutionalized.
Yeah, most institutional academics are fourth wave.
And they want people to have kids.
Yes.
They're not antinatalists.
No, some of them are, but most of them are not.
Institutions?
Yes.
No, that's crazy.
I don't know what to tell you. I've been reading lots of fourth wave feminists.
I've been in academia. I've been in institutions.
Me too.
I've never met a feminist in academia or in institutions who thinks that there should be more people and more kids. They all believe in depopulation, the ones that I've met.
That's crazy. I've just met lots of feminists that don't believe that. And regardless, those feminists who are like basically death cult feminists, I'm not interested in advocating for their worldview.
That's fine.
I don't have to own them.
But the history of feminism,
just like you don't have to own like Protestants or something.
Most feminism, right? So you've got a nuanced feminism, I guess, is your take, right?
I just have like a pretty traditional like fourth wave feminism.
Okay, but it's not historic feminism, right? Or is it first wave?
It's fourth wave.
So it's tied to history?
Of course, because there's waves.
Oh, so it is tied to history.
Yeah, but the waves, the essentials of the waves is that there's... I've never ever said that feminism isn't tied to history. You've just made that up.
I think we could go back about 20 minutes.
Yeah, she said that the history is not relevant to the definition of feminism. So I don't know how Erudite is going to square that.
So you can do what I do. We go back 20 minutes where you said that the history doesn't matter.
I said for your definition, it doesn't matter. You can hold frame, Jay.
Literally,
you can do this.
You have doublethink going on. Have you read 1984?
You can hold your frame.
Have you read 1984? Right. Yes. You know what doublethink is?
Yes.
It's the ability to contradict within a couple minutes.
I didn't contradict. If you remember, we can roll back the tape. We were talking about defining.
Do you think definitions are relative?
Can I finish my thought, or are you just going to interrupt me?
Because I'm trying to.
Can I finish my thought?
I'm trying to hone in on what this weird mistake is, because it's weird.
Guys, if we can, at least we'll let the insults go. Okay, if you guys want to insult each other, we'll allow that. But at least let each other finish their thoughts. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason that we went into the history and why I said I don't care about the history is I was asking for a functional definition so we could move past that part of the conversation. I always acknowledge that history was part of the feminist movement and it's tied to it.
Yeah, I reject that there is a definition divorced from history.
I've never said that there's a definition divorced from history. I said I don't need the history. I said I don't need the history lesson. I don't need the history lesson.
You asked me for that.
You got to let me finish, Jay.
You asked me because you're lying. You asked me for that divorce. You said divorce from history. What is your definition? That's what you said.
Yeah, I didn't want the history lesson.
Thank you. So you just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't contradict myself,
You are
Jay.
a machine of contradiction.
You're desperate. You're so desperate. You're like, God, how do I get this win? I asked for you to stop giving me all of the history and just give me a definition so we can move the fuck on.
I don't accept that there is a definition divorce from history, and you just admitted that.
You don't have the brain capacity to define something without a 5-minute monologue about the history.
You just admitted you can't do that.
Define Israel. Are you going to go back 3,000 years to define it?
Yes, because it's an ancient historical nation. Yes,
so you can't define Israel. without giving me a 10-minute monologue.
It's a false analogy because feminism is a
not a false
modernist movement.
analogy.
It's a modern movement.
That doesn't
It's not
matter.
an ancient civilization.
That doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No, the
You
extent,
just saying it doesn't matter just shows your lack
time
of
is not
intellect.
at all a false analogy. Extent
You
being
are
different.
melting down right now because you contradicted yourself
I'm melting
within
down
2
because
minutes.
you said that you had 25 years of debate history and you can't get a single fallacy
Look at
correct.
you. You're melting down.
You said
You're
a false,
spiraling.
How is that a false
You're
analogy?
melting down.
How is that a false analogy, Jay?
Because it's a modern movement. It's not an ancient civilization.
What does that have to do with anything when it comes to
Because
comparing
you
history
contradicted
for a
yourself.
definition?
And in debates, contradictions
Contradicting
are
myself
what
has
make
nothing
you
to do
lose.
with the false analogy. How is that a false
That's
analogy?
how you lose a debate, correct.
How is it a false analogy?
Contradicting is where you
so
lose
you
a debate.
can define Israel without giving me the centuries of history. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that. You just said that.
You said it was a false analogy.
You
So what was the false analogy?
you
I never said that.
You said that. So you're yapping because you got caught.
I didn't get caught.
You did.
Again.
You did. You said that history. You said history doesn't matter. Give me your definition, and then you just said history matters. It's part of the definition.
You
contradicted
I did not say history matters as part of.
You did. Yes, you
Jay,
did.
Part of debating is holding frame, right? Would you agree?
Okay, wait. So she's basically admitting that she's just holding frame, which I would agree. That's what all these leftists do. Like Destiny, he's just looking for something that looks that is framed or frameable like a win. He doesn't care about actually winning. He doesn't care about winning using a better argument or using logical consistency. He cares about holding frame. And so what leftist debaters will do, guys, little cheat code, is they will just invent a scenario during the debate where they quote unquote win. They'll say like, aren't women people? Yeah, and we like people, right? Yeah, gotcha. Like they'll just invent gotchas out of thin air. And she's basically admitting right now to you that leftists like herself, they do this just to hold frame. It's not based on whether the argument is good. It's not based on if they've earned it. It's purely based on I need to hold frame for my audience, not look like an idiot. I need to look like I got a gotcha so we can say it was tied instead of me getting destroyed. So I can trick my audience into thinking I won somehow and keep them under my spell. It has nothing to do with whether they made a good argument. She's admitting right here, sometimes I need to hold frame. Sorry, Jay, even if I look like an idiot and I contradict, even if I make blatant contradictions, I gotta hold frame. That's literally what she's admitting to everybody. Are we catching this?
Agree?
Like when you did that, is that holding frame or what is that?
No, that was making fun of you, obviously.
Okay, right.
So part of debating is holding frame.
Like putting dongs in your mouth. Is that holding frame? I don't understand.
No, that's funny.
Is it?
Like we're all laughing about it. Yes, it's
Or
funny.
are we laughing at you?
Kind of the same thing. That's kind of what performers do, right? Yeah. So part of debating is holding frame.
Is any of this going to prove that feminism was good for society? Because
We
the more that
literally
you argue,
can't get there because you
the
are
more that
still
you
quibbling.
argue, you make
over
my case.
I'm
Thank you,
not
by the
making
way.
your case. Again, just
You
an
are.
ad hom. You
but
love
it's funny.
fallacies.
That's a
my
joke.
favorite thing about you is that you cite fallacies constantly. You don't know what they mean and you can't define them properly.
Like how history is not part of feminism,
How
but
is it a false analogy to compare Israel, defining Israel?
Because it's
and
an
defining
ancient
feminism.
nation state.
Why
and
does the-
feminism is a modern political, social, revolutionary movement. They don't compare.
So why does the extent of the length
And
of
you
history make them
admitted-
disanalogous?
You've already lost the debate because you admitted that the definition can't be divorced from the history, and then you said the opposite. That means you've massively contradicted yourself within the last 5 minutes.
Again, you're just making shit up. I'm glad that the made-up narrative
everybody
of the story...
heard you,
Okay,
so that's
I'll do
fine.
this. Jay just lost the debate because he's strawmanning me and putting words in my mouth that didn't happen. Wow.
Except she literally did. I mean, anyone can go. I just watched it happen. I literally just listened to her yap about how the history is not relevant to the definition, and then this potato frog turd face is now saying that, yeah, it is relevant. The most merciful thing that a large family can do to one of its infant members is kill it. Margaret Sanger, founder of Planned Parenthood and first wave feminism. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel Wilson. Common sense, thank you. Feminism, like, you know that they're lying and they're not good faith when they say that feminism is about supporting family units, the nuclear family. That's the most retarded thing ever. We have satanic feminists literally saying, kill babies, depopulation, destroy the patriarch, destroy the family unit, literally writing about we need to destroy the family unit. She's going to really say that, well, no, feminism isn't about destroying a family. That's not true. I think they want to have families. So they just double think and they lie. It's like, yeah, that is a lie. We literally have like extremely damning quotes like this one that talk about depopulation. So absurd.
I'm really good at debating. Do you want to go back to the actual conversation?
Sure.
Okay, so why is it falsely analogous when you're saying that to define words, you must include the entire history to define the word? Why is it disanalogous to compare feminism to Israel? I asked you to define feminism, and I asked you to define Israel,
I have no
and I
idea
asked you if you could define
Israel
Israel
has to do-
without
this
the
is the
3
craziest
centuries of
debate
history.
ever.
And you said, well, it's different. It's a false
Correct,
analogy.
it's a false analogy.
Why is it a false analogy?
Because they're two totally different things. And you already admitted that feminism is a historical movement and that it can and can't be divorced from the history.
So is Israel.
That's making my point, you goofus.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
I'm saying you can obviously define Israel without going through 3 centuries, which you agreed to. That's why you
It's
don't.
a false analogy
You,
because
you
it's
won't define Israel with the 3
It's an
centuries because it's
ancient
just
nation.
long. It's just long.
It's an ancient
Whereas
nation state.
modern feminism only has 100 years. So I
mean,
can
this
give the history of that, but I can't give the history of Israel to define it because it's too long, essentially. That's your argument. That's what. Yes, that is your argument. It is not falsely analogous. And also,
keep
comparing
yapping, it
2
makes
different
my point,
things is the
please.
point
Keep
of
talking.
fucking
The
analogies.
more that you talk, it makes my whole case here that feminism is a net negative for society. Thank you for representing
Honestly,
feminism, by the way.
all you're doing
Thank
is
you
making
for
me be like,
representing
maybe the
feminism.
Radfems are right and men got to be out of power because they cannot keep up. If this is what like 2
Yeah, we
masters
can't keep
and a
up, even though
philosophy
you
degree
literally,
do,
right, you literally
honestly,
contradict.
Look, immediately with the nasty demons come out. Look, the nasty little demons. Maybe you shouldn't have any power at all. So the evil, spiteful, demonic, nasty, teeth-bearing feminist comes out. And we see the misandry, the man-hate, the nasty, vindictive, vengeful language coming out of this nasty feminist. Let's go back and play it again because I want to see that little nasty demon that's possessing these feminists to come out. Let's go see that demon one more time. What's your name? Tell us your name.
honestly,
Feminism, by the way.
all you're doing
Thank
is
you
making
for
me be like,
representing
maybe the
feminism.
Radfems are right and men got to be out of power because they cannot keep up. If this is what like 2
Ooh, see that? Maybe the radical feminists are right. Maybe we should just kill all men. I don't know. I don't know. Like, that's not you're not making your point, Erudite. You're on live camera, right? You're on live camera. Those cameras are broadcasting. There's people like me listening to that, hearing what you're saying. That sounds like an angry, vengeful, vindictive, destructive, hateful, demonic feminist, not like something we should promote in society.
two
Yeah, we
masters
can't keep
and a
up, even though
philosophy
you
degree
literally,
do.
right, you literally
Honestly,
contradicted yourself within,
I think the
within
conservatives
5
are right.
minutes.
Don't go to college, guys. You're
called
going to end up like
doublethink.
this. Not good.
I don't recommend people go to college, by the way, because you are the people that teach at college. So you're
I teach
actually,
at college.
you're like the college professors I debated, the women I debated, you're like them. So they should go to college if you want them to be in your position, right?
No, if they end up anything like you.
Yeah, where do people go to become feminist? They go to college, right? Like, that's where people get programmed to become feminist. So if you're promoting feminism and you say don't go to college, it's like, yeah, we would agree because it's full of feminist professors. So you're making our point for us. Thank you. You recommend that we run away from your captured institutions. Huh, that's weird.
They should definitely not go to college. You're like, I had a philosophy degree and I don't know what fallacies are.
Did I say that?
Basically,
Was that a cut down?
yeah.
Good one. Try again.
This would be a perfect moment to read a couple chats here. We have Kat, who gifted 50 memberships. Thank you so much, Kat. Guys, W's in the chat for Kat. Thank you for the gifted 50 whatever memberships. Robert Tanner, thank you for the gifted 50 whatever memberships. Thank you so much. We also have Rachel Wilson in the building. Thank you for the gifted 5 memberships. Really appreciate it. And then we have a couple chats coming in here through Streamlabs. Let me get those pulled up. If you guys want to get a message in, it's...
I kind of feel like Brian on the Whatever podcast might be a Fed. Crazy idea, right? why is his podcast so big? It seems like it shouldn't really exist. If I'm being honest. Even the phrase whatever just seems like Gen Z apathetic slang that a CIA agent would come up with to represent Gen Z. It doesn't seem real. I'm not saying that he definitely is a Fed, but I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't be 100% surprised if it turned out he was a Fed.
$99 and up. We have Intel Wild. Oh, it's coming in as a TTS.
Intel Wild donated $100. Not so bright. Do you like BDSM because you were getting spanked by Jay?
Ah, classic. When you can't defeat a woman, you just have to sexually
Like
degrade
when you do
her
the
and make a joke
dongs in
out
your
of it.
mouth, like that. Is that a good example of what you're talking about?
When I'm sexually
I can't
degrading
defeat a
myself?
woman, so you put dongs in your mouth
No,
because
I
it's
said
funny.
you can't defeat a woman without sexually degrading her and then making a joke.
Like
out
when
of
you
it.
put dongs in your mouth. Is
That
that
was
sexually
my-
degraded?
Women sexually degrade themselves plenty. We don't need to contribute to that. You guys do enough degrading of yourself on your own. Thank you.
Self. That was myself.
Oh, by yourself. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
right. So it's all subjective, like relativism.
Usually you can make jokes about yourself that other
Do you believe in
people probably
relativism
shouldn't.
too?
Yeah, I do.
Really? Mm-hmm. Is it self-refuting?
No.
Is relativism true?
But depends on what you mean by true.
Is everything relative?
Yes, but that doesn't mean it's like subjective.
It
can't
means the
conflate
same
it.
thing. Yeah,
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it does
Something being
not.
totally relative means that it is subjective.
No. That's,
It
I'm
does.
sorry, that is like a philosophy
No,
101.
it's correct. Philosophy 101, you would learn that if something is completely relative, then it's purely subjective. It's the same.
No.
Yes, it is. It's the
No,
same,
you're
it's the
conflating
same
subjectivism
content.
to cultural relativism at best.
I know the difference between the two.
opposite of
It doesn't-
relativism?
Your position
What do
is.
you think the opposite of relativism is?
You've already, now that you've admitted that everything is relative
What do you think it
to
is?
you.
What do you think it is?
It's-
The opposite of
Well, there's
relativism.
epistemic relativism, there's cultural relativism, there's ethical relativism.
What's broadly the opposite of relativism?
Everything is relative to your vantage point, your perspective.
What's the opposite of it?
Perspectivalism.
You
No,
don't
it's
know, do
not.
you?
You're an idiot.
It's absolutism. It's not objectivism.
Relativism is not absolutism.
No, the opposite of relativism is moral
It's
absolutism.
objectivism.
No, it's
yes,
not.
it is.
No, the
You're
opposite
an
of
idiot.
You don't
You've
know
never
anything about
had. Have you?
philosophy.
I don't
That's
know philosophy.
crazy. That's
Right.
crazy.
I've debated all the top
I
atheists and
actually-
philosophers, and you
I'm
don't
not gonna
know.
lie. I didn't expect that. You should
The
definitely know
opposite of
this.
relativism is objectivism.
It's absolutism.
It means the same thing.
No, it does
Yes,
not.
it does.
No, it does not.
You have a problem with words
That's
that you
crazy.
think that two different words can't mean the same thing.
Okay. Moral absolutism is when you can apply things universally. Objectivism
Correct.
is that something can be like capital T true.
It-
These are
you can
not
use
the same thing.
You can use the terminology. You're arguing
These
over
are
an
not the
idiot.
same
Yes,
thing.
they are.
No, they're not.
Moral objectivism. What is that?
Moral objectivism is believing that there's like a capital T true that you
Correct.
can find. Yeah, that's not the same
No,
thing
no,
as
no,
absolutism.
it's not.
Kant is more
moral
like an absolutist.
objectivism. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do.
Moral objectivism is that there are moral absolutes. It's that simple.
No.
Yes.
No.
What do you mean?
So she just got caught there. She's just like, no, that's not true. No, that's not true. No. Also, erudite, saying that something is capital T true, that's not meaningful, right? That's not a meaningful statement unless you actually explain what that means. And Jay just did it. He said it means that there are objective truths.
I mean, no.
That's crazy. Can I get
Moral.
water?
So now she wants to run and get water.
No, I'm not running. I'm actually just, I'm gobsmacked.
Oh, there's some under
Oh,
yeah. there's
Right, because
I'm genuinely
right, because you
gobsmacked
have a
that the Phil
basically
student
you
doesn't
have
know
a,
this.
essentially
That's okay.
you have an elementary school level education, and you're
Yep.
actually debating people who actually
Which
know
is,
what philosophy
is
is.
crazy because despite my little education, you still don't know what relativism is versus like absolutism and objectivism. That's fine. We can move
I've
on.
debated the dude from the Objectivist Foundation, the Ayn Rand Foundation, so I'm pretty sure I know.
Again, then you would
And
know
he,
that
he presents the
objectivism.
position. Do you understand that a word can mean different things in different contexts? So if I say that something is morally objective, or that it's morally absolute, or that it's not relative or subjective, it all means the same thing, even though it's different words. Did you know that?
That's crazy. Okay.
That's crazy. That words can mean the same
Yes,
thing is
that,
crazy?
That you don't have any concept of the philosophical compass is crazy to
The
me.
philosophical compass.
Yes.
So memes, meme level philosophy. Yeah.
It's not meme level
It is a
philosophy.
meme. It's a meme.
It's not.
meme level philosophy because you
Okay.
thought that words didn't mean the same thing.
Okay.
We have a chat coming in here from Robert. One sec, guys. Let's get that pulled up. There it is. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate
Robert
it.
donated $200. Hey Brian, comment on this discussion. Bloomberg just reported 2 days.
But probably it's bad. But maybe it's neutral.
All right, we have 3 other chats, unless, Jay, you wanted to weigh in on that one?
No, I agree. It's bad. Yeah.
Sure. We have Whatever Fan. Thank you, Whatever
Whatever fan
Appreciate it.
donated $100. I'm enjoying Jay Barbecue cooking her puppy cheeks better than Gordon Ramsay like a donkey.
Okay.
They like my cheeks. That's all I heard.
We have...
You got cooked, is what they said. I know,
They
you, I
also
know you
said
can't.
I'm
I know
cute.
you can't
They
hear
also said I'm
something.
cute.
Yeah.
There was a nice one that came through about you.
I saw.
All right, we have Grandma Sweaters coming in here in just a moment. Grandma's Sweaters, excuse me.
Grandma's Sweaters donated $100. Erudite that makes no sense. Feminism is a populist movement where each rep in history interprets the definition. Feminism hold ancient beliefs and utilize history as foundation for their beliefs.
Yep.
Okay. It's not a refutation of anything that I've said.
Right.
If you guys
I
want to
understand
engage,
that you can't understand
if you
objective
want to engage with
argumentation.
me,
Right.
I'm right here. But if
Right.
you want to keep fighting like
That's a good point. Like the people who started feminism would have appealed to things throughout history that they believed to be true. So even the people who argued for feminism when it was first conceived aren't going to act like Erudite, the fucking retard over here. They're going to appeal to history, and they're going to appeal to things that they believe in the past to define their understanding of feminism. So this is just dumb.
But you're
ghost the
arguing in
room,
yourself,
you go
in
for
your
it.
head. It's like a hamster wheel running, and you're
I'm
not
not-
actually in the debate.
I've defined
why the whole
feminism
chat
multiple
is cook-
times. I did a lot of
But
labor
did
to
you
get
hear
you to
my?
define
I bet you
feminism.
couldn't restate my internal critique, could you?
Of me?
Yeah.
It was something about how you think that I'm like self-defeating because you think that my definitions necessarily like contradict each other, which they don't. It was just a false dichotomy.
No,
That wasn't even the critique, so she wasn't even listening.
that wasn't the internal critique, but good try.
Okay. Do you want to remind me?
Well, okay, but shouldn't it be extremely telling that she doesn't even know what the critique was. So Erudite is not even tracking the debate, right? If you think about this is kind of devastating because if two people are debating, both of them should be able to track where the debate is going, its progress, understand where they've been, the steps they've made. If X, therefore Y, if Y, therefore Z, they should be able to hold the progression of syllogisms, the chapters of the debate, what they've discussed, what they haven't. If you can't even track the trajectory, the progress, the history of the debate itself, like you don't even know the critique Jay made against you, you're not keeping up with the debate. That alone should be sufficient refutation that Erudite is losing big time. She can't even keep up with the progress of the debate that she's in right now. Like she's a hamster wheel in her head.
Get more.
Yeah, we have Rachel Wilson. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate
Wilson
it. Thank you.
donated $100. The most merciful thing that the large family does to one of its infant members is kill it. Margaret Sanger, founder of Planned Parenthood, first wave feminist. Feminism is intrinsically anti-natalist.
Yep.
I just disagree.
Okay.
Good job. That's
Thank you, Rachel Wilson. Appreciate that.
It's almost like there's lots of camps to a large movement.
so it's elastic. Exactly. Thank you.
Yep. To some degree, yeah, we would agree that there's heterogeneity within any movement.
Right. So it can be defined the way you need it at whatever point in the
No,
debate,
I
right?
defined it really clearly. Like
Very
really
broadly
clearly.
so that you could move it later. And it
And
didn't
why'd
work.
you agree
I'm sorry
to
it didn't work.
Why'd you agree to it?
Because I was setting you up.
He didn't. And also saying that you tried to trap me, and then saying, well, why did you let me trap you, does not justify your bad faith shitty trap, right? Like you saying, well, why'd you agree to it? That's you admitting that you tried to trap him, Erudite. That's admission that you just tried to trap Jay with an elastic definition. So you're vindicating him. Do you understand? Like, this is so stupid, guys.
You're up to lose later. That's why.
Oh, it was an 8D chess plan.
Correct.
And then it took
And
you
you fell.
45 minutes to define it later.
No, I just let you dig your own hole
Okay,
after
Jay.
45 minutes.
Whatever you need to tell yourself to win.
I bet you 95% of the chat's going to agree with me. What do
I'm
you want to bet?
sure that this
Because
chat
everybody's
agrees
dumb.
with you.
Oh, really?
No,
So
no,
everybody in
I-
the chat's dumb. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't say that. I said I'm sure chatters agree with you. I just don't.
But you think that my arguments are dumb, so they're dumb.
I'm not super interested in what chatters have to say. Viewers are a very different
But
breed.
optics and who won the debate is judged by the audience.
Yeah, but the audience isn't just chatters, right? It's also viewers, and these are not the same person.
I bet the comments are going to say otherwise.
I'm sure the comments on a very right-leaning, decently Eastern Orthodox that has already accepted most of your presuppositions as a show
Right-leaning
are
or
going to
right-leaning?
agree with you.
What?
Right-leaning.
Right-leaning?
Yeah, I'm sure that they're going to agree with you, but that doesn't mean that you've won, right?
Hmm.
Just like if I put this on my channel and then all of my left-leaning audiences said I won, that's not evidence that I won, obviously.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Guarantee you, if she posted this on her channel, all of the comments would be personal attacks on Jay and why he's mean. There wouldn't be a single comment refuting what Jay said. Not one. All of the comments would be, Jay so mean, Jay did this, Jay did that, funny gaff from Jay. Erudite was so funny when XYZ, she's my queen. You would see nothing actually refuting the substance of the debate. Guarantee it. Almost nothing, or it'd be some idiot who just got a thing wrong.
Obviously, that would be like a super
Because
selection bias.
debates are for audiences.
Sure. Did you listen to anything I just said? What's a selection bias?
Well, it's when you choose the evidence based on what you want.
That's not a selection bias. That's called.
Well, you're talking about audiences, and like my audience would like my stuff. So if they like me, then I think I won because my audience liked me. So I selectively chose the audience, is what you're saying.
No. Okay. No. So you know what? Never mind.
no, right.
You're wrong.
No, that's what it is.
It's crazy.
So
you don't
basically,
know what any of these words mean. You've really impressed people.
Right. So selection bias is a systematic error that occurs when the sample of participants is not representative of the broader population. Right. So Jay was right. He means his audience is cherry-picked or selected to agree with him. It's not reflective of the larger population. So that is what selection bias means. So she's saying he's wrong, but he accurately understood it. That is what selection bias means. It refers to a sample of the population which is biased.
Like
Selection
how
bias
the word
in
objective
science-
just means
so
absolute
a selection
in the
bias in
same
science
sense.
means that like a naturally arising population that you are testing might end up having some emergent trait that you think is a construct true of that group when actually you've already set up the prerequisite methodology to find that trait within it. So my audience is going to like my shit more and your audience will like your
That's
shit
literally
more.
what I just said.
Yeah, but
That's literally what he said. So she was like, oh, you don't even know the meaning of words. And then she just did this like 2-minute yap and just basically arrived at what Jay said. So this is important because we're establishing the credibility of Jay versus Erudite. Erudite's going to say, you don't understand words. And then she yaps and circles back to the very thing Jay said. And basically agreed with him. Let's run that back one more time.
true of that group when actually you've already set up the prerequisite methodology to find that trait within it. So my audience is going to like my shit more and your audience will like your
That's
shit
literally
more.
what I just said.
Yeah, but the issue is that
Yeah, but. So yes. She said, yeah, but. That's an admission. That's an admission. Jay was right. No, but Erudite, you just spent the last 2 minutes, the last minute, saying Jay didn't understand the word. You then circle back with an analogy and an example, and it's the exact same thing Jay said. And then Jay said, wait, but that's what I said. And then you said, yeah, but. Okay, so you're admitting that he was right. So your whole refutation didn't work.
that
but
you were
but that's what I just
you were
said.
defining.
That's what I just said.
No, you said that you.
That's
were
what
selected
I
for
just
it.
defined, you idiot.
No.
You're stupid. Like, I literally just defined the same thing that you said.
Do you think that when you call me stupid, you win?
No, it's a fact.
Like, what's the
No,
purpose
it's
behind
factually demonstrating what is the case.
it? Again, do you think that
Because
you're winning by
you
calling
literally
me
give the
stupid?
same definition I did. I don't care.
No, the issue was that you were doing the what's it called when you
Oh, I
cherry
thought you knew
pick
the
evidence?
fallacies. I thought you knew the fallacies.
I do. I just don't
but
remember
you don't.
the
But you
term for
don't.
it.
You don't. Because you didn't know what an internal critique was either.
Do you remember what the
what?
word is for when you selectively pick your?
So she's referencing something, and she doesn't even know the thing she's trying to reference. So she's trying to talk about cherry picking evidence, right? and she doesn't even know the word of the thing she's trying to pick out. So she's going to say, Jay, you don't know the meaning of words. You don't know what you're talking about. But also, let me interject with this thing, but I don't even know what the name of the thing is. I'm still searching for words. Like, okay, erudite, you don't even know the word of the thing that you're trying to reference. You're just floundering.
Or you cherry pick your evidence. What's the word for that?
Well, there's two fallacies. There's the sharpshooter fallacy and the gambler's fallacy. So you might be referring to either of those.
No.
Just cherry picking fallacy?
It's not cherry picking fallacy. It's got
She
like
doesn't
a really
even know the
common
fallacies.
I do.
No, you don't.
Yes.
So
But it's crazy.
What's the gambler's fallacy, if you know the fallacy?
What's a false analogy?
What's the gambler's fallacy?
I don't know.
You just said you knew the fallacy.
Yeah, she's just crashing out. So he gives her an analogy, famous analogy. Gambler's fallacy. I wrote all these down. Let's go learn, guys. Instead of being arrogant like erudite, let's actually go learn. I'll admit I don't know what that is off the top of my head. I did write these down. Let me see if I can guess. Sharpshooter fallacy would be probably your selection data is too narrow. So you have a massive population of maybe 1 million and you're narrowing in on 10 people, trying to derive a general rule from a very small sample size. Or thinking that a tendency, proclivity, or statistical feature of a very, very small population somehow represents something to be true for the entire population of like 1 million. Gambler's fallacy. Gambler's fallacy. Think. All right, let's figure it out. Past random events affect future ones. So think flipping a coin, 5 tails in a row. That means the next one is definitely going to be tails as well. Drawing a conclusion after the fact by cherry-picking data to fit your narrative. Shooting randomly at a barn, then painting a bullseye around where you shot. Ignoring randomness and pretending patterns were intentional or meaningful. Interesting. I didn't quite get it, but I'll admit that, I didn't know what that was.
I know lots of fallacies. That doesn't mean I know every
Well, that's
fallacy.
one of the most popular ones. You don't know?
No.
Incomplete evidence? Fallacy of incomplete evidence?
No.
Suppressing evidence?
So you're just floundering, erudite. You didn't know you were about to object, but you don't even know the name of the thing you're trying to object with.
Okay.
I can't think of the word.
That's
It starts
fine.
with a C.
Sure. We have a few more chats coming through. Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate
Christopher
it.
Scott donated $100.
Thank you.
Absolutism is a form of objectivism. They are intrinsically intertwined, not so bright.
Oh, you thought words only had one
$100
meaning.
donor said it.
Is absolutism a form? They overlap but aren't identical. Moral rules, truths are unchanging, universal. Murder is always wrong. Fixed standards. Independently of human opinion. All absolutists are objectivists. Right. Because if objectivism is saying that it's not dependent on your human opinion, I mean, okay, so, right, so an absolutist would say that it's unchanging, universal. So that would necessitate that you're not a subjectivist. Huh. And then I'm guessing relativist would just be there's no objective standard for truth. It's just relative to other things. Truth is simply relative to everything else. Subjective and objective. Subjective would be based on the user, the mind. Objective would be not based on the user or the mind. Absolute would be eternal and unchanging. which would necessarily exclude subjectivism and relativism. So Erudite said she was a relativist, meaning that, okay, what is relativism? It's dependent. So it's contingent on perspective, culture, context. What's right or wrong varies. They just seem to mean pretty much the same thing. Relativism says truth is relative to who's judging it, while objectivism says it's not. Yeah, so they're both correct. Like, both absolutism and objectivism are counters to relativism. They're both opposites. They're both exclusive to each other. I would say objectivism is the better opposite, because objectivism specifically states that it's not dependent on who's judging. Whereas absolutism is just saying that it's universal. Whereas objectivism makes the very specific claim that it's not based on the subject. It's outside the purview of the subject, which is the claim of relativism. So I'd say objectivism is a more direct opposite, but absolutism would also be an opposite. But so they're kind of both right. And she was saying that, no, it's absolutism, it's not objectivism. And Jay's basically saying, for all intents and purposes, they mean the same thing, which he's right.
You
So it
thought
must
words
be
only had one meaning.
true.
I'm sorry. Sometimes they can mean two different things. It's called a word concept fallacy. Did you know about that one or no?
I should write that one
You
down
should,
so that
actually,
when later you get
because-
mad at me for
right,
using a word
so
for two different
Texas
things.
sharpshooter, go look it up.
A
Word concept
word.
fallacy, look that up.
Can we
Gambler's fallacy, go look that up.
two
And internal
Thank you,
critique.
Kat. Thank you, Chow.
different-
By the way, guys, we did set a super chat goal. We're at 13 of 50. We have about 50 minutes left on it. Kyla will wear a
if you
MAGA
pay me,
hat.
if you give me part of that,
I will give you a $2 bill.
if I'm the reward for it, I'm getting some of that money.
Fucking whore.
But I'll
Nasty
definitely
whore.
wear the hat.
We'll talk after the
Yeah,
show.
yeah.
We've got to see if we hit the goal, but
We can
it's
hit the goal,
happening.
guys.
50
we can definitely
minutes.
hit the
50
goal.
minutes. Let's see here. We're all caught up.
We should give
correct?
Like, can we not point out that Erudite is just a nasty whore? That she's putting her boobies out on camera to try to get views, and she's whoring out her beliefs. She'll put on a MAGA hat for money. Like, she's just a nasty whore. Like shameless, self-serving, principleless, like nasty whore. Can we just admit that? Like,
$100 to whichever chatter can figure out why Jay doesn't understand what a false analogy is and was incorrect in the use of it.
I know what a false analogy is.
That's true, but then why do you use it incorrect?
what the? She just said that's true. So he said, "I know what a false analogy is." She's like, "That's true." So you're making no sense, Erudite.
Exactly.
I didn't.
You did. So either you're
Comparing the
lying
nation
right
state
now
of
or using
Israel,
bad faith.
comparing the nation state of Israel to the history of feminism is a false analogy.
What was I comparing?
You asked for a definition that was not connected to history, and then, by the way, you said that history is bound up with a definition.
So I asked
Oh,
you
so
if
that's
you
a
could
contradiction,
define
right.
Israel. If you could define
You
Israel
said, "Can I
without
do
going
it
through
without
the
going through the
centuries. And you said,
history?"
yeah, I could. You
No,
said
I
you-
didn't.
Yes,
I
you said that
said-
you could define Israel without
No, I
going through
didn't.
the
I said I
centuries of
have to go-
history.
Now
and
you're
then the reason why
lying.
you said that it's disanalogous is you said Israel has too long of a
No,
history.
you just yapped and didn't listen.
Okay.
That
You
I said you
reframe a
can't.
lot.
I said you can't define Israel without going into the ancient history.
You said that I don't want to, and that it's disanalogous because Israel
I
has
said
long
you
history and
can't.
feminism has short history.
That would contradict
That's
what you just said.
explicitly what you
That's
said.
what you. That would contradict what you just said, like 2 minutes ago.
That doesn't matter. I was catching
It
you
doesn't
in
matter. It doesn't matter. So contradictions don't matter in a debate.
Your
So thank you.
contradictions matter, yes.
So basically, she's ignoring the substance of the debate, and she's trying to capture Jay on a false analogy claim he made. I think I'll admit that I don't know why Jay said it was a false analogy. He shouldn't have said that. There was no reason for him to say that, because it wasn't a false analogy. It was analogous. Like, just like the state of Israel you need to go into the history to define it. So it's an effective analogy. But she's so desperate for any gotcha that even if she has to, as a consequence of catching him in this stupid gotcha, contradict herself. Like, she's literally contradicting what she said earlier when she's trying to catch him in this false analogy. Because think about it. She's saying they are analogous, Jay, because both of them demand you go through the history. So it's not a false analogy. They are both analogous. But if she says that contradicts what she said when she brought up the state of Israel and it not being relevant to the history, and her whole larger claim that history is not relevant to the definition or not part of the definition, which she spent like 20 minutes arguing. Right? So she's contradicting herself earlier by making this gotcha, but she's so desperate for any kind of a gotcha, even if it's completely irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant to any of the substance of the debate. You said false analogy, but it's not really a false analogy, Jay. It's not relevant, right?
Oh my gosh. You just admitted that you contradicted, and now you're saying that I'm...
No, I did not.
You did.
No.
You said they don't matter.
No, I said that when you were when I asked you to define Israel, I asked if you could define Israel without going through these centuries of history, and you said that you could.
No,
and then
I said
asked
no.
why.
I did not.
You said that you could.
You're lying.
I
said I didn't.
The reason why it was a false analogy is because you
You're
said
losing
that the
your mind.
extent was different.
Yeah, he didn't say that. He said, like the modern nation state of Israel, or like feminism, they're similar in the sense that you have to go through the history. I think the reason he said it was a false analogy is because, by and large, they're just so unrelated. Like, the state of Israel and feminism are so unrelated that it's almost like a non sequitur to even bring them up. That's why I think he said it was a false analogy.
Crazy. You can't hold your claim.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
I said you can't because in the same case as feminism, you can't.
You know what? If you want to retroactively change your claim and correct it, fair enough.
I think maybe you misheard.
No.
Because it wouldn't work for my
Jay.
argument if I said
agree.
the opposite.
That's why it was stupid of you to say.
I didn't say that.
Yes,
I
you
said
did.
that neither feminism nor Israel could be defined apart from their history.
You said that
And
Israel?
you're lying right now.
No, I'm not. You said
You
that
are lying.
You said that you
Flat
wouldn't go
out
through
lying.
the reason
The
why
whole
these were
audience, by the
disanalogous.
way,
The
this
reason why
shit
these were
is flat
disanalogous
out
is you couldn't
lying.
go through the centuries of history for Israel because of the extent. And this is why I laughed at you and I said they're disanalogous because one has long history and one has short history.
You just misheard because you don't listen.
I didn't. Maybe
And
you
can't-
misspoke.
You can't understand.
I can grant.
He never said that. Jay never said that they're disanalogous in the sense that Israel's history is too long. He never said that. She's imagining that.
You that you misspoke. Maybe you misspoke.
No, I didn't misspeak.
You obviously did.
I didn't misspeak.
You obviously did, but it's
Erudite, you misheard. He didn't misspeak. You misheard.
Disanalogous because the two things are different. Separate from that, I said that I can't define
that's not
Israel
what makes
apart
it
from history.
disanalogous.
You don't even understand what I'm saying.
You can compare
It's like
two different
this
things.
is
The
like
things that
talking
I'm
to a
comparing is
child.
defining things without their history. And you said that I could define Israel
No,
without
I
going through
didn't.
the centuries.
I said-
That's fair that you misspoke. It's
No, I
fine.
didn't misspeak.
Okay.
You just don't listen.
Okay.
We got to chat.
He literally never said that. He never once said that you could go like Israel has too long of a history to explain it. He never said that. She's literally hallucinating that. He never once said that. He said it's a false analogy because Israel has nothing to do with feminism. So he should have said something like it's irrelevant, or this is a non sequitur, or this is a red herring. But yeah, but he never said this other part she's saying where, it's because the history is too long, you can't go through it. He never said that once. I listened through the whole debate.
Chat coming through here. We got Ali Burr Knight. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Alabama Knight donated $100.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Erudite, please remove Andrew Tate from your Twitter banner. You're not worthy. Occult feminism will help with the aftercope.
My favorite thing is dumbasses who think that I have up there because I like Andrew Tate. It's clearly a meme. It's obviously a meme.
Okay, so you're admitting Jay's point where he's saying you have a meme understanding of philosophy. That you are not serious, you're not a real debater, or not a real intellectual. You're just there to espouse memes and be contradictory and be relativist and be goofy and spurg and be autistic and be clever, even though you're not clever, you're just fucking dumb. But you'd like to sound clever. You'd like to think you're clever, even though you're not. But you're not serious. You operate in the realm of memes. So thank you for proving that you're just a stupid meme lord with your titties out. You're a wannabe, what's the name of that girl that the simp was with? Fuck, what was her name? Brittany Venti. You're like a wannabe Brittany Venti.
Earlier on in the discussion, you said that feminism is unavoidable. I think during your opening introduction.
Unavoidable and necessary, yeah.
Do you want to get into that a little bit? Like why is it unavoidable?
I think because as nations grow, eventually you will want women to join the workforce to be able to compete at like a global scale, and therefore it becomes inevitable because you need.
Okay, but what if having women in the workforce actually makes a nation not competitive? What if it's actually bad for a nation? Because you need women to produce human capital, and that's how you stay competitive as a nation. Right? Like, what if you actually need, like, what would be competitive is if women followed their biological natural roles, which they're naturally predisposed for, and had the next generation. Right? What if that's what you actually need for a nation to stay competitive long term? What if having a few women in the workplace doing things that a man would just do better anyway? What if that's actually not helpful for the long-term competitiveness of a nation?
Need women to join the workforce, and as soon as women join the workforce, they now have way more leveraging power by having money and certain rights. And once they have those rights and those leverage powers, they're necessarily going to leverage that power to give themselves more freedoms that they obviously wanted. What are you asking right now?
If it didn't exist for thousands of years in history, then it.
Here's a major problem. This is where Andrew Wilson would probably step in. Is she saying it's inevitable because women are going to vote for themselves to get more rights once they have rights to vote? Problem is, what if we just collapse the democratic system? Then it becomes based off force, and now women have no force because they're women. Most women don't have firearms, don't know how to use them. They would be outgunned massively. Men would have way more strength and power. And if we return to a primitive form of society, one that's based on power and aggression and, physical force, then women immediately lose all their power, right? So this presupposes that the system of political power will always be a democracy. And I think you're kind of right in the sense that once women have the right to vote, they're not going to vote away their own rights. But, that presupposes that, the West is always going to be a stable democracy, which I would say it could collapse. We could lose a democracy. We could just simply get rid of democracy. There's no reason. We could just say we don't care about the vote. We don't care about women's vote. We don't care about migrants' vote. We're going to become a fascist state. Fuck the vote. That's completely within the realm of possibility, and that would make it therefore not inevitable. Because what if the system as a whole is dysfunctional? What if the entirety of America is doomed for failure? Wouldn't this kind of have an impact on women's rights and democracy, making it not inevitable?
Wasn't necessary.
I'm pretty sure you literally said that multiple countries fell because of liberalization. So
I'm just asking you.
Liberalization and giving women more rights.
Did
over
it exist
time
for thousands of
in
years
history.
until modernity?
Not all the forms of it.
Okay,
because
so then
we
it's
didn't have
not
the technology.
necessary and it's not inevitable.
It's
Thank you.
absolutely necessary at this point because
If
in
it didn't for
2025,
thousands of years, then it's not necessary and inevitable.
I'm
You
going to
idiot.
teach you something crazy.
You're not
Jay.
going to teach anything.
Over time,
You're not going to teach
technologies
anything.
develop, which means that the way that
You're just
the
yapping and
Romans
talking and asserting things.
you gotta let me talk. The way that the Romans worked their world is not the way that we can work our world, obviously, because things
Then
like
it's not
guns
inevitable
exist.
and it's not necessary.
It is inevitable because
Was
if
it
you-
necessary and
okay.
inevitable in Rome?
Wait, just let her finish. Let her finish. Go ahead.
Okay, for example, if you don't update to technology, your society tends to fall behind.
None of this is
so
relevant.
technologies that made
Let her finish.
so technologies that make feminism necessary and unavoidable would be things like tampons and things like birth control. This is absolutely true, and they're never going back in the hole. We're never putting the Colgate back in the.
Never going back in the hole, eh? That's a pretty interesting language she just used there right after talking about tampons. But let's think about her dumb argument. So her argument is that because of reproductive technologies that we can't put, the lid back on. Except we can, Erudite, because we could just ban them. So this is dumb. Just because a technology exists, it doesn't necessitate that it's going to be legal or actually used in a state. This is dumb. But anyway, her argument is that because there's this technology, therefore people have to use it. And that means women are going to use tampons to go in the workforce. And I don't even know. Like, this is just so dumb. Like, just because women have reproductive technology like contraception or tampons, does that mean they have to use it to go in the workforce? No. They could just use tampons and be a mother. So this is just so dumb.
Fucking two, right?
Wow.
So Poland is a great example of a country that didn't update its technology, and as a result, it got stomped. When the beginning of, I believe, World War I or World War II, they invested in cavalry because the Polish cavalry was like the greatest thing, the winged hussars, everyone loved them, but tanks became a thing, and they got absolutely, utterly dumpstered and destroyed.
Yeah, but this is a false analogy because comparing military technology like tanks or gunpowder versus cavalry or spears has nothing to do with like tampons. Those are obviously in completely different categories and they're not relating to force. So the reason that something like a tank becomes inevitable is because if I have a tank and everybody else has sticks, then I can use the tank to, like, I can use force through the tank to destroy everybody else. But it's not so obvious that just using a tampon is going to necessarily dominate everybody else in the same kind of way. Because maybe it's the case that when women use tampons to go out into the workforce, they're actually less competitive. And the nation as a whole becomes less competitive because they're not having enough human capital to supply the next generation. And they actually become less competitive. So with a tank, it's obvious because if I have a tank, I can just kill everybody who doesn't have a tank. But with a tampon, it's like, well, does that actually make my society inevitable or competitive? Does it give me the same kind of force that a tank does over my competition? Not at all, because it's a false analogy.
Destroyed, which is why for societies to compete at a global geopolitical level, you have to keep up with technology. The reality is that China wants to win over America.
The problem is this is like a general kind of rule where it's like, keeping up with technology is good. The first problem is, what do we use that technology for? Just because we have tampons doesn't necessitate we use them to go into the workforce. So just having a technology does not immediately imply a use case for that technology. The second thing is you're using a general rule like, oh, it's generally pretty good to keep up with the technology and use it so you can be competitive. And he gave the example of like a tank. But it doesn't work in the example of like tampons, this general rule, because it's a completely different type of technology. So something like a factory with conveyor belts is going to be more competitive than manual production. That's right. A loom is going to be more competitive than knitting. That's correct. But it's not the same with tampons because how does tampons instantly make you inevitably more competitive than somebody not using tampons? It's not as obvious. So just because it's a type of technology does not mean it's inevitable or necessary in the same way that other types of technologies are. And that's why this analogy doesn't work.
Which means they're going to allow women into the workforce. They're going to give them
She just wants
tampons.
to yab
They're
and
going to give them birth.
filibuster.
You have to
None
let
of
me
that
finish my
proves that it's
statements.
necessary and inevitable.
It proves that it's necessary and inevitable because the technology changes at a global level, and for you to compete at a global level, you have to allow women into the workplace.
So she just yaps. This is like her whole thing is to just yap. If it didn't happen in Rome, then it wasn't necessary and inevitable, and that proves my point.
Do we live in Rome anymore?
Oh my gosh, are you serious? You're that stupid.
Do we live in Rome anymore? Or the technology
You said
is a little bit
necessary and inevitable?
Yes.
Was it necessary and inevitable in Rome?
Again, or do we live in Rome? Do we live in Rome?
So then it wasn't necessary and inevitable.
Are the technologies
Can you
the
follow
same?
an argument that isn't
I
just
can.
yapping and asserting your position?
Jay, can you
It's an argument.
follow me?
What's the argument?
It was not necessary in Rome because they didn't have tampons.
Then it wasn't
and birth
necessary and
control.
inevitable. Thank you.
It is inevitable because we now
Then
have
it's not
tampons.
necessary. You just said it's
Do
not necessary.
Do tampons exist?
That refutes your position.
Do tampons exist?
No.
Did they exist in Rome?
No, they don't exist.
Did they exist in Rome?
There are no tampons.
There's no such thing as
No.
tampons. Okay, great.
So stupid. Well, our Erudite's really dumb. She can't clarify her point. She doesn't know how to clarify. She could just say that it's inevitable in today's society because you have to compete with other nations. Right? But, I mean, the underlying problem, the underlying assumption is that tampons and women in the workforce are competitive. Like, obviously a tank is more competitive than not having a tank. Obviously conveyor belts and manufacturing on a large scale is going to be more competitive than handcrafting. But it's not so obvious that women in the workforce or tampons are inevitable in the same kind of way. So your analogy doesn't work. And Jay's making the point that, at least in theory, it's not necessary because tons of societies didn't have women in the workforce and they did just fine. In fact, that seems to be the historical standard. So if Erudite wanted to actually defend her position better, she could have just said, well, it's necessary given the competition and the modern technology that exists around us. Like, if Rome was around today, they wouldn't survive because they couldn't compete with China, they couldn't compete with Russia, they couldn't compete with modern countries that exist right now. So it's inevitable within the context of our modern technology and our modern competition, but she's too stupid to really make that clarification.
If the
There's no
tampons,
such thing.
did they exist in Rome?
No.
So tampons are not real.
Correct.
Okay. Well, if we're
There's never been
doing
one.
this type of debate, I guess that's true. And the sky's purple, and I'm a 12-foot hippopotamus.
I mean, you are kind of like a hippopotamus. I mean, 12 foot, not quite, but hey, you are kind of like a purple hippopotamus, right? So I don't even disagree.
Some chats coming through. We have Flower Pot.
Flowerpot91 donated one.
Amalgam of feckless, vapid ineptitude
said it
combined
must be
with
true.
unearned high self-esteem. Do you want to respond
Nasty slut.
to that, Kyla, or?
I'm Canadian.
Huh?
I'm Canadian.
Oh, right.
Even worse.
Okay, there you go. All right.
Actually, Canada has like one of the most competitive education systems.
No, it's worse because it produces examples like this.
We have Intel Wild. Thank you, Intel Wild. Appreciate
Intel
it.
Wild
Thank you.
donated $100. Not so bright, you look like you have gained some weight lately. Moo moo oink oink oink.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I just finished my bulk cycle. So I'm about 15.
Your bulk cycle with those flabby ass arms? Nah, you are not bulk. You look like. Nah, bro. Like that stomach? Nah, you're not bulking. Nah. Shut up. If a guy said that, he'd be laughed out of the room.
Pounds heavier than I am, and I'm about 120% more muscle than.
It's dumb. Like, people use the word bulk. Putting on weight and being fat is not the same as bulking, right? You have no definition. This arm has zero definition. This big. I've seen your flabby arms flapping throughout this whole debate. You have zero definition.
Than I want, and I
Is that
started
part
cutting
of
2 days ago.
feminism?
That has nothing to do with it. I'm answering why I'm fat right now.
Okay, well, bulking is referring to muscle, not fat. And you just admitted that you are fat.
Are you building muscle bulk or fat
Yeah.
bulk?
No.
have been talking
I just said I gained 120% of the muscle that I'd ideally like to maintain after my.
Okay, that's why I said, is that part of your feminism regimen?
Nope, it's just part of putting on muscle, which
All right.
you would not know about, I
We have
guess.
Giovanni. Thank
Jalen
you.
donated
Thank you.
$100. It's not too much to demand definition.
It is too much to demand definitions, so you don't understand. This chatter doesn't understand how debate works. If you're arguing a position, you need to give your own definition. The onus is on the person making the positive claim that feminism is good to define to make their case. They have to provide their own definitions. Think about this. If I'm making a sentence where I include the word feminism, hello everybody, I'm going to argue feminism is good. I've now used the word feminism, and now I have to give a definition for that word that I am using. Right? Does that make sense? So if I say, hello, feminism is good, now I have to say what feminism is so we can know what I mean by feminism is good. Jay doesn't have to, because he's not the one making the claim that feminism is good. Erudite is. Think about this. Erudite is building a boat, and her argument is like a boat, and the various tools, like she needs a saw, she needs a grinder, a sander, she needs these various things, right? Various tools. Those are like the words, right? So I need feminism is and I need good, right? So she's constructing the statement for an argument, and the tools are like the individual words in the argument, right? The thing is, she needs the tool feminism, which is like, a bow saw. So she needs a bow saw. So she has to go get the bow saw because she's the one using that to construct her argument, to build her boat, right? Jay's not building a boat. He doesn't need a bow saw. He's not the one using lumber or using wood to build his own boat. He's there to simply critique and point out what Erudite is building when she's building her boat. So when he says, aha, that's not a bow saw, that's a handsaw, right? He doesn't have to give her a bow saw. All he has to do is point out, you're not using the right tool. That's not what feminism is. That's a bad definition. That's a rusty saw. It's not his job to give her a saw. He's not the one building the boat. She's building the boat for herself. It's her argument, her point. The onus is on her to supplement her own tools for her own intellectual project of building an argument. Right? So do you understand why the onus is not on Jay? Because Jay is not building the argument that feminism is good. He's the one doing an internal critique. He's just looking at her own construction, her own boats, and he's nitpicking it, which he's allowed to do.
Definition for the entire topic of the debate. A good faith debate is contingent on being charitable to the other's intention. Gay sophistry to secure W is lame AF.
That's true. It is.
You got one fan.
It is pretty gay.
Good job.
Is this directed
That's
at Jay?
crazy. You knew that was about you. Oh my God. Thank you.
Why does she think this is a win? Obviously, look at this screeching freak. This like mentally ill, ugly witch. I don't know why she thinks this is a win. Like, obviously this was about Jay because Jay would not give her a definition for feminism, and it's not his responsibility. Like, this is embarrassing for Erudite that she had to beg. She literally said, I'm begging you to give me a definition for feminism. So she doesn't know anything about debate. She doesn't know that, like, the very basic prerequisite of a debate is that you define your terms. And that's your responsibility, right? And if I offer a critique of your definition, like, let's say your definition is absurd. Let's say it has a contradiction within the definition. It's not suddenly my responsibility to give you a definition just because I'm pointing out that it's incoherent. Oh, you're pointing out that it's incoherent? Then you do it. It's like, no. You're just using a shitty tool. That's your fault. I'm pointing it out, but I'm not the one. I didn't make the contradiction. It's not my contradiction. The contradiction is inherent to your definition. I'm just pointing it out. So it's your fault that there's a contradiction within the definition. That's your fault. That's not my fault. And that's something you got to fix because it's your fault that there's a contradiction in the definition. I'm just pointing it out.
That's so fucking funny.
Dude, you're so cringe right now.
He's like, I know that's me. I'm doing the gay sophistry. That is...
It's sophistry. So you don't even know how to pronounce words right.
Sophistry.
One more time.
Sophistry. Sophistry. Sophistry.
Is it sophistry or is it sophistry, like she said? Let's go back.
He's like, I know that's me. I'm doing the gay sophistry.
Let's hear it one more time.
Sophistry.
Yeah, sophistry. Okay.
Sophistry.
Yeah, there you go. Sophistry or sophistry? Let's hear it one more time, Erudite, because you don't know the words you're using.
So cringe right now.
He's like, I know that's me. I'm doing the gay sophistry.
Okay, so you don't even understand the words you're using. You can't even pronounce the words right. I wish Jay would call her out on that.
That is so funny.
Well, if any of you want to get a chat in, it's $100 for a TTS.
And
you
remember,
can do that at streamlabs.com.
If you put in enough money,
Yeah.
I'll wear a MAGA hat.
Yeah, let me see where we're at on that. So we're at 17 of 50, so we need 33 more to hit the goal. We got about 45 minutes. You got to do 10 and over super chats over there on YouTube. Or if somebody does a champagne pop, we'll just do it right away. So,
Is that like a big donation?
yeah, it's through Streamlabs. They have to, they do it through Streamlabs. Or if we have Crystal here, they have to do 1 Ethereum. So that's another option. If you
One
guys wanna
Ethereum?
1 Ethereum for a...
How much is that worth now?
It's like, I think 1800 last time,
18-ish,
around there.
Holy shit.
It went down, but it's a little back up. So
You're high class. That's expensive.
I've got some Cristal here if you guys want to get liquored up. So, okay. I would like to continue on a little bit with the debate here. Do you guys want to shift the prompt?
How like bubbly and slutty she is now. Like she's just completely money whoring it up, and she's Ethereum. Wow, you're so cool, Brian. Can I have some? Like it's just gross behavior, right? Like this is the cope, right? This is like the mentally ill woman like acting. She's doing like emotional acting now, which is like really cringe and weird. It just looks like mental illness, right? Like doing this weird bubbly shit out of nowhere. It just like is weird. It just gives me creepy, weird, probably mentally ill, probably on drugs, probably dysfunctional. And let's be honest, guys, that's what you notice with, you want to defeat any atheist, defeat any feminist, defeat any of these people. They're all dysfunctional. So they can make all these arguments all day and night, but they're ugly, they're dysfunctional, they're sluts, they're viceful, disgusting, avirtuous, having no virtue, nasty people. And they're disgusting. And you don't want to be like them. You don't want to end up like this, slutting your titties out and your flabby arms at the age of 30, trying to, scooch up close to Brian and take his money, right? So it's kind of like, you don't even really need to look at the arguments. You'll know them by their fruits, which is what Jesus tells us. And it's true. Look at most of these quote-unquote atheists like Jordan Peterson. They're mentally ill. They are dysfunctional. They can't get up in the morning. They have mental problems. They keep themselves up late at night doing crystals and meth and weed and being generally dysfunctional, engaging in all sorts of disgusting, degenerate vices, having no personal character, being kind of nasty human beings. So I think in the long term, Christianity and kind of tradition will vindicate itself, because it becomes apparent once you look at the character of the people who argue on the other side. We just saw Destiny, Stephen Bunnell. He's getting apparently arrested for texting a 17-year-old. So why are we surprised, right? So the people who advocate these positions are just disgusting, gremlin, degenerate fucks, right? And we shouldn't even listen to them. And it becomes apparent once you look at the fruits of their character.
We could talk about patriarchy specifically.
Just
we could
pick a
talk
word
about,
and we'll fight about the definition for another 45
do you guys want to talk
minutes.
about immigration or something?
Okay, but like Erudite, the reason you had to fight about the definition was because your definition was so shitty, Jay had to pick it apart. So you shouldn't be like, Jay, we're fighting about the definition. That's so annoying. You shouldn't make fun of the fact that you're fighting about the definition, because if you had done your job correctly, Erudite, and provided a good enough definition when you were arguing for feminism, we wouldn't have ever stepped into this scenario in the first place. So this is a product, Erudite, of you not giving a good definition for the thing you're arguing for, right? And if you're trying to make the case for feminism, all you're doing when you're lazy like that is you're obstructing your own ability to make the case for feminism, right? So that's why Jay is saying, how does this prove feminism? Or you're making my case for me. Is because actually the onus is still on you to prove feminism, and you're not helping yourself when you give a shitty definition and demand all this time wasted on clarifying a definition. That's your fault.
No.
No? Okay.
Not really.
Well,
I didn't prep for immigration,
Yeah,
so
I was
I
just
wouldn't want to
throwing
talk
it
about
out there.
immigration, yeah.
I'm just, at least with a feminism-related topic, trying to think here. Any suggestions?
I mean, we could talk about whether or not you think it's biological or not that men have an innate role to lead or not. Because when you debated Jim Bob, you seem to think that soldiers are who puts on a costume.
What?
You said that a soldier is anyone that wears the costume of a soldier. Right?
I'm pretty sure I was making fun of Jim Bob when I said that. I don't
No,
think
you
anyone
were arguing that there's no difference between a soldier who's a man and a soldier who's a woman because anybody who puts on the uniform becomes that,
I
right?
feel like you must be citing Ken. I think Ken was somewhat equalizing
No.
the genders. What are you asking?
No, you were
just
arguing
ask me the
about
question.
whether or not men should be the frontline soldiers. You and Jim Bob particularly were going back and forth.
I'm
right?
fine with men being frontline soldiers. Why don't you just ask me, rather than putting words in my mouth, just ask me what you want to ask me.
I did just
and I'll
ask you a
respond.
question. I said, do you think that there's a gender or natural component that men have that makes them leaders and women not leaders in general?
Yeah, to some degree, yes. And then I think that gets reinforced culturally as well.
What does that mean?
What's
Wait, I agree. I agree with her. So yes, gender roles are biological, and then they're reinforced in the culture. Thank you. Debate over. Right? Like, so this is weird. I don't like. This is not normal for a leftist to admit that gender roles and the role of authority, that patriarchy is biological. Because if they admit that, that's basically arguing against natural law. And it's like, okay, we win. Thank you.
the biological pieces?
No, what do you mean when it's reinforced culturally? Like what? What is?
Multiple things. It would be multifactorial. So, okay. Fancy word, I know.
All
Very
right.
spooky.
I don't know big words. Go ahead.
You do. I'm
Actually, not MACD multifactorial, it'd be multifactored. So this is not factorial, right? That is, it'd be multifactored. Let's go look this up because Erudite seems to have a big problem with definitions of words. Let's go multifactored or multifactorial. You know what? Never mind. They're both valid. So it's multifactored or multifactorial. I guess I just think of factorial as math, right? So it's kind of, it's a bit, I don't know. It'd be make more sense to me to say multifactored because that just, like, the word is factor, right? So why not just say multifactored? Just seems easier than multifactorial, which sounds like something from math. But okay, they're both valid, so I can't get her for that one.
I'm sure you know what
No, I don't. No,
what does
I don't.
multifactorial mean, Jay?
Make your argument.
Okay, sure. So when I say multifactorial in a cultural way, I mean things like epigenetics, right? So I think when we have a culture that reinforces certain things and makes people more successful as a result of those expressions, we'll also reinforce it through epigenetics. It'll turn them on more often, but also then it builds a cultural, social identity of like what it means to be man. And that's both testosterone and neurochemical, but it's also slightly epigenetic, right? But it's also on top of that, it's things like culture and society and what we do
So there
together.
is a component that's biological, that's genetic,
of
but there's
course.
also a component that you think is cultural.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if it's natural and biological, why ought we put into place a position or a system that is counter to that? That would make that position or system unnatural. That's
Yep.
what I argued at the beginning, trying to make that point again.
Because it's not just biological, right? And I think
But the fact that it's not just doesn't address the question that's being asked.
because by limiting people
That's a
arbitrarily,
parse hole fallacy, by the way. Do you know that?
because by limiting people,
Interesting. So by saying that there's other factors doesn't address the specific factor that is unnatural, right? So there being other things that are cultural doesn't suddenly make it not unnatural. It's still unnatural even if there's factors that are cultural. That is a parts whole fallacy. Very good job, Jay.
Well-
I didn't even catch that one. That one was really good.
arbitrarily, I think you decrease your
It's not
innovator scale.
arbitrarily.
It is arbitrarily. So, for example,
You just admitted that there's a difference, so it wouldn't be arbitrary.
it would be arbitrary. So, say for example, well, you don't want to don't really. I think
The fact that it's not just doesn't address the question that's being asked.
because by limiting people
That's a
arbitrarily,
parse hole fallacy, by the way. Do you know that?
because by limiting people arbitrarily, I think you decrease your.
It's not
innovator scale.
arbitrarily.
It is arbitrary.
She just admitted that there's a biological component, a natural component, so it's not arbitrary. It would be based on the appeal to what's natural within the gender roles. So now she's just saying it's arbitrary, despite admitting 2 seconds ago that it was based on biology, that there was a biological and a cultural component. So is the cultural component arbitrary now? Because obviously the biological component, she just contradicted herself, obviously. But if she just also admitted that there's a cultural component that reinforces gender roles, then it's not arbitrary. It's that cultural factor that's keeping that in place.
So, for example,
You just admitted that there's a difference, so it wouldn't be arbitrary.
it would be arbitrary. So, say for example, you don't want to don't do ecological fallacies on me, right? So, if we have like a bell curve, right, of men and women, and men tend to be a little bit more extreme, and say we're selecting for a job that's purely
So you're
about.
repeating the first 20 minutes of this discussion and ignoring what I just asked you.
If you want me to respond to you, I can. If you want to just like bloviate,
But
sigh,
you're
and be
not
angry,
responding.
we
You're
can
just
do that.
you're just
I'm trying to
restating
give
the
you a
first 20
response.
minutes.
I'm trying to give you a response.
It's not a response.
Okay,
It's
I can just sit
repeating
here
what
and you can
said.
be
So
like,
it's like a machine.
fallacy. Or do you want me to respond?
You can try.
Okay. You sure? You're the leader here.
Try.
Okay. So at an individual level, right? I don't want a system that would limit any single individual from achieving higher levels than they can otherwise achieve. What? Why are you mad?
It's just like talking to like a child. It's just.
Okay. What word are you mad about? I know words are very sensitive for you.
What justifies the position that you're arguing for, that patriarchy should not be the norm, but feminism
I've never
ought
said
to,
that.
Oh my God.
I've literally never said patriarchy
They're
should be
mutually
the norm.
exclusive
They're not mutually
position.
exclusive.
Yes, they are.
They're not.
Feminism is a revolutionary
We live in a
movement.
patriarchy and feminism exists.
That doesn't mean that they're not mutually exclusive.
Yes,
That's
it
a
does.
stupid argument. No, it's not. That's an appeal to that's a naturalist fallacy. The fact that it is so, then it must be good or it must be right.
I'm
That's
not
a
saying that it's
fallacy.
good or right. I'm saying that they both exist.
The
which means
fact that
they're
they
not
exist.
Well, we don't actually live in a patriarchy, so she's just wrong. If we have a feminist society, we have an egalitarian society, actually, with strong feminist programming, and we have a feminist culture, and the rules, the laws of society are egalitarian, I would say. Except they're actually not. They're actually pretty feminist. They have a feminist lean. So it's a mix, I'd say, between a feminist society and an egalitarian society. She said, her mistake is that she said we live in a patriarchy, plus we have feminism. Well, it's not a patriarchy. Show me how it's a patriarchy, right? Patriarchy is not just the positions of power in society, in like government or corporations, are held by men. That's not what a patriarchy is. Patriarchy is a system for everybody about roles of authority. You could say that it's about power too, but we don't have a society where men have full right to tell their women what to do. Men do not have a role of authority over women anymore in society. Marriage is apparently an equal partnership where the woman can divorce the man whenever she wants. She's not obligated to do anything he says. Nobody's pressuring her to do anything he says. In fact, it's the opposite. They pressure women to be feminist and resist oppressive, evil fathers and husbands telling them what to do. So there's no evidence Erudite could ever give that we live in a patriarchy. It doesn't exist. We live in a egalitarian, feminist society. And pointing out to the fact that there are CEOs who are men is irrelevant to the fact that whether or not we live in a patriarchy or feminist society, right? Because what defines patriarchy and what defines feminism is not about the gender of the person in power. It's about the system and the nature of the system as a whole, right? And it's not just who sits at the top seats of power. It's about how is the family unit structured? How is the average man and the average woman relate to one another? So it's a misunderstanding.
This doesn't mean that the positions
How
are
are they
coherent.
mutually exclusive?
They can be ideological or epistemically incoherent, even if they exist at the same time. You don't know that?
Okay. So how are they mutually exclusive, Jay?
Because they're contrary positions. Patriarchy is an anti-feminist position. That's what I'm arguing.
I would not agree with that by and large. Do you think patriarchy just means that it wants to oppress and crush women?
You admitted that feminism is a historical movement. All of its proponents are revolutionaries who wanted an egalitarian society and did not want a patriarchy. They're mutually exclusive. So you've redefined the position to be your own feminism that's not relevant to what we're debating.
I don't have to argue for those women. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive.
But your position is stupid then, because it's an ambiguous position that's just anything that you subjectively think helps women.
Nope. I just don't think that. Okay. I don't think that feminism is doing a good job by just dismantling patriarchy unless the patriarchy is enforced.
Okay, we haven't heard why feminism's good other than GDP.
That's because you.
That's because you didn't give an argument.
No,
you just said
you keep
GDP.
Quibbling over words.
You just said GDP.
You get really mad,
didn't give an ought.
And then you got like super.
No, I called you out on
morally
oughts.
Epistemic.
I called you out on
about
oughts,
GDP.
which you can't do.
I will use literally any fucking word because I know you really love words to try to.
Debates have to do with words.
It's crazy.
Why ought we have? Why ought we have? So she can't tell.
This is really like, okay, but she's like crashing out, and this is just, it makes Erudite's position look really dumb, because she's trying to argue that patriarchy and feminism are not mutually exclusive. Of course they are. The whole thing of feminism is down with the patriarchy. That's all of what it is. So how are you going to argue that they're not exclusive? Well, because we have feminism and we have a patriarchy. We don't have a patriarchy. Men do not have authority over women anymore. Women got in the workplace. Women got the right to vote. And saying, well, we don't have a female president. We don't have a female CEO. Women holding positions of power in companies or the state is not what feminism versus patriarchy is. It's about roles of authority, not about positions of power in government or in companies, right? For example, we could have a bunch of women in power who own all the seats of power who rewrite the laws such that men get to dominate their wives. That would be a patriarchy, even if there's women in positions of power making the laws. Who makes the laws and who sits in a seat of power is different from what the rules are, the standards are, the roles are for people on the ground. One is just, there's a person in a seat of power. It's basically an ad hoc. You're conflating the gender of a person who happens to have a position of power with the system. How the system works, how the society works. They're completely unrelated. I can have a female dictator. I can have a male dictator. I can have a patriarchy with a woman who's on the CEO board. I can have a feminist society with men who are CEOs. Why? Because men promote feminism to destroy the middle class average man. Very simple. Powerful, billionaire, male CEOs promote feminism and destroy patriarchy so that they can oppress middle class, working class men. They use feminism to oppress working class men and destroy the value of their labor by bringing women into the workforce. Very simple. Very, very simple. So she doesn't understand that we actually don't live in a patriarchy. Because patriarchy is about the nature of the system, the nature of society, not about the gender of the person who sits in seats of power.
Tell us why we ought to have feminism.
Just so you guys know, this is chatter. This is what we're talking about.
What's the ought?
We can't. I don't even want to go there because
you don't have an argument.
No, because you can't engage with me because you get so persnickety about words.
What is the argument that feminism is right for society?
It is beneficial to society because it improves innovator skill. It allows more people to enter
GDP
the workforce.
again.
GDP is one of the things.
And why are we supposed to think that's the good?
Because I think it is morally good to allow
you think that? No, why is that the good?
Because I believe that it is.
That's a good point. If you listen to Erudite talk, you're hearing a lot of I think, I believe. in an argument, actually, if we're being rigorous, saying what you think or saying what you believe is actually just a psychological report. You're actually just describing the happenings in your own head. That's not actually an argument. You're not saying X is true. You're saying I think X is true. You're just describing what your brain thinks. That doesn't make it true. That doesn't make it real. That's not a premise. That's not an argument. So you can hear the subjectivism and the relativism seeping through, leaking into the language that she's using, where she's saying, I think X, I believe X, I think it's good for X. That's a subjectivist, that's a report of what's going on in your head. That's not an argument.
Is good.
So it's you subjectively saying because it's the good.
No, I'm a divine command theorist.
But when we went to God, God didn't ever give us a feminist society.
Yeah, but I don't
by
think,
your own admission.
Actually, I think.
Also, you can't be a divine command theorist and a relativist. That's absurd. Because God didn't just decree things for yourself, right? He decrees things for everybody. So the Ten Commandments are not only for you, and they're not relative to the time period or the individual. They're absolute and they're objective for the entire society across all time.
I think by my definition of feminism, we both agreed that ancient Christianity was feminist.
No,
and then
that's
you were like,
moving the goalpost.
Never mind. Feminism is not that thing anymore.
That's moving the goalpost.
It's not moving the goalpost in any way, shape, or
She's obviously crashing out, right? Like, obviously, ancient Babylon or whatever she said is not feminist. Like, this is absurd. Like, you think there was feminism in ancient Jewish societies? This is so stupid, right?
Reform.
You admitted.
I have had the
you
exact
admitted
same
that the society
definition of the fucking
you
word
admitted the
whole
society.
time. You just don't like it.
No, you have an elastic, broad definition that you
I've
allowed to fit.
specified it as much
it's
as
a
possible.
Monarchy and a patriarchal society in ancient Israel. That doesn't help feminism. That's not your position.
Absolutely,
There's no feminism
it does,
then.
because it gave women like rights to owning
That's
land.
not
it created
feminism.
Inheritance. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Feminism is a modern revolutionary movement, you idiot. It's not an ancient movement.
This is unironically
it's
you
not
being
an
like,
ancient
it's not civil
movement.
rights because the Civil Rights Act didn't exist
You're
yet.
debating feminism,
That's not how
which
this
you
works.
said is a historical movement.
A word can mean multiple
You said it's a
different
historical
things.
movement.
I agreed, but yes, it's a historical
So it's not
movement,
an ancient
and
civilizational
it's a
movement.
It's a construct.
It's
and an
a
idea.
modern revolutionary social movement.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't mean that we can't find elements
it
of
doesn't
feminism in the
matter.
past.
She just
Of course.
lost the debate again for the fourth time.
This guy just
She
lost
said
the
it
debate
doesn't matter.
4 times in a row because he didn't even know that there are 4 waves of feminism. And he just kept on going, but there's 3, but there's 3.
Yeah, if
See
there's
how
4.
Okay, if there's 3, or if there's 4, there's also 3. So he's not wrong. When he says there's 3 waves of feminism, there's also, even if there's 4, there's also 3. If I have 4 guns, then I can also have 3 guns, right? I have 3 guns and 1 more to make 4, right? Because when I say I have 3, I'm saying I have at least 3. I could have more. I have $1 million, right? Think about this. If I say right now I have $5, am I saying that I only have $5? Or am I saying that I have at least $5? If someone's like, hey man, do you have $5? Can you pump my gas for me? And I say, yeah, sure man, I have $5. I can pump your gas for you. Am I saying that I literally only have exactly $5? No, I'm saying I have at least $5. I meet the prerequisite of at least $5 and I can pump your gas for you. I have way more than $5, right? And it's the same with the books. It's the same with the waves of feminism. I might have 4 books, but I also have 3 books. I have 4 waves of feminism, but I also have 3. So when Jay says we have 3 waves of feminism, he's not wrong. Even if there's 10 waves of feminism, there's still at least 3. So he's not wrong. So you saying that there's 4 doesn't make Jay wrong when he says that there's 3. And therefore, it's actually not a contradiction. When you object and say, no, but Jay, there's 4, that's actually not disproving what he said, that there's 3, because there is 3. Even if there's 4, there's also 3, so he wasn't wrong.
Or
But
there's
that
also
sounds-
3. That's a point I'm
That's
making
a
in terms
really
of logic.
stupid argument.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
There's still 3 if there's 4.
You just
didn't know that?
realize that there was
There's
4.
also 2 and
I
there's
think-
also 1.
Chat, he didn't know.
It
that
doesn't
there was 4
matter.
waves.
It doesn't matter how many. I don't care if
The
there's
history
16
matters,
waves.
but it doesn't matter that there's
No.
4 waves. But the history matters, but it doesn't matter that there's 4 waves.
No,
there was 3, so it doesn't matter that there was 4.
You're not defending your position.
Crazy.
She doesn't even listen.
There's nothing to listen to. Like, you're literally just like, you're
Dude,
just
you literally didn't know that.
bloviating
You said that you're a
endlessly.
relativist.
Yes.
You just said that it's your definition and you're the source of your argumentation.
Also, she said she's a divine command theorist. So you can't, those are mutually exclusive positions. You can't be a divine command theorist and a relativist. So she's already, her worldview is completely incoherent.
I'm sorry.
That means you lost the debate because you can't
doesn't-
appeal to anything outside of yourself.
It's a
So it's
historical
not an
movement,
ancient
and it's a
civilizational
construct.
movement.
It's a construct.
It's
an
a
idea.
mock that
The
it
debate
doesn't matter.
4 times in a row because
No, it's not.
matter that there's
No.
4 waves. But the history
Her position.
Crazy.
She doesn't even listen.
there's nothing to listen to. Like, you're literally just like, you're
Dude, you
just
literally didn't know that.
bloviating
You said that you're a
endlessly.
relativist.
Yes.
You just said that it's your definition and you're the source of your argumentation.
I'm sorry.
That means you lost the debate because you
doesn't-
can't appeal to anything outside of yourself.
That's not true. Again,
Yes, no,
if
that
we
is
want to do
true.
Agrippa's dilemma, you're just
don't-
falling into dogmatism. Dogmatism's stupid too.
No.
Yeah,
I do
infinite regression
I do
is
internal
stupid too.
critiques. I do worldview
How do you solve
analysis.
infinite regression and dogmatism?
Because I don't
as
believe
in your worldview.
in
How do you solve?
foundationalism.
How
You're
do
not
you
even
solve
gonna
Agrippa's
understand.
dilemma? How do you do it?
Because I'm not a foundationalist.
All
I'm not
axioms are
subject to-
circular fundamentally. All axioms.
That's my position. I know.
Yeah.
That's why I'm
So
an
how do you solve
epistemic
that?
holist.
How do you solve that?
I mean, how do you solve that? He doesn't run away from that. It's only a problem if you're a foundationalist. So when you say, how do you solve that? I solve that by not being a foundationalist. Yeah, it's either infinite regress, circularity, or it's a dogmatic stopping point, like you just assert something as self-evident or foundational without proof. By being circular. You have to go down route 2. The justification loops back and relies on itself, right? So, and it has to be number 2, circular reasoning. That's the only way to escape, because if you think about it logically, eventually there's going to be nothing you can appeal to that's outside of your worldview, because it's eventually just going to be part of your worldview. So we all know intuitively that whenever you argue for a worldview, you're never going to be able to appeal to anything outside the worldview to prove the worldview, because then it would just be part of your worldview. So ultimately, every worldview has to be circular because it has to be self-contained. And there's going to be nothing you can appeal to outside your worldview to prove itself. So the way you therefore measure and compare worldviews is you say which one's coherent, which one explains things effectively, which one is consistent, which one can actually provide an account for metaphysics, epistemology, and ethics. Because most worldviews can't even do that. They can't even ground any ethical claims, any knowledge claims, any truth claims, any ontology claims. None. So if your worldview can even do that, then it's pretty much surpassing all the other ones. So that's why you have to eventually become circular, right? Which, just the simple answer is don't be a foundationalist.
By
Doesn't
worldview
that mean that,
apologetics,
like,
so you're
none
not
of these
even
things
listening.
matter?
You're yapping.
It's all circular anyways.
No, not everything is circular.
How do you solve your dogmatism?
Fundamentals. Why are you yapping if you don't want to know the answer?
I'm just doing what you're doing. I'm not gonna lie. I've put on the clothing of Jay. Okay, I'm performing now. I don't have.
Look how nasty and fat she is, bro. Look at that stomach. Look at that nasty fat little slutty stomach, right? Little bellies of all the simp blood that she's harvested from all of her fucking weak fans. Just disgusting wench. Like, bro, look at that nasty stomach, bro. Like, gross.
The good of hair though, or sunglasses. I don't have as good of hair to perform as Jay. or sunglasses.
Okay.
Keep answering. I'll keep doing it. Watch.
So there's a difference between something being circular at a normative level versus paradigm, fundamental, epistemic holism. But that's
Aren't axioms all circular, though, Jay? Didn't you just agree to that like 2 minutes ago? See, he's contradicting himself. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. This is crazy. I just won the debate.
Yep. Spurg.
Yeah, I'm doing exactly what you do. That's true.
I think Jay's uncomfortable. I'd be kind of uncomfortable. I'd be like, bro, like, this woman is unhinged. She's not psychologically all there. There's still another hour. I have to go through another hour of this, guys. For you, that's probably another, like, 2 hours, 3 hours.
All right, we have a couple chats. We have Dank Naked with the 50. Thank you for the soup chat. Kat, thank you for the soup chat. We have Lucas again. Yes, dear, what this chatter says, parentheses, yours truly, is indeed true. I'm on my firm's associate hiring committee. I would describe you as a quote-unquote mediocrity, but in all candor, even that would be gross hyperbole. Wow, okay. You response to Lucas or no?
Lucas, does your girlfriend know that you masturbate to bullying women online? Because I don't know if she'd like that.
She might be watching with him.
Yeah, she might be into that. I mean, you're making an assumption about what a woman might like and what might not like, right? What if she likes that? Are you attacking her for her preferences? That's not very nice.
Maybe they both wrote this together. Thank you, Lucas, for the soup chat. I do appreciate it. We have 2 chats coming in here through Streamlabs. One moment. We have the great, one sec, guys. It is loading. Every day I'm struggling, asks this.
Every day I'm struggling donated $100. Not so erudite. What is the ontology of logic from your worldview? Are ethics universal?
Do you want to respond to that?
Well, okay, let's point out something, right? So, massive contradiction, which Jay hasn't called out yet. She claims to be a relativist and a divine command theorist. These are completely mutually exclusive claims. Be nice if he called that out.
I'm a divine command theorist. I believe that God is fundamentally relative in how he approaches things, and I do my best to use exegesis, eisegesis, and divine revelation.
Okay, you're dumb, though, because if you're a relativist, then your belief in divine command theory would also be relative. So that would not be universally true. So you can't be both. Because if you're a relativist, then your own belief in divine command theory is self-undermining because it's your relative position. See how that works? You believing in divine command theory is not universally true because it's just your relative subjective preference. It's your relative position, right? But that's not what divine command theory says. It says that the things God decrees are universally true for everybody. So it can't be the case that this is your own subjective hallucination or machination, and the case that this is universally decreed for everybody. So you're not actually a divine command theorist. And your own relativism would undercut your own epistemic justification for divine command theory.
Revelation to understand what God's will is and to enact that in my life and understand
Pure
others.
gibberish. So there's no such thing as divine command theory that is relative.
Yep, we found one.
Pure gibberish.
Kyla, can I
found
have
one.
you just scoot your microphone to the edge of
She doesn't realize that's nonsense. That position doesn't make any sense.
the table there? Perfect.
Yes.
And then we have Intel Wild. Hold on, let me read this before.
Probably shouldn't read it if you're cringing that hard already.
It's
Note too that like people like Erudite and Destiny, they will never debate anybody unless there's massive financial or viewer reward for them. Like these people are so slimy and nasty and degenerate that they will never actually engage in discussion or debate unless there's a massive payout on the other end. And that's how these people justify getting just destroyed by people like Jay or Andrew Wilson. It's because they say, well, at least I'm a whore for money. At least I'm getting paid to be humiliated. But yeah, these people will never ever like... She's acting like she's trying to be good faith and have a discussion. Okay, but Erudite, you would never have this discussion with anybody ever. unless they had enough viewers and enough super chats flowing in to make it worth your while. Like, you don't care about debate at all. You only care about getting enough views. And so it's just, yeah, these people are not, intellectual. They're not interested in conversation at all. This is all performative, and they're doing it for audience demand because they want views and money.
It pertains to destiny.
And like my sexuality?
No.
Is that relative, or is
No.
that part of objective morals?
Is it circular when you ask that question, or is it part of like your absolutist positions?
Do you know what you're even talking about?
Right. What is your opinion on Destiny allegedly recording your good friend having sex without her consent? And why
I mean,
do
it's
you
off topic,
continue to
Intel,
support
but
him?
if you want to...
Yeah, if he did that, it's bad.
Okay. All right. Thank you,
And-
Intel Wild. Guys, $100 TTS if you want to get a message in here. If you're enjoying the stream, you can also support via Venmo, Cash App. They don't take any cut like how YouTube and Streamlabs, and apparently also, you guys, do you stream on YouTube at all? Or so apparently, I don't know if you know this. So YouTube takes the 30% cut. You
It's
know
up to
that.
45% if it's below $10.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Here's the other thing, though. If they're using an iPhone or another Apple device and they use the YouTube app to send it in, Apple takes 30% first. So if somebody donates, for example, they send in a $200 super chat, you're going to be left with $98 of the $200 super chat. So they take a lot, Just, for those of you who support Kyla or you support Jay here, just consider sending it through
Streamlabs.
either Streamlabs or some other method. And then if you're enjoying the stream, guys, like the video. Also, if you guys are watching on Twitch, drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you have one. Thank you, guys. Shall we get back to the debate? We have maybe about another 30 minutes or so.
Sure.
So,
Jay can just pick a word to define and then prattle about it. Actually, could you give me the history of a word?
You asked me for the definition, so
I did.
I don't know what you're talking about, me prattling over the words when you asked for the definition.
I asked for definition and you
Right.
prattled for 30 minutes.
No,
about-
I mean, she didn't just ask for a definition, she was begging for a definition. So she's trying to construct an argument, and she needs Jay to define the words for her in her own argument. Good job.
I gave you definitions connected
Eventually,
to the historical
I helped you get
people.
there.
You
That's
didn't help.
true.
No, you didn't do anything but
Yeah,
talk
I
yourself
pulled
into
it out.
oblivion.
I pulled it out of
You
your
didn't do
long
anything.
litany.
No,
We did it.
So you haven't explained why
Jay,
this
I'm
is.
sorry. Hold on.
I'm going
We've
back
been
to
doing
the
this.
debate.
We've been circling this.
But
just
you
for
haven't given.
content, just for content's
Can
sake,
you
let's do
restate
something
what your
interesting.
argument is as to why it's good, other than GDP? Is that your only argument?
I also believe that it is good because I think it is a liberal value to give people freedom
Why
of
are liberal
opportunity.
values good?
I think it leads to the highest level of flourishing within a society.
Okay, so it's a circle. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good job.
All axioms are circular. Good job.
No. They're not all circular.
Yes,
I'm
all
not a
axioms
foundationalist.
are circular.
Right, but I'm not a foundationalist.
It doesn't
so
matter. All axioms are
No,
circular.
not everything. No, listen.
God is good.
How do you know that all axioms are circular?
It's fundamental. It's fundamental to
so
philosophy.
can I?
Wow, so that's wow. She doesn't even realize she just fucking made a fool of herself in 3 seconds. She said all axioms are circular, and then he asked for the epistemic justification, and she said it's foundational. Or fundamental, which is the same thing. So, literally everything's circular, all axioms are circular, except for this one, which is fundamental. Wow, what an idiot. Let me just go back and play that.
It doesn't matter. All axioms are
No,
circular.
not everything. No, listen.
God is good.
How do you know that all axioms are circular?
It's fundamental. It's fundamental to
so
philosophy.
can I just claim that it's fundamental? Does that make it so?
This is like being like, how do you know that?
Correct. Yeah, it's called
that
epistemology.
P is the probability factor. It's like
Yeah, it's called epistemology.
because that's what it is.
It's called
I don't know.
epistemology. So what's the justification for that?
For which?
That all axioms are circular.
It's
How do you
because they're
know
foundational. They're foundational ideas.
That would mean that they're circular, right? Mm-hmm. So that's a circle. Mm-hmm. So your argument for how you know that is that it's a circle.
I'm saying no. What I'm saying when you refute my claim by going it's circular.
I'm asking you
all
for-
axioms are circular. Also,
How do you know that is what I'm asking.
It's foundational. It's just like basic.
Okay, so
it's
do you
basic
understand?
presuppositional
Do you understand?
logic.
And that's not. You don't even know what presuppositions are. No, you
Yes, I
don't.
do.
Because if you can do that in a debate, that means I can do that in the debate. So there's no debate possible. I can just say all of my beliefs and my positions are foundational and axiomatic.
It's almost like I said, I could Agrippa trilemma you too, and then it would be stupid.
That's not what we're talking about.
That's exactly what we're talking about. Yes.
Tell me what an epistemic
Typically, when we
justification
engage in
is.
debates, we
What
grab
is an
some level of
epistemic
normativity of each
justification?
other's world so that we can
What
actually talk
is an
about
epistemic
ideas.
justification?
I don't know. Define it for me, Jay.
Is she retarded? She's joking. So she wants to claim that, no, she's joking. She's joking, right? Like, she has to be. So she's going to say she knows what presuppositional apologetics is, but she doesn't know what epistemological justification is, or epistemic justification is. She doesn't know what that is. Let me just hear that one more time, because that was retarded. Like, if you know anything about philosophy, she doesn't know what the word epistemology is. Let's go back and hear this one more time.
Well, I thought
When we engage in debates, we grab some level of normativity of each other's world so that we can actually talk about
What is an epistemic
ideas.
justification?
I don't know. Define it for me, Jay.
Well, I thought you knew all about philosophy.
No, you've been teaching
No,
me
you
so
told
much.
me
I don't know
you said you were going to instruct me in philosophy.
I'm really dumb. Just tell me.
You said earlier that you knew philosophy. So what is epistemic
I'm
justification?
pretty sure I never said that I knew philosophy. In
No,
fact,
you did. You said I knew nothing. I knew no fallacies.
I laughed and
that
said
you knew
it's insane to me that you have a philosophy degree, because I'm assuming you know philosophy, but you don't know multiple fallacies, and you unironically are trying to say that the opposite
So
of
you're melting
relativism
down. I'm
is
sorry that you're
objectivism.
having a hard time, but this is how we do debates.
Okay.
So what is epistemic justification? Can you do that? This is embarrassing. Like, everybody, she's basically admitting she doesn't know what epistemology is in the branch of philosophy. She doesn't know what that is. Like, this is embarrassing.
What's the argument for feminism other than GDP? And it's just good and it's liberal? Okay. So do you understand that I can then come to the debate and say that it's good because it's not liberal?
Okay, and then I would say, why do you not value liberalism?
You're missing the point, because
Why do you not value liberalism?
that's not an argument.
I think liberalism leads to higher levels
I
of
don't think
flourishing
you
based on
actually
every single statistical norm that we have that exists
what?
out there. That's what
So?
I value. I think that when people are
The
doing
fact that
better,
you
when
value
people are
that-
happier, healthier,
Listen,
fuller, better
The
mentally
fact
well,
that you
all
value
of that is
that
good.
doesn't make it an argument. That's the point.
I
That's your
believe
problem.
that God wants us to be happy, healthy,
Just appealing
and
to that doesn't do anything for your case.
I'm telling you, Jay, there's nothing I can say that you're not going to throw circular
because you're
logic
not
at
making
me.
arguments.
I
Correct.
am
That's
making
what debates.
arguments,
No,
you're
you're
just
not.
unwilling to grant me any
Assertions
level of
are not
normativity.
arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, in a debate, I'm not going to grant you normativity.
I've made assertions,
correct.
I've supplied evidence for it, and then you've just gone, oh, it's circular.
No, you're
it's
the one
circular."
that's like losing it and
Nope,
flapping
I've
around.
said GDP. I said flourishing is good because it improves.
Why is that the good?
I believe that it is good because I think
The
overall.
fact that you believe that doesn't make it
because
good.
I think that
Like, let's actually look at her argument. She's saying feminism is good because it's a liberal value. Why are liberal values good? Because they lead to flourishing and blah, blah, blah. This is retarded because the word flourishing is moralistically loaded language. To define what flourishing is depends on what your definition of flourishing is. And if you define flourishing as liberal values, then it's a circle. You're saying feminism good because liberalism, and liberalism good because good is liberalism, because flourishing is liberal values. So it's a circular argument.
that God wants us to be happy, healthy, whole, and good people. And I think that liberal
But you
societies
haven't demonstrated that those things
I
are-
think that liberal societies produce all of those outcomes to the highest level. That doesn't mean that I think that God is a liberal by any means. God is so much more and beyond all of that. But I think by and large, the liberal system...
Well, if he
Is she really saying God is a liberal? Like, this is where we are with this debate right now, is Erudite's basically saying that God is a liberal. This is so dumb.
to the
that,
greatest
then he would
possible
be a
outcomes.
liberal.
God is so much bigger than any label or construct that any human can apply to him. I don't even know why you're saying that.
Because it's a dumb argument. What you're
right.
arguing
It
is
would be a
stupid.
dumb argument for me to apply
your
any
dumb
political
argument.
fucking label to the omnipotent
You
God.
just said that liberal societies are good. That's what you appeal to in terms of divine command theory. So that would make God illiberal.
No, it wouldn't. At all, because I'm sure
Can
you
you
can
think
conceive of a
through
world.
your own
I'm sure you can
arguments?
conceive of a world where God is more than any political system.
Just saying God's more.
My best
if I
possible
promote
interpretation
something,
of how to engage
if I
in the
promote
world
liberalism,
in a good
then
way.
I'm a liberal.
I don't
So
think
you
that
have
God promotes.
conflicting
I think
positions.
liberalism strikes as close
That's good
to
that
it.
you
No, not at all. You're just not engaging with what
You
I'm
literally can't think through your own arguments.
You
This
can't.
is so sad.
You actually can't
You
understand me
said
or
that
your
liberal
bad faith.
society is what God wants, but God's not
I
a
didn't
liberal.
say that. I didn't
You
say
did
that.
say that.
I said that what God wants is for people to be happy, healthy, whole. And I
That's
think
your liberal
And I
society.
think a liberal society leads us towards that, the best that we have created so
Then
far.
God wants a liberal society,
No,
and
I'm
God's
sure
a
that
liberal.
God wants something more for us
Oh
than
my
that.
gosh.
But we've,
That's a parts whole fallacy.
No,
you
it's
idiot.
not. No, it's
the fact that he
fucking
wants
not.
it more doesn't mean
Jay.
that he doesn't want the liberalism.
no. God
You
is not
can't
a liberal.
follow an argument.
No, God is not a liberal. I'm not applying.
Your own position would mean he is.
no,
you
it,
idiot.
no, it wouldn't. I
Yes, it
already.
would.
No, Jay.
All right, let me break it down because she can't understand why her own argument is stupid. It's a contradiction. So basically, she's saying liberalism leads to happiness. God wants happiness. Therefore, God wants the liberalism, which is why it's the argument she's using to defend liberalism. She's basically saying, I'm a divine command theorist. I think what we determine as good is kind of decreed from God. God wants this. She's trying to justify her position of liberal values by saying this leads to flourishing, which is what God wants. Which would then imply, as Jay said, that then God is the foundational argument or defense for liberalism that would make God a liberal. That has to be the case because the thing she's arguing for is feminism is good because it's a liberal value. And now, why are liberal values good? Ultimately, she's relating it to God. She's saying God wants these liberal values. And the way she's doing that, she's saying liberal values leads to flourishing, and God wants us to flourish. Okay, so then the extent of that argument is that God wants liberalism. That would make God a liberal. So I can break it down into a syllogism, right? So liberalism leads to flourishing. God wants flourishing. So it'd be like A leads to B. God wants B. Or C. Or let me think. A leads to B. So liberalism leads to flourishing. How would I guess C wants B, so C wants A to get to B. Let me think. A to B, and then because she's trying to prove that. But my point is just being that she's trying to use divine command theory to prove that liberalism is good. So ultimately, the ultimate justification is going to be that God and what God wants is these liberal values. Because her argument is that feminism is good because liberalism. And she's basically saying that my foundation for this liberalism being good is ultimately going to relate back to God. Okay, so then what you're really saying is that God wants, or is the foundation for, the ethical principle for liberalism. So God wants liberalism. That would make God a liberal. Also, if you're saying like, well, maybe God would permit other societies that allow for flourishing, then that wouldn't justify your position of liberalism. Because if there are other societies that lead to flourishing, there's no reason for God to support or sanction or be a liberal. He could just be anything. So then you couldn't use it as an argument. If God could allow other worldviews or non-liberal systems, societies, to promote flourishing, then there's no reason for God to be liberal. There's no reason for us to pursue liberalism. Because if there's other societies and other philosophies that could govern society that would produce flourishing, then there's no reason to be liberal, and therefore there's no reason to be feminist. So you would undercut your own argument as soon as you start questioning it. So the argument is feminism equals liberalism, liberalism equals flourishing, flourishing is good because God. Or flourishing equals good. And it's good because God. Flourishing is good because God. So if you get rid of the God part, then you get rid of the good, you get rid of the flourishing, you get rid of the liberalism, and you get rid of the feminism. Like, That's why our argument doesn't work. I'm kind of losing my brain power, I'm going to be honest, but I don't know how to explain it any clearer that our argument is a contradiction. Jay's right. If she holds this position consistently, she's saying God is a liberal. Because if God is not a liberal, then God wouldn't support feminism. God would not support liberal values. Either God supports liberal values or he doesn't. If he does, that makes God a liberal. If he doesn't, then there's no reason for him to want us to be liberal values and feminist. If there's no reason for him to want us to be liberal values or feminist, then you can't use that as a justification for liberal values, you goober. This is really hard to explain.
Already said that God is
The
more
fact
than
that he's more doesn't mean that he's not promoting the liberalism that you just argued he does.
Okay, Jay, can you summarize my argument in any way?
It's not. There's no argument. It's literal child yapping. It's like a 3-year-old yapping out of a crib.
Then it should be really easy for you to summarize my argument.
There is no argument to summarize.
Summarize it, anyways.
Happy, healthy, whole, flourishing society is liberal, and that's what God wants.
Nope.
Therefore, God's a liberal.
No, none of these are my arguments.
It would follow.
No, it wouldn't.
That's literally what you just said.
No.
You said God wants a liberal society.
I said it's the closest approximation to what I think God wants.
Then he wants that.
No, he probably wants something more for us than that.
Then it's still part of that. If
no,
he wants
it's not.
More,
it's possible that it's fucking some new system that will make 200 years from now.
The whole debate, you've misunderstood what part-whole fallacies are. When you go home, I want you to get on your computer and I want you to watch a few talks on what a parts-whole fallacy is, because you've made that multiple times.
And I want you to look up what an ad hoc is.
But I'm actually telling you how you would do better.
I
know you don't understand right now because you're in your emotions, because you're losing
fallacy. I'm not losing. You're just not engaging.
You're losing it because you don't know what you're saying.
It's just endless. Like if you don't want to engage.
So you would be a better debater if you knew what a parts-whole fallacy was. I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you.
If you could even slightly engage in my normativity, so that we could have a conversation.
I'm not going to grant you that. It's a debate.
The way that you think
don't know how debates work.
To basically
I'm not going to grant you normativity.
Who don't understand anything about what we're talking about.
She wants me to grant her position in the debate.
Yeah, she's basically saying, well, my argument for feminism is a liberal value, and liberalism leads to flourishing. Can't you just grant me that liberal values lead to flourishing, and that's what God wants? Can't you just grant me that? It's like, no, because that's the thing you're using to argue for feminism. I'm not going to grant you that liberal values lead to flourishing. No. But you're supposed to grant me a degree of normativity. Yeah, but not that liberal values are good for society or that God wants us to have liberal values. Where do you get that? Because they lead to flourishing. Where do you get that? Prove that. Prove that liberal values lead to flourishing. Prove that. It's so dumb.
Yes, typically when you engage...
No, that's not... So debates work by granting positions. This is what she thinks. You grant one another's normativity framework.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
I don't grant that.
Then you end up at Agrippa's trilemma.
No, you end up at you floundering and losing your mind and flaming out.
Why
does
God want the world that you want?
I can make that argument.
Make it.
My worldview is coherent. It makes sense.
Why does God want it? What do you want?
All of history has been patriarchal societies in terms of Christian and Old Testament Hebrew revelation. They're
How do you know that God wants that, though?
By your own argument, you argue.
Because in the Bible, God says, husbands, rule over your women. Love your wives. Women, submit to your husbands. It's in the fucking Bible. Shut up in church, bitch. It's in the fucking Bible. Women should not speak in church. Shut the fuck up. It is proper for a woman to be silent and submit to your husbands. Very clear as day. It's not an egalitarian, liberal, oh, everybody's equal, do whatever you want. No. The Bible says women submit to your husbands. Very simple. And shut up in church. So women shouldn't be preaching. They shouldn't be lecturing us on Agrippa's trilemma, for example. They should be submitting in church. Clear as day. That's how I know God wants a patriarchy. Right? So, yeah, you would just lose.
That it's divine command theory in the Old Testament.
So
you already admitted it's patriarchal.
What God value is coming out of that?
God, the
specifically?
Father, is a patriarch.
God wants patriarchy specifically?
The Father is
Why?
a patriarch because
Why?
he's a patriarch.
So, isn't that a little circular?
I don't have a problem with circular arguments.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so God wants a patriarchy because he's a patriarch, therefore God is good, and patriarchy is good because God
Now
is a
you're just
patriarch.
yapping and turning on a bunch of, adding a bunch
That's
of
a really
things.
nice circle. See how we can just end up in a...
Also, it's not a circle. God is not good because he's a patriarch. God is good because he's good. And God would be good because of other transcendental argumentation for God's existence. Not because of he's good because he's a patriarch. So, no, she's misunderstanding the argument. It's not a circle. Nice try, though. It's just embarrassing, bro. Just embarrassing. I mean, I could just go straight to the Bible and be like, God commands it. But Jay's making a good point, too, which is the Trinity is a example of roles within the Trinity. God is a father. He is the fount, the origin. Submission to God the Father is principled in Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit. And he is the model for us and for society, which is patriarchy. So that's actually a good point, is we see that emblematized in the Old Testament.
Agrippa's trilemma together, and it's stupid. So instead,
There's a difference between...
what I do is I will just grant you elements of your worldview.
That's not what I do.
So that we can engage
I
with
don't
each other.
grant those things. No. I'm a presuppositionalist. That means I don't grant you your position.
This is probably why you're a really annoying person to debate. And that
No, that's
you've been
why I
debating
don't
for 15
lose.
years, but you think that you're not
years.
winning. You're not winning by just engaging in Agrippa's trilemma. All you're doing is
You don't even understand the debate.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't.
What's
you don't
Agrippa's
understand
trilemma?
what a paradigm level
Do you know what it
critique is.
Define it
You
for
don't
me.
understand what a paradigm level critique is.
Before I keep going, can you define Agrippa's trilemma
You don't
for me?
understand what a paradigm level critique is.
What's Agrippa's trilemma?
I'm not going to answer your questions because you don't know what a paradigm level critique is.
Okay, well,
How is any
why
of that?
would that have
Where
anything
is
to
the
do with
proof
you
for
answering me?
feminism?
What's Agrippa's trilemma?
Where is the proof for feminism?
What's Agrippa's trilemma?
Where is the proof for feminism?
I gave you multiple pieces of
So
evidence.
you don't have an
and
argument for feminism?
I have multiple
other
pieces
than,
of evidence.
No,
Yes,
evidences are
yes,
not arguments.
yes.
An evidence.
Evidences are arguments.
No, they're
Wow. Okay, evidences are arguments. Like, really? So she's lacking basic epistemological, training in philosophy. Obviously, evidences are not arguments. They can be used to support an argument, but a piece of evidence itself does not come pre-interpreted to prove a position. A dead body does not necessarily implicate someone in a crime, right? It could support an argument that someone's in a crime. For example, if I argue that, hey, this guy killed this person, and then I show evidence that, he had the knife, he didn't have an alibi at the time, there's security cameras that point to him being there, that would be support for an argument, but those things alone are not arguments. Like, just random security footage on its own is not an argument. Random weapons, random knives are not arguments. Random dead bodies are not arguments. They can be used to support arguments, but they don't necessarily prove arguments. For example, let's say we see a Christian miracle. It's going to be reinterpreted. What the meaning of that is going to be reinterpreted according to your worldview. For example, a Christian sees the miracle and he goes, oh, look at that. It proves God. A Catholic sees that miracle and they go, this proves the Catholic's faith specifically. A atheist sees the miracle and he goes, that's probably just some natural phenomenon we haven't experienced yet. And then a Satanist sees the miracle and he goes, that was the work of demons doing that. A pagan sees that and he goes, that's proof that Zeus exists. So just the evidence alone doesn't prove anything. It doesn't make an argument for anything. Evidences can be used in support of an argument, but they don't alone make arguments. This is just really dumb. This is basic.
They're not.
Yes.
Where is the proof for feminism?
I gave you multiple pieces of
So
evidence.
you don't have an argument for feminism?
I have multiple
other
pieces
than
of evidence.
No,
Yes,
evidences are not arguments.
Evidences are arguments.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No,
yes, they are.
Evidence is backup arguments, you idiot. An evidence
Yes.
is not an argument.
Yes, you use
Go
multiple
back to
premises.
school.
Oh my God, you're so
An
fucking
evidence is
retarded.
not an argument, it backs it
What's
up.
Agrippa's trilemma?
An evidence is not an argument.
You use
Evidences support arguments, you moron.
Wow, you're so smart, Jay. You really got me.
This is embarrassing. This is like argumentation 101, right? Like, evidences are not the same thing as arguments. They're support. The way I would describe it is it's like it's grounding in reality. It's facts about reality that can confer or can confirm an argument. So if I say something like, I walked down the street yesterday, and then we're looking for evidence of that claim, we're looking for things in reality that would line up with my story, that I walked down the street. There's maybe camera footage of me walking down the street. I mean, if someone also said, I think you tampered with security footage, could also be the case that I wasn't walking down the street and I simply walked down and tampered with the security camera, right? I hacked the security camera. It doesn't necessarily prove an argument just with the security footage alone. Another thing, it could be evidence that I committed a crime, right? Maybe if I'm looking for an alibi, and this could be evidence that, I went to a crime scene, or it could be evidence that, I don't know. My point being that it could be evidence to support a bunch of different things. It doesn't necessarily prove one particular position. And the evidence could be explained away with different stories. So one story could be he's walking down the street because we have the footage. Another one could be that it's a guy who looks like me who's walking down the street, that there's someone in the neighborhood who looks like me. Could be that I'm a hacker and I hacked the camera, right? So there's different ways to explain evidences. The evidence by itself doesn't always confirm a particular narrative or story or argument, but the evidence could support or it could falsify a particular argument. Like, I think evidence is going to be more useful to falsify a claim. For example, if I say unicorns aren't real, and then I have evidence that there's a unicorn, like, I don't know, I take a picture with one, I take a video with one, I'm rubbing its fur, and it's right there. That's very easy to falsify the claim that there aren't unicorns. But on its own, it doesn't prove an argument. It isn't, or it's not, what I mean is it's not an argument just by itself. An argument is like a story piecing together pieces of evidence into a narrative, right? They're used to support stories. They're not stories themselves. Evidences don't tell you stories all on their own. They have to be pieced together by a human being using arguments, and then they can support a story. So it's just, I don't know, it's kind of embarrassing that she said that.
That one.
Stupid mistakes.
You really got me with that one, buddy.
What's the argument for feminism?
What's Agrippa's trilemma?
What's the argument for feminism?
What's Agrippa's trilemma?
What's the argument for feminism?
I've made it multiple times.
No,
What's
you
Agrippa's
didn't. You
trilemma?
gave evidences, not an
just
argument.
because you don't like it doesn't mean I haven't made it.
Not an argument.
What's Agrippa's trilemma?
You gave evidences, not an argument.
My argument is supplied by the evidences. It is good for society. That's my argument.
And I
because
said,
of
what's the good? That
these
relies
pieces of
on
evidence.
the good, which is what?
Flourishing, happiness, well-being.
And God's a
And some level
liberal.
of like sovereignty and
This is dumb because flourishing and well-being is just, that's meaningless. What does that mean? When you say flourishing and well-being, so you see liberal values in society and you think that means flourishing and well-being. Well, what if I see flourishing and well-being as women submitting in their natural roles preordained by God? To me, that's flourishing. So just saying flourishing and saying well-being doesn't actually tell us what you think the good is. Because if I'm a Christian, I'm going to think the good and flourishing and well-being means submission to the divine order. If you're a naturalist or you're a liberal, you're going to think the good and flourishing and well-being mean everybody has freedom and liberalism and the opportunity to have sex with whoever they want. Right? So it's useless, unproductive to say, well, by goodness I mean flourishing and well-being and happiness. That doesn't tell you anything. I mean, what even is happiness? Is it just self-reported? Is it people smiling? Like, these terms need to be actually expanded upon. So it's useless to just say these words. You have to actually dive into what you mean by those words.
God's a liberal because he wants a liberal
I never
society.
said God is a liberal. I said, of course, God is so much more than anything we could ever apply a construct to, because I'm not a fucking heretic. Are you crazy?
I mean, you are a heretic. Yeah, you're outside the church, and Jay's an Orthodox, so you are a heretic. You believe in relativism. That's incompatible with any divine command theory, traditional theology. Like, nobody in the church believes that relativism is true.
I would never apply
You
any
don't see the
political
divorce
label.
between those two
I would never
positions.
apply. I'm sorry.
It's like talking to a
God
wall.
is sacred to me. I would never apply a label to God ever about anything.
So
even
he
my
wants a
own
liberal
preferred-
society, but he's not.
How are you going to say God is sacred yet you're showing your boobies on TV? Like, really? God is sacred, but you're going to wear the spaghetti strap. Your bra is showing through the shirt, and your window on your cleavage is open for the fucking whole audience to see, but God is sacred to you. Like, that's starting to piss me off, right? Like, how dare you say God is sacred to you, and yet you're out slandering him, slutting yourself openly for views, being an open slut for views, because you know that you're going to get more views and more money if you put your titties out on camera, and you're going to say that God is sacred to you. Fuck you.
Not a
Even
liberal.
my own.
So he wants a liberal society, but he's not a liberal.
He wants so much more.
That's a
than that.
partial fallacy, you idiot.
That doesn't matter.
Oh, fallacies don't matter. Thank you.
Yeah, when you abuse them incorrectly, yeah, they don't really matter. Do you think that God is any political system? What political system do you think God wants?
Yeah, I think God wants a patriarchy.
Patriarchy isn't a political system. It's a
It
hierarchical
relates
society.
to a political system.
That doesn't matter.
Wait a minute.
There's patriarchies in democracies.
I
There's
said a
patriarchies in
monarchy
monarchies.
in the Old Testament.
So God
Israel
wants a
was
monarchy?
patriarchal. Yeah, he was
God
a
wants a
patriarchal
monarchy.
deity.
Oh.
Has
really?
Christianity had anything but monarchies
So
for the last
you're
2,000
comfortable
years?
capturing the entire visage of God in a single political system. You're comfortable with that?
Did I say his?
Well, no, we're saying that God wants for humanity a monarchy. Does that mean God is a monarchy? No, God wants humanity to be organized into a hierarchy or into a monarchy, right? So completely different. So she thinks that God wanting a monarchy for humanity is the same thing as God being a monarchy. You realize that the things God wants for us is different from what God is himself, because human beings are not gods. So when God says something like, have a wife and one wife, does that mean God has to have one wife? No, because God's not a human being. He doesn't have a sex drive. Maybe Jesus does, but God the Father doesn't. In the Old Testament, he doesn't. Before he was incarnate, he didn't. So this is stupid. You're applying a standard for human governance to God and saying, how could God be just a one random system of human governance? Because he isn't, you idiot. Doesn't mean God doesn't prescribe things for us.
Visage is encaptioned.
You said that
in
God wants a monarchy, so
political
God's a
system?
monarchist?
Correct.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
patriarchalism.
I'm not heretical like that. I don't know what to tell you.
Heretical.
Yes, I would never apply a human
You have
label
no
to
idea what
God.
heresy even is.
Okay. What's Agrippa's trilemma? Do you want to answer it
What
yet?
is an Orthodox Protestant, first of all? The thing that you made up and put in your bio. What is that?
It's a branch of theology that is postmodern, and it more or less tries to
so
engage with the
that's
Bible.
heresy, right?
It's not heresy.
Postmodernism is heresy.
That's not heresy.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with Christianity.
I'm sorry, it's
Can you
engaging
name
with
any
the Bible
Christians?
in the way that it was
Can you
written
name
by the
any
original
Christians in
writers.
history that were postmodernists?
The original ones, yeah.
Really? Like
Yeah.
who? Paul?
Yeah.
Paul was a postmodernist.
Yeah, to some
so
degree.
a 20th century philosophy that developed out of France.
You don't even know what I
Paul
believe.
was a postmodernist. This is how stupid you are.
you know what
have no clue what you're talking about.
So how
You're
did Paul-
a total suit.
how did Paul engage
Did
with
you
the Bible?
think that because you knew destiny and just yapping really fast that you would be a good debater? How could Paul be a postmodernist?
Do you want me to answer? Or
Was
do you want to talk? Okay.
was Paul talking to Derrida? Was he talking to Derrida?
Remember how
Was Paul talking to
words,
Derrida?
just because they weren't invented
You're
yet,
so
doesn't
silly.
mean that you can't
You
apply
have
them
no
to
idea
history.
what you're talking about. Now you're making my argument. Thank you
Civil
for
rights
admitting my
couldn't exist
argument.
because the
Thank
Civil
you for
Rights Act
admitting
didn't
my
exist.
argument 2 hours ago.
No.
Good job. You just lost again.
Wow. This is crazy. I won. He just made weird noises. What's Agrippa's trilemma? You don't know. You're avoiding this because you have no idea.
Your argument
That
for
is so funny.
feminism.
What's Agrippa?
Okay, but it's not related, right? Like if I spurged random computer science knowledge. Oh yeah, well, what's this? Haha, you don't know. Okay, that's not relevant, right? So, but I think Jay does know because he gave the correct response, which is I'm doing worldview analysis and comparison. I can also just agree. I can just disagree with Agrippa's trilemma. I can say I reject the three categories, or I could just reject his thesis. You're basically appealing to an authority.
Agrippa's trilemma.
What's your argument for feminism? I haven't
made
heard
it
anything other
multiple
than
times.
no. You didn't make an argument. You just
I
said
know
GDP.
you don't like it.
Why is GDP
I've said
good?
way more than GDP at this point.
Why is GDP
What's Agrippa's
good?
trilemma?
What you said? God's a liberal is what you said.
What's Agrippa's trilemma?
Why is God a liberal?
I don't know why you can't answer this.
Why is God a liberal?
I've never applied that. That's your straw man.
Why
of
is
me.
God a liberal?
Why are you straw manning me?
Why is God a liberal?
Why are you straw manning me?
You said that he wants a liberal society.
Nope.
Therefore, he's a
I
liberal.
never said that.
Yes,
You
you
said
did.
that.
Now
Nope,
you're lying
nope,
again.
nope,
You
straw
said
man.
30 minutes
Nope,
ago he
nope,
wants a
nope,
liberal society.
nope. I said it's the closest approximation to something that God wants for
Then
us.
he wants that.
No, he would want so much more for us.
The fact that he wants more.
Then if he doesn't want that, then you can't use that to prove why we should want feminism. Because if God doesn't want a liberal society, if you're saying nope, he doesn't want that, then you can't say we should have a liberal society because of God. Then you have no justification for feminism or a liberal society. Like this is so stupid. Like if you affirm it, then you're basically admitting God's a liberal, and if you deny it, then that means it doesn't act as justification for your liberal feminist worldview. So you lose either way.
Or doesn't mean he doesn't want that if he's pushing that. You just argued from divine command theory that's what he wants.
No.
Yes, you did.
No, he wants more than
Yes,
that.
you did.
No.
The fact that he wants more than that doesn't mean that he doesn't want that.
No.
It's part of the more.
Do you think he wants more than monarchy? Or
It
does he end
doesn't
there?
matter to the argument.
Does he end at
So
monarchy?
you can't do a parts whole fallacy.
Does he?
It's
end
a
at
parts
monarchy?
whole fallacy.
If you want to do a fallacy game again, tell me what Agrippa's trilemma is.
I'm not answering any of your
Crazy.
objections
It's
or
because he
questions
doesn't.
until you give an argument for
just
feminism.
so you're aware, he just
What
doesn't
is
know
the
what it
argument
is.
for feminism
Just
other
so you
than
guys
GDP
know,
and God liberal?
Agrippa's trilemma is really important to understand.
What is-
Anytime a person tries to hit you with this like
What-
circular, like normative, like no argument you made
You're not
make
even-
makes any sense.
you're not even doing the
what you
debate.
have to hit them back with is essentially Agrippa's trilemma, which is that
She's just
all
repeating
things
what she
can't
heard Destiny
fundamentally
say.
be truly. I
She's just
don't think I've
repeating some
ever
bullshit
heard-
from Destiny.
I don't think I've ever heard him ever talk
What's
about
the
Agrippa's
argument for
trilemma.
feminism other than GDP and God liberal?
And so when you're dealing with people
But
who just
God
like
liberal.
constantly fall back
God
on
liberal.
circular reasoning and like
God
trying to hit you with
liberal. God
like,
wants
none of this
feminism.
stuff makes any sense. Agrippa's
What's the
trilemma
odds?
basically points out that every single argument fundamentally at like the foundational level never truly makes sense. There's some level of like ambiguous
Who's up here?
lack of
Who are you talking to
justification.
up here?
I'm
Are you?
Ambiguous. She's not doing good, bro. It's, not doing good. It's been almost 2 hours. Ambiguous. Let's hear that again.
thinking. It basically points out that every single argument fundamentally at like the foundational level never truly makes sense. There's some level of like ambiguous.
Who's up?
Ambiguous. Also, that's not what Agrippa's trilemma proves. It doesn't prove that no argument ultimately doesn't make sense. That's not what it proves. It proves that it can go down one of three routes, which is it can be circular, it can be ad hoc, i.e. foundationalist, or it can be infinite regress, right? One of those three. It's not saying that, therefore, every argument is absurd or nonsensical. I don't think that's in there. Or at least it doesn't follow just because there are three paths that, therefore, the argumentation is invalid. Because Jay's response is correct, which is on the worldview level, things are going to be circular, and that's not a problem.
Up here.
Lack of
Who are you talking to up
justification.
here?
It's only a problem if you presuppose foundationalism.
I'm
Are you
thinking.
spurging out?
Good one.
There's nobody up there.
Good
What do you-
one.
I'm right here.
Why are you wearing a silly shirt? How come you have to close your eyes? Why do you have floaters in
sick
your
burn.
eyes? Look how
Oh,
stupid
sick
that.
burn.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid. I'm not saying it's a sick burn. I'm pointing out how silly your behavior is. So, do you want to engage in Agrippa's trilemma? Because then you and I can just do turtles all the way down if you want to.
Again,
Which is part of Agrippa's
you don't
trilemma,
even
which he doesn't know what it is,
understand
and he won't define
what's
it.
being
He's just
debated.
going to run away forever.
I don't accept the infinite regress at all.
Oh, wow. How do you do that?
How do I do that?
Yeah.
I don't have that philosophical system.
Yeah, but how do you solve it?
It's not a problem.
It's not a
in-
philosophical system. Infinite regress is not a
not go-
philosophical system. It's a foundational issue to every single philosophical system.
I'm aware of that. I'm a presuppositionalist. I know how that works.
Right. So there's
That's like my
always a why
specialty.
behind your presuppositions, right?
What does that have to do with this?
That's what infinite
A why?
regress is. Yeah, there's a why
I know
behind
what an
every
infinite
presup-
regress is.
So how do
You're
you
not going to convince anyone in the audience
how do you
that
solve
you're
it?
trumping me here. Because all
You
systems...
say that, but he still won't define
every
Agrippa's
time I try to
trilemma.
answer, you just keep yapping. You
Yeah,
don't
it's
shut
only
up.
me that's interrupting. You're right.
You don't shut up when you ask the
No, go ahead.
questions. I have a worldview view of apologetics
Mm-hmm.
and debate. Okay, it's epistemic holism. I said that like 10 times earlier, which you didn't hear, it didn't register with you. So I'm not subject to a position that's a foundationalist critique.
Very simple. It's just reject foundationalism, right? It only defeats you if you're a foundationalist, right? Because only a foundationalist would say that you can't be circular on the worldview paradigm level, right? And so the solution is don't be a foundationalist. Nasty armpits, by the way, nasty human being. Be a epistemic holist, which is just the idea that your information, your knowledge, it works synthetically together in a web-like structure where all of the information is kind of validated by its coherency, its consistency, explanatory power. And I would say its ability to cover kind of basic pillars like epistemology, metaphysics, ethics. Give a foundation for those. It's kind of a necessary prerequisite. But yeah, this critique only works if you accept foundationalist presuppositions, that there needs to be an ultimate foundation for things. I mean, we could just say that it's okay to have circular argumentation on the worldview level.
Critique. Okay? I'm not an epistemic foundationalist, so that doesn't apply to me. I don't have that system.
Wow, you've solved Agrippa's trilemma?
Yes, because I'm
Wow.
not in that system.
That's crazy. That's not possible. Just so everyone's aware, that is impossible.
Tell me what a
philosophically.
presuppositional argument is, since you're saying that this is my position. What is it?
A presuppositional argument is where you have
Say that one more time. Say that one more time, you lovely woman.
This is my position. What is it?
a presuppositional argument is where you have
A presupposition, so she can't even speak. It's all the drugs kind of hindering her system. Let's hear that one more time, just for show.
This is my position. What is it?
a presuppositional argument is
Very
where you
nice.
have like a presupposing of God. Like God is a presuppositional argument. There's some foundational initial cause, and everything kind of comes from
No,
there.
that's the cosmological argument. That's not the presuppositional argument.
Okay, why don't you tell me what it is?
It's just simply an epistemic position that all arguments at root are circular. Not every argument, but foundational commitments in a worldview are circular. So my fundamental commitment to God, or to teleology, or to causation, or to morals or ethics is going to be self-referencing to God. But not all arguments and positions are circular. So the trilemma or the problem or whatever you're giving to me doesn't apply to my position.
How do you solve
as a whole.
dogmatism with that?
All positions are dogmatic, and so
Oh, you're right.
coherentism is the solution that you're looking for.
True. Okay, so you solved dogmatism.
Coherentism is the solution that you're looking for.
Gotcha. Okay.
Can you tell me what that is?
Coherentism would be like something's consistent all the way through.
Correct.
Yeah. Do
So
I
I'm a
get- Do I
coherentist.
get like a
There you
head
go.
pat?
I'm a coherentist. There's the answer to your question. I'm not a foundationalist.
Gotcha.
Notice how she has nothing to say now. She just name dropped, oh, Agrippa's trilemma, and she's yapped it like 20 times. Now she doesn't want to go down this route anymore. Now she's clamming up. She's shutting down. Jay actually effectively refuted her by saying, yeah, I just don't have a foundational system. I'm an epistemic holist. I'm a coherentist. I just don't accept that circular argumentation on the worldview level is defeating. Also, Jay is not scholastic, so this comment makes no sense.
You're a foundationalist. That's why I didn't grant you the normativity at the beginning of the debate.
Gotcha. Well, you know what? If he's going to answer...
It's funny, right? Because she has a chance to respond now. She was dogging Jay so much. What's a Grippus trilemma? What's a Grippus trilemma? Now that he went down this route and he's effectively defeated the critique, he's effectively defended his position, she doesn't want to go down it anymore. She wants to just clam up and, okay, so you forced me down this rabbit hole. Now I'm going down this stupid rabbit hole where the debate should be about feminism, by the way. And now that I'm here, you don't want to engage. Who's the good faith debater in this scenario?
For me, then I honestly probably don't need to be here. You could just...
Like, she doesn't understand. She thought that would be such a defeater. She can't believe that someone actually solved Agrippa's trilemma. She can't believe it. She's like, what? She thought that was the kill shot. She thought that, oh, if I just say that, I'll win. It's like, no, there are people who disagree with that. They don't think it's a defeater. There's people who propose solutions or counters to that. Can you believe it? Holy shit. And now she doesn't know because she's not intellectually capable of actually engaging with the discussion any further. She just kind of like referenced this thing, and she thought the thing would do all the intellectual legwork for her. She thought Agrippa's trilemma would do all this legwork for her, and now that it didn't, she doesn't know what to do. Like, she doesn't even understand Jay's response to the trilemma. She doesn't get it. She literally doesn't even understand what he just said. She's not smart enough to realize the response that Jay gave, and to her it's just words. I can guarantee you right now, she just thought everything he said, epistemic holism, coherentism, like worldview level commitments, circular commitments, to her that's just words. She doesn't understand what those mean. And so she can't engage in this conversation because it's actually too intellectual. And she thought that the just mentioning or referencing Agrippa's trilemma would be enough to do all the intellectual legwork for her. And so now she can't actually engage further in the discussion, and it's kind of embarrassing because she dogged Jay heavily, forcing him into this discussion. Now she won't continue it.
Make my arguments for me. There's no point.
I'm answering your question that you asked me. You said, how do I solve these dilemmas? And I gave you the answer.
Here's the difference, right?
And you just don't like the answer. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just willing to grant you your worldview. I'm fine with it.
I don't do that in debates.
You have to. Otherwise, you end up
You
here.
don't grant a person the commitment.
Otherwise, you end up at dogmatism, and I end up at infinite regression.
That's why I did an internal critique.
Okay.
That has to do with coherentism.
Yeah. The problem
Anyway.
with dogmatism is that it's circular, and the problem with infinite regress is it fundamentally is circular.
All positions are dogmatic at root is what I'm arguing.
Yes,
so it's
I
a
know.
question of coherence.
Which is why you
versus
allow...
incoherence, and why your position is incoherent.
This is why you grant some level of normativity.
No, you don't.
Yes, you
No,
do.
you don't.
You must. And
you don't understand debate.
the issue is that my positions are coherent as well. I think
No,
about
they're
them.
not.
Yes, they are.
They're
You
just coherent
don't...
in your head because
no,
they're
you just don't
self-referencing
like
to your
them.
health.
You just don't like
You
them.
literally grounded it in your own subjective
That's not an
appeal.
argument. Why aren't you making an argument?
What?
What do you mean? You're not making an argument.
You appealed to yourself.
What do you mean? That's not true. I'm a divine command theorist. Were you not listening?
She's acting. She's doing a bit. But this is, like, embarrassing because, like, okay, erudite, you can't like troll and meme and like act, but also pretend like you're right. Right? Like, if you're just going to run away from the debate by just acting and memeing and trolling, then you don't get to claim to also be the winner or intellectually superior. You're just basically admitting to yourself and to everyone that you're incapable of keeping up, that you can't do this debate. You're not smart enough. Your position is too flimsy and lame. So you're just going to meme instead. Right? So, but I don't want to ever hear shit from you ever again if your whole worldview is flimsy, right? If your whole worldview is flimsy and that's what we're really getting at and that's what you're running away from, then I don't want to hear shit from you ever again, right? Because if you can't justify any of your liberal values or presuppositions, then any statement you say on Twitter or after that, or even 2 minutes from now is not going to be justified. So yeah, these people are kind of annoying because she'll be right on Twitter, like yapping so assertively, right? But right now, I'm just memeing. It's all just a meme, guys. Teehee. And it's just cowardice, right? It's just intellectual cowardice and evasion.
You saying that is not an argument. Your
That's
argument
not an argument either.
That's a tu quoque.
What's your position?
That's a tu quoque.
That's not a tu quoque.
How is it not?
Because a tu quoque is an ad hom based on hypocrisy. I didn't accuse you of hypocrisy.
You said that's your position. You just literally just did that.
She knew that. Oh no,
literally
you used
just
the
did
fallacy
that.
wrong again.
You literally just said that to me.
I'm realizing that to debate Jay, I just have to memorize every single fallacy because I think you used them all
I'm pretty
incorrectly.
sure debate.
Yeah, you can't commit fallacies in debate. Yeah, so yeah, you probably should memorize fallacies and then not commit them. And if you do, then your arguments are invalid. Yeah, that is kind of how that works.
You used false analogy incorrectly. You
No, I
used
didn't.
tu quoque
No,
incorrectly.
you made the false analogy,
No.
you idiot.
No.
You made the false analogy, not
You
me.
engaged in an ecological fallacy.
You made the false analogy, and then you misstated what my argument was because you can't follow
The
it.
key to debating Jay is memorizing lists of fallacies.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the
to point
laws
out
of thought,
when he uses them
the laws of
incorrectly.
thought matter
You
in a
knew that,
debate.
though.
I'm pretty sure.
You knew
I'm pretty
that tu
sure the laws
quoque-
of thought matter in a debate.
Were you
I'm pretty
misciting
sure.
tu quoque intentionally?
I didn't cite it wrong.
Yes, you
I
did.
cited it
It's an-
correctly.
no,
you literally just turned it back and said, "Well, you do this."
That's not a tu
Yes,
quoque.
it is.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
I wasn't accusing you of hypocrisy.
Yes, you did.
No,
you
I
said
didn't.
that I was making the same argument. You were
That's
saying
not a
that.
tu quoque.
Let's run that back, guys.
Yes, it is. You idiot.
No. Summarize every single fallacy.
Your
That's
argument
not an
is
argument either.
to yourself.
What do you mean? That's not true. I'm a divine command theorist. Were you not listening?
You saying that is not an argument. Your
That's
argument
not an
is,
argument either.
That's a tu quoque.
What's your position?
That's a tu quoque.
That's not a tu quoque.
How is it not?
Because a tu quoque is an ad hom based on hypocrisy. I didn't accuse you of hypocrisy.
You said that's your position. You just literally just did that.
She knew that. Oh no.
That's a tu quoque.
That's not a tu quoque.
How is it not?
You're not listening?
You saying that is not an argument. Your
That's
argument
not an
is,
argument either.
That's a tu quoque.
I mean, yeah, she's basically arguing from hypocrisy. So he says that's not an argument. I mean, is it? I mean, it could be construed as not a tu quoque, but it kind of is. Like, you're obviously just throwing it back on your opponent for doing the same thing. Well, you're doing the same thing. That doesn't justify what you did. That's not an effective response. Just throwing it back on your opponent is not an effective response.
What's your position?
That's a tu quoque.
That's not a tu quoque.
How is it not? I'm pretty sure. I didn't cite it wrong.
Yes, you
I
did.
cited it
It's an-
correctly.
no,
You literally just turned it back and said, "Well, you do this."
That's not a tu
Yes,
quoque.
it is.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
I wasn't accusing you of hypocrisy.
Yes, you did.
No,
you
I
said
didn't.
that I was making the same argument. You were
That's
saying
not a
that.
tu quoque.
Yes, it is. You're
No,
calling
it's
me
not.
hypocritical.
That's not hypocrisy. I'm not accusing you of hypocrisy. Hypocrisy would be if you say one thing and then do a different thing. Like if you're like, don't smoke, and I'm like, but you're smoking, Jay. That would be a tu quoque. Don't smoke is a completely
No.
valid argument, regardless of whether
You
you,
don't
smoke or
understand
not.
what you're yapping about.
That's crazy. You just actually cite
I
fallacies.
said-
I mean, it is though. It is an argument from hypocrisy because she made a mistake, and Jay said, "Well, that's not an argument," and then she said, "Yeah, well, that's not an argument." It's like, okay, so you're putting it back on him, not addressing the critique. So it's making it about him and making it about a double standard, something that he's also doing, not about the initial critique. So either way, it's like you're dodging the initial critique by making it about Jay and whether or not he's doing it too, or whether that was an argument or not actually addressing his critique. So it is a tu quoque.
Incorrectly.
No.
And then you.
No,
that
you
your
have a
opponent doesn't know
child-level
them.
understanding of
That's
what
so
the
funny.
definition is at a website.
It's fine, yeah.
And what you did
That's an
was a tu
ecological
quoque.
fallacy
So
right
here we
now.
go again. You can't even talk like a normal person.
Neither can you, Jay.
literally lose your mind, rolling your eyes. You're
Where are you looking
basically
right now?
You're
Where are you looking
basically
right now?
having you're basically having like an epileptic episode trying to debate because you can't handle a normal conversation.
So I started very good faith. Where are you looking right now, Jay?
That's also not true. Like, she was not starting with good faith at all. Like, she's been trying to entrap Jay. She basically why'd you agree to it? Why'd you agree to that definition? Like, so you're admitting you're trying to trap this guy. Super not good faith. Like, didn't provide a good definition, trying to trap people, lying, fallacies all the time, right? Yapping about Agrippa's trilemma, which is not really relevant to the debate. Or you should just explain what it is.
Jay?
Directly at you.
Why?
And she wants Jay to just grant her worldview. He wants to grant the normativity of her worldview. And that's not good faith. That's just asking someone to grant your position. It's not good faith of you to ask me to grant your position. Like, you should make an argument for your position. That would be good faith.
Why are you doing that?
Because normal people look at people, they don't stare up into the sky and have epileptic episodes.
Oh, yeah, you're right. She's so wrong because you looked into the sky. Got him.
No, you're just yapping and you don't even understand the things you're talking about.
I am literally, I don't know. So, chat.
Yeah, she does look like she's on drugs because she can't maintain eye contact. Her eyes are going everywhere. She's just kind of acting weird, kind of psychotic.
Just so you guys realize, what I've done for the last hour is unironically just employ Jay-isms back at him for an hour straight. That's what I've been doing.
So
this is the thing, is like, she thinks she's clever because she's memeing. She's like, I was just memeing the whole time. Oh, I'm just trolling. I was just doing what you were doing back at you. Ha. So we're supposed to have it. So, right, I'm good faith. Let's roll it back to where she said she was good faith, right?
her sky and have epileptic episodes.
Oh, yeah, you're right. She's so wrong because you looked into the sky. Jay?
Directly at you.
Why? Why are you doing that?
Because normal people look at people, they don't stare up into the sky and have epileptic episodes.
Oh, yeah, you're right. She's... Where are you looking right now?
Episode, trying to debate. Because you can't handle a normal conversation.
So, I started very good faith.
There it is. I started very good faith.
Because you didn't have an
for the people
actual
who are
argument.
interested, the moment
you're
that somebody just falls
me.
back on like basically
Factor was to not actually debate.
Hour is unironically just employ Jay-isms back at him.
Oh, so the only thing you've been doing for the past hour is employ Jay-isms back at him. I've been trying to have a good faith discussion, combined with I've actually just been memeing and trolling, and I've not been taking any of this sincerely. And even though this is supposed to be a debate about feminism, I've just basically derailed the conversation and been a trolly little meme lord the whole time. That's not good faith. That's wasting everybody's time. So you're a liar, right? You're a little liar, and you're insincere, and you're here to just troll and get people into your OnlyFans, and you're not taking the debate seriously.
For an hour straight. That's what I've been doing.
So
if it sounds really, really stupid,
her tactic was to not actually debate, but to just mimic
There's no way to debate
which is interesting
when you
because
won't, when
women
you are
basically
just relying
are
on
mimicking
Agrippa's
men.
trilemma.
Women basically just mimic men, and that's what you did.
Yeah, this is true. Women don't know how to actually debate. They don't understand logic. They think it's just words. They think you're just saying words. And so the solution for them is to just mimic and say words back. And it's very childish, right? It's like a monkey.
Because you didn't have an actual argument.
The moment
you're
that somebody just falls back on like basically circular reasoning and just insisting that you were
I gave you the answers and you didn't know what they were. I said epistemic
framework that
I said coherence.
There's an impact. There's just no way to talk about these things. So instead,
Is it funny too that the relativist relies on just mimicking? I think that's a bit funny, a bit ironic. You're supposed to be the ultimate subjectivist, and yet your goal is to just mimic people.
All I opted to do for the last hour and a half
There's nobody
is
up here.
Your behavior.
There's no one over here.
I'm looking at the camera.
But you're looking at the
Jay,
wall.
I don't know why you're so worried.
You're having an epileptic episode.
Why are you worried about?
Just
why
relax.
are you worried about where I'm looking?
Do you need a medicine for the epilepsy or
why are you
what's going
worried
on?
about where I'm looking?
It's just funny, because you can't.
I'm not even sure how it's funny that I look up.
in the person's eye.
Yes, when I think, I look up.
Good for you.
Good point. Got him. Destroyed.
I just think, I think it just goes to show that she's not all there. Both her and Destiny both do heavy drug usage. That is going to affect your brain and your psychology. And it could induce things like being an autistic spurg who can't make eye contact.
What is the argument for feminism other than GDP? Is that it?
I believe that it is good for society because it leads to overall flourishing,
Which was
well-being.
economic liberalism?
Nope, well-being.
What does that mean?
Well-being typically is measured by like positive mental health, some level of eudaimonic.
Really? So positive mental health, but we have a depression and antidepressant crisis in women under 30. Really? So it's measured by mental health, even though we have a massive mental health crisis in our modern feminist society. Interesting.
Expression and some level of like self-report of eudaimonic expression. It also leads to things like less missed work, greater social connections, greater access to opportunities, all sorts of things that I think are broadly good for society, leads to better outcomes, leads to happier people. And I think by and large, God doesn't want us to like be punished arbitrarily for no reason. So I think he more or less wants a society that allows us to express in the way that we want to.
Which is a liberal society?
There's probably multiple societies that would allow this in the future, not just a liberal one.
Does he want a liberal one right now?
I don't know.
But if you're arguing from divine command theory and you're saying God doesn't want a liberal society, then you can't use that as an argument for a liberal society. Because if God doesn't want it, then that doesn't work as an argument for a liberal society, right? So your argument defeats itself.
But earlier you argued that it was God wanting
I hope
this.
so. Yeah, I hope so. I believe so.
But now you don't know. You said God earlier. Divine.
Like, also, just, she doesn't even know what she's thinking or saying. She's like, no, maybe. Oh, I hope so. I think so. So she's just changing her mind on the fly. Like, this is not a serious individual. She hasn't thought her own positions through. She's like indecisive about her own arguments. Imagine I came on to debate feminism and I was like, I think feminism's probably not good. I think it's maybe kind of bad. I mean, it's okay. Actually, it's not horrible. Actually, I could see why, it could be okay under some circumstances. And actually, you know what? Feminism is good. Like, imagine you just change your mind halfway through debate and you're just like humming and hawing about what the fuck your position even is. This is just embarrassing, right?
Divine command theory, now you don't know. So
Yeah.
which one is it?
Well, it's both, right? Because I'm
It's
not.
both I don't know and divine
Yeah,
command
I'm
theory?
not like when it comes to my faith. I try
So
to.
those are contradictions.
Do you want me to answer?
Were you contradicted?
Well, to some degree, yeah. I think there's a paradox.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, there's a
So you're
paradox.
contradicted.
There's
Thank
a
you.
paradox of faith that you have to hold, where you're simultaneously.
A paradox is not a contradiction. They're two different things.
That's
Did
true.
you know that?
That's true. It's almost like I'm
So
doing a
now
paradox.
you're appealing to a paradox to get out
Do you
of a
want me to answer
contradiction?
you? Okay, I'll. Do you want me to answer you?
Please contradict away. Go ahead.
Okay, so I think when it comes to things like my faith, I try to engage in some level of epistemic humility where I both do my best to understand what.
Okay, but epistemic humility would be reading the Bible and submitting to what your church says. And your church is going to tell you, don't dress like a slut and submit to your husband. So if you actually had epistemic humility, you wouldn't be generating principles like feminism and liberalism that override what's directly stated in the Bible. You wouldn't be disagreeing with things in the Bible in favor of feminism and liberal values if you actually had epistemic humility, right? So you think you know better than what's in the Bible and what God says because you're going to support a liberal feminist society because why? You're so humble. You're so epistemically humble, but you know better than God and what he tells you in the Bible. Okay.
What God wants through divine command theory, through exegesis, eisegesis, and divine revelation. However, at the same time, I maintain a level of epistemic humility of recognizing that I could be wrong about the infinite God, which is why I said, I don't know, but I hope so.
So the appeal to divine command theory actually doesn't work.
No, it does work.
Not to
right?
ground your position.
Sure, it does.
How?
Because I'm using exegesis, eisegesis, and divine revelation to try to
Repeating the
understand.
words doesn't mean that it actually works for an argument.
It does work for an argument.
Just rattling out the terms.
What's exegesis?
That is looking at a text and getting out of the text what it means.
And what's
Eisegesis is reading into the text.
Yeah, and what's eisegesis?
Eisegesis is reading into the text.
And then what's divine revelation?
All the teachings of Christ contained in Scripture and tradition, in our view.
And I'm sure you would agree that these are typically the three things taught in most theological schools that you should utilize to try to understand what God's will is and what his principles
But
are.
that doesn't mean.
But this is absurd because God directly says in the Bible, women submit to your husbands. So does that sound like feminism or patriarchy? So you have all this epistemic humility, but you're going to read into the Bible and say, no, it doesn't mean submit. It means egalitarianism. It means liberal values. So you don't have any humility.
I mean that you have an argument because you're appealing to what's taught in seminaries. That's what I'm trying to get you
My
to understand.
argument is based on divine command theory, and I use exegesis, eisegesis, and divine revelation to try to understand what I think God wants, and then I try to apply that to the world.
Yeah, but
broadly.
I'm telling you why it's not a good argument.
It's coherent. You just don't want.
No, it's not,
Yes,
because
it
you
is.
just said that I don't know if it's right, and so I can't appeal to divine command.
Do you know exactly what God wants in all ways? You just know all of God?
So now it's not divine command theory.
Of course it is.
But you don't know what God wants.
I do my best. Do you think that you know?
Do you know what he wants or not?
I think so, yeah. That's what faith is, right?
You think so?
Yeah.
Was that an argument?
That's an honest response to my relationship with Christ. Are you
That's good, but how is that an argument?
Confident that you know what God wants?
How is that an argument?
Are you 100% confident that you know what God wants?
My subjective.
Like, she's just saying, I think that's what God wants. Okay, but how's that an argument? Can you substantiate that with an argument for why that should be the case? Because it sounds just like, well, I personally subjectively think that's what God might want because he wants flourishing. And you need an actual like argument for your position. You can't just say what you think or I just personally believe that might be what God wants. Okay, you need an argument though, right? Debates, you're supposed to present arguments.
The state of confidence doesn't matter about an argument or not.
Do you think that you know 100% what God wants?
This is the problem, is that you think that your subjective state of argumentation being convinced relates to an argument. It doesn't.
No, not at all. Do you think that you know what God wants?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, so would you say that you're using your subjective state to interpret the world around you?
You think that because everyone has a subjective state that everything is subjective?
No, I don't.
Okay, so then there's your answer.
Okay, interesting. So I also would agree that just because I'm using my best interpretation, it doesn't mean that it's subjective because I'm using things like exegesis. Exegesis is not subjective as much as possible, right? You're using ancient tomes. I'd
love to know where in the Bible you're getting this idea that God wants a feminist liberal society. Please tell me. I wish Jay would ask for that. Yeah, can you point to anywhere in Scripture where God says, women should have equal rights to men? Please give me that. Because I can show examples where it says submit to your, men can take wives. He doesn't say you don't have to ask for permission. You can take the women as your wives. I know examples where God says women submit to your husbands. Do what your husband says. Obey your father, right? So it's not even close. Where are you going to get it from ancient tomes that God wants you to install a feminist liberal society? Good luck finding that.
You're looking at Greek literatures, you're listening to rabbis and the original readers of the language to try to understand what Exodus means, right? That's exegesis. And so that is not subjective. Ideally the goal is to be as less subjective as possible.
That would make my point, that it's not subjective, and so you are appealing to something that you claim to know.
But then eisegesis is reading into it as well, which we are also
What does that have to do with
doing.
this?
Because that's the level of self-interpretation that every single Christian is doing. In fact, you're doing to try to understand your divine command theory.
What does this have to do with proving your argument?
Pointing out that we're doing the same thing.
But that doesn't mean you're getting to the same conclusions or it's a good argument.
You're right. We do come to different conclusions. But that doesn't mean that mine is somehow
So how does this relate to your argument?
Because we're using the same thing. And
so what?
So
the use of the thing has nothing to do with the argument.
I'm using your own logic to establish why I am being coherent.
I want to know your argument.
She's just basically saying, I use the tool of exegesis to prove feminism. And Jay's asking, okay, what's the argument for that? How? How does exegesis prove feminism? And she hasn't given an argument. I'm just doing the same thing you are. Okay, but I'm using it, and it seems to me like it provides the opposite. So how do you get the opposite conclusion that I'm getting? What's your argument? Right? So just saying that you're using a tool to make an argument doesn't actually tell me what the good argument is, right? She hasn't actually given an argument yet.
Argument.
You're
just saying that I use these things.
I've already
Good job. How's that an argument?
It's not. It is.
Using the things is the argument. No, it's not.
My argument is that feminism is good because it does a number of things, which I've listed multiple times.
And you appealed that on the basis of divine command theory, and now you say that I don't know what's right.
Why don't we have an interesting conversation and you argue with me about GDP or whether it actually leads
because
to
we're going to the thing
rather than just quibbling about presuppositionalism.
Because it's what your argument's based on. If I undo that, your argument falls. That's why. And it did.
It didn't. You
It
just
did.
don't like it.
No,
We're
you
using,
gave a dumb argument.
No,
You said
we're using
that
the same
I just
system.
read
We're using the
use
same
thing.
system.
Using that how does that help your argument?
Because what it means is that we're both being coherent, but we still end up
I don't
with
have your
different
system.
conclusions.
I don't have your views.
Yeah, you do. You're a divine
No, I
command
don't.
theorist.
I don't
aren't you?
have your views.
Aren't you a divine command theorist?
I have a different account of what that means. Do you understand?
don't use
words,
exegesis, eisegesis,
words
and divine
mean
revelation?
different things in different systems.
Do you not use these three things to understand the
Using
will of
them
God?
has nothing to do with whether that backs up your argument.
Interesting. So you will agree that
So
basically
she
you're
thi-
doing the same thing as me to
You
build
think
up
the
your
use of a
presuppositions,
thing-
but somehow my presupposition
the use
is
of a thing-
incoherent, but yours is super coherent.
How does the use prove that your conclusions are correct?
It doesn't.
Thank you.
But
Thank
it doesn't prove yours
Thank
either.
you.
It doesn't prove yours either. That's the problem.
Even if it doesn't, it means that your argument doesn't prove feminism.
And your argument doesn't prove anything either because of
You're
this
here to defend
trilemma.
feminism.
You're here to prove that patriarchy is good.
If you failed in your argument, then
But Jay could say that he did, because there is tons of evidence in the Bible that's in favor of patriarchy. So I don't know why Jay would say that you can't use exegesis to prove patriarchy, because there are examples in the text that support, tons of examples that support the idea that women are supposed to submit, men are supposed to lead. I don't understand why Jay wouldn't go to that. And she's basically just doing a tu quoque. Well, yeah, but you can't prove it either. Okay, but you're making the positive claim that feminism is good. You yapping about what Jay can or can't do has nothing to do with your argument about feminism.
you've lost.
You have to prove feminism's bad. You have to do the same thing.
By you just giving a
No,
bad
you didn't
argument.
give any arguments.
I did that.
What was any of your presuppositions?
All I
You did an internal critique, so you're done.
have
Any
to
of
do
these
is
things.
internally critique you and let you flounder and refute yourself, and then no one has.
That's not an argument, though. That's
It
not a
is.
debate. It's not
The
a
argument
debate.
is
No, it's not. It's not
critiquing
interesting
you.
in any way.
I don't care if it's
All
interesting.
that's going to
Your
happen
subjective-
is that, like, your desperate
your
fans are going to be like,
subjective
man, this
idea
guy
of
said
what's
things I
interesting-
liked, so she's right.
This is why you're yelling and melting down, is because
You're
when you
also
got
yelling
precepts,
and melting down, Jay.
because you can't talk, you can't listen. I have to talk over you because you're
Ditto.
losing here. You didn't give an argument.
I've given an argument
No, you
so
gave
many
uses. Your arguments are not arguments; they're assertions.
times. Okay.
Well, just saying that you use exegesis is not an argument for feminism. Well, I use exegesis to prove feminism. Okay, how? Right? Like how? How do you use exegesis to prove feminism? What's the argument? I understand that. It's like saying, I'm going to use a saw to cut the wood. Okay, cut the wood. Just saying that you're going to use a saw doesn't actually give you a ship or give you a house or give you a boat. You still have to cut the wood. She hasn't done that yet. So you have the right tools. How are you going to use those tools to prove feminism? How does the text prove feminism? And she didn't say anything. She just ended it right there. It'd be like saying, I'm going to use this gun to kill this man. Okay, you have the gun. Now kill the man. And then she's like, well, I'm going to use the gun. Okay, but how are you going to use the gun? Can you use it? Can you do that? Like, she didn't do the next step, which was actually prove feminism.
Jay.
Gotta let some chats come through. We're about at the 2-hour mark, so we'll get the closing statements in just a bit. The TTS has been lowered. We're gonna do a roast session if you want. $69 TTS, streamlabs.com/whatever if you want to get a roast in. Also, be sure to stay tuned, guys, as we're winding down this debate. Kyla here is sticking around for another debate. We have Jim Bob in studio. I think we're gonna go live in about an hour and a half. We're gonna break for a bit. Let me let these chats come through. We have Chef Dill Pickles. Thank you for
Chef
that.
Dill Pickles donated
Thank you, thank you.
$100. Did not so bright ever kick that wine habit? She isn't slurring tonight, but none of her
You
arguments have improved.
wine drinker?
Nope, not
No
really.
wine? Okay. We have Silent here with a $100 super chat. Thank you so much, Silent, for your $100 blank super chat. Thank you so much, man. Lucas follows up on his previous super chat. Yes, my wife is actually watching me bullying you online and always watches whatever with me. She's quite entertained. That said, you call it bullying. I just see it as calling a spade a spade. Sorry, truth can sometimes be disquieting. You want to do a quick response to that, or?
There's nothing to respond to. Like,
Okay.
yeah, me and my wife both enjoy being mean to women online. Like, you're welcome for the foreplay, I guess. I don't know.
Okay. There you go. Thank you, Lucas. Always good to see you in the chat. Thank you. Thank you. We have Christopher Scott here with a message. Thank you, Christopher.
Christopher Scott donated $100. Wait, did she just God's a relativist? He approaches things. What nonsense is that?
Any response?
Yes, I said that God is a relativist. You can just like look through
Thank you.
scripture and
So
see that he
you
like
just
is constantly
totally
saying.
refuted
For
yourself.
example, there's
Thank you.
multiple verses where he says like things that were wrong back then or weren't wrong back then were not wrong because they didn't understand.
That
and
doesn't make God a relativist.
yes, he regularly
That
updates
does
what
not-
that is what
that's so
relativism
silly.
is. Yes,
That
it
does
is. It
not
is
make God-
absolutely relativism. It's understanding
No,
people
it's
within the
not.
context of where they are and applying rules
That's
based
not
on that.
relativism.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. That
Yes,
does
it
not
is.
make God a relativist.
Yes,
You
it
were
does.
indoctrinated with postmodernism, and that's why you thought St. Paul was a postmodernist. So you don't have a clue what you're talking about.
Okay, good job.
All right, we have another chat here. We have Grid One, big Grid One. Thank you, man. Oh, there it is.
Grid One Motorsports donated $200
Yo, thank you, man.
and
Good to see
1
you in the
cent.
chat.
Erudite, it is super interesting to watch you try and walk the line trying to claim patriarchy and feminism are not at odds, when feminism has its base in the destruction of patriarchy.
Yep.
Yeah, I just think that when feminists do that, it's harmful. I don't think that patriarchy by itself is bad, but I do think that patriarchy that like is enforced is bad. And so like,
Yeah, but that's what feminism is. So you spent the last hour trying to say that feminism is not about destroying patriarchy, that they're not exclusive positions, when that's what this comment is saying, is that feminism is based in destroying the patriarchy. Down with the patriarchy.
feminism is at its root trying to block the obstacles by which we make patriarchy a necessity rather than like allowing patriarchy to emerge naturally.
So another way to show that she lost the debate is that her position is unfalsifiable, because anytime it gets challenged, she can redefine the terms to be whatever it needs to be at that moment. And if you go back and watch the debate, she did that multiple times.
I've used
and
the
that's why
exact
feminism,
same definition
but the definition was
entire time.
broad enough to fit this.
It
critique
wasn't
that I
actually
made.
broad enough.
It is
and
broad.
again, if
That's-
you didn't
you
like
thought
it,
that you thought
if you
ancient
didn't
Israelites
like it, Jay, you shouldn't
thought
agree
ancient
to it.
Israelites were feminist.
Yeah, to some degree. For
Feminism is a historical movement, you goober.
Again, just
A
because
modern movement.
Do you think that trans people only existed after we made up the word
feminist
trans?
movement is what's being debated. Not
It's
art.
not. It's literally not. It's
It
feminism.
is. No, I'm pretty
it's a
sure
concept.
the title
It's a concept.
is feminism, right?
It's a concept. It's not. Is the
no,
feminist
no.
movement
The feminist
good?
movement is what I'm debating.
That's not what I came here to debate. The question is
that's why
feminism
you
good?
you did come to debate feminism.
Do you think that trans people only began to exist after the word was invented? That was the only time that trans people now
Feminism
exist?
is the thing that we're debating, which is a historical movement.
Do you think that like any
You already
concepts
admitted
don't
that it-
exist until we
you already
invent
admitted
the
it's a
word
historical
for it?
movement.
Like crocodiles weren't
already
real
admitted.
until we made the word
You
crocodile.
already admitted in the debate it's a historical movement.
Of course, it's a historical movement
Thank
that
you.
just has nothing to do with anything because feminism
So
is
now
also a
again,
concept.
for the fourth time, you contradict yourself because you said
as
that the
a great
history
man
does matter.
today said, a word can mean two different things. Feminist as a movement is not what I'm here to defend. Feminism as a concept is.
You admitted an hour ago that the movement is necessarily bound up with the history, you idiot.
That has nothing to do with the.
Thank you.
No,
so
that
now
has
you've
nothing.
lost again for the
No.
10th time the
No.
debate.
Again,
Good, great.
if you desperately need all of history to define a concept, that's fine.
For historical concepts, yes. Like
No.
movements, like social movements that come out of the French Revolution.
So a movement can create a concept, and then the concept can then be retroactively applied to other instances that you saw
No,
in history.
it's not
This is
retroactively
absolutely
applied.
true.
This is why Paul's not a postmodernist, you moron.
This is why we can call
This is why
things
Paul
liberal
is not a-
democracies before
Paul
the
is
word
not
liberal
a
democracy
postmodernist.
existed. This is why we
Paul's
can call,
not a postmodernist.
This is why,
You're
for example,
an idiot.
This is why, for example, we would say that the founding fathers created a democracy, even though they didn't invent the word democracy yet.
Create a republic. Also, democracy was definitely around before the founding fathers, right? The reason it doesn't work with feminism is because there was no such thing as a feminist movement before the movement of feminism. So it's not the word. It's not the first instantiation of the word. It's the fact that the nature of the word is linked to a beginning with a historical movement. Right. Has nothing to do with the word. So the reason it doesn't work with democracy is because the concept of democracy was not a movement that started in a certain time. It refers to a system of governance which can be applied to things before the word's conceptualization.
You can
Like ancient Greece, for example.
retroactively apply
No, you
concepts.
can't.
Yes, you can.
Paul is not a
Yes, you can.
postmodernist.
I'm sorry.
Paul is not a postmodernist. This is so stupid.
he
This is the dumbest thing I've
He
ever
engaged
heard
with the
in a
Bible.
debate.
He engaged with the Bible the same way that
I've
I
never
did,
heard
which is a postmodernist
stupider
approach to it.
statement than that.
That's
That is the
because you
dumbest thing I've ever
you
heard.
don't even know what I think, Jay.
You have blabbered the most insane spaghetti
What
splash
is my
diarrhea
belief system?
nonsense
What is
on the
Protestant? What is Orthodox Protestant? What is it? What's radical orthodoxy?
I don't know what you've made up.
Oh,
I
so
don't-
you're just admitting
I
now
don't
that
know
you
what-
don't even.
There's no such thing as Orthodox Protestant. That's retarded. That doesn't exist. It's not a real church. It's not a real thing. You can just make up your own cult and call yourself an Orthodox Protestant if you want. I guess. Yeah. Anybody could do that. It doesn't make it like a real thing. There is no branch of Orthodoxy that involves Protestants. That's retarded. The Protestant Reformation comes out of the 1458. Let me look that up. Fuck! Oh, wait. Council of Trent, 14... Ah, fuck. I was wrong. Fuck, I wanted to say... fuck, guys. I said 1458. It was actually 17. Fuck. I was off by 60 years. All right. But it was a split from the Catholic Church, not the Orthodox Church. So it's goofy.
No,
I'm supposed to know your made-up Protestant
You're
position?
attacking me for it, so you should, probably have an idea of what it is.
It's gibberish. It's made-up nonsense. There is no such
So
thing
you-
as your made-up radical Protestant orthodoxy. I have
I'm
no
sorry,
idea what
radical
that is.
orthodoxy just is a
I don't know
theological
what
branch.
your position
It just
is.
is a theological branch. I don't know what
I'm
to tell
supposed
you.
to know her position in
You
the
could
debate.
ask me and then engage with me based on
I don't
it.
care about your crazy position.
Then why are we debating at all? Why are you here?
You came to defend your position.
You
I don't
came
care-
to defend your position as well.
And you haven't given an argument for feminism.
I
other-
have given an argument for feminism multiple times. If you want to keep laughing about the Paul postmodernist thing, you can just ask me what I mean by that. But you don't want to.
It's
You
so
just want to be bad
fundamentally
faith.
stupid. It's
You
so
just want to be
fundamentally
bad
silly
faith
that
and then
it's not
blabber
worth
on
it.
so that like your audience
it's
can be
such
like,
an absurd statement.
Yeah,
And
this guy's
but
winning.
it explains how.
Because he keeps saying that he's
It
winning.
explains how you're able to read back into
Jay,
history all these positions that don't
I know
exist.
that you're smarter than this, which means that I know that you're being bad faith right now. And there's nothing that I can do in a conversation other than be bad faith back. There's nothing. There's no.
Jay's not being bad faith. The onus is not on Jay to investigate your ridiculous claims. Paul is a postmodernist. It's not... If you're making the claim, Erudite, the good faith thing to do is for you to assume the responsibility and the onus of defining what the fuck you mean by that. If you say something absurd like Paul, the Apostle Paul, was a postmodernist, that's retarded. Right? So I feel like the onus is on you to support that claim by explaining what the fuck you mean by that. Because that makes no sense. That's an absurd claim. It's not Jay being bad faith. And why would he entertain ridiculous discussions anyway? Like, it's not even relevant to the debate topic. So if you say something crazy or you are using an absurd definition, the onus is on you, Erudite, making the claim. You're making the claim. You have to provide the definition. You have to clarify what you mean by Agrippa's trilemma when you bring it up. If you're bringing it up, you have to say what it means. It's not Jay's obligation to ask you what Agrippa's trilemma is or ask you how you make sense of your nonsense, absurd, ridiculous position. You should do everybody else a courtesy and say, I know this sounds ridiculous. Let me explain, guys. Right? Instead of making us come to you and say, oh, what do you mean by Paul's a postmodernist? What do you mean? I'm so curious. That's not good faith. That's just, you're being bad faith by being impolite and not clarifying what you mean when you say these ridiculous things that really necessitate and demand clarification.
No, we're at an impasse.
Just keep talking. It's convincing everybody in my position, please. Speak
All
up.
right, let me let the chats come through. We have Nolly, looks like bought something at shop.whatever.com. She bought a hoodie. Thank you so much. Or maybe it's a guy. Thank you, Nolly. Appreciate that.
Damn.
Giovanni. Thank you.
Giovanni JD donated $100.
Thank you, Giovanni.
You are absolutely a heretic, Erudite. This would have been way better if Jay in good faith pushed Erudite's understanding of Christianity with an intention to correct her.
Well, the debate wasn't Christianity.
This perfectly encapsulates the problem. It's not Jay's job to correct her mistakes. It's her job to not make blatant, stupid mistakes. Right? So when she has a shitty, fucking useless definition for feminism that's way too elastic and broad, the good faith thing to do is not make shitty definitions that demand clarification and demand other people clean up your mess. So when Erudite has some retarded heretical group called Orthodox Protestantism or whatever, some stupid group, it's her job to not be a heretic and not be an idiot. It's not Jay's job to run around and correct her. That's not his responsibility. It's her responsibility to not be a disgusting heretic.
The debate's feminism, so.
Yeah,
All right.
that would be stupid.
got-
Also, just want to be clear, as a Christian, you should be really, really... So I think that what he's applying to like one thing is heretical. I don't think that Jay is a heretic. And as a Christian to Christian, you should be really, 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 really cautious when commenting on the state of people's salvation, like just in general. And I'm sure you would agree with this. I'm not at any point going to say that I think Jay is or isn't saved. Somebody saying that I'm...
Never said that. He never said that. But so she doesn't realize heresy is different from being saved or not. Heresy refers to preaching correct doctrine or being in or out of the official church, right? Because if you're a heretic, you should be excommunicated, right? So it has to do with correct doctrine, correct theology or gospel or understanding, not salvation. He never made a claim about salvation. So she's just dumb. She doesn't understand.
an outright heretic is essentially implying that I'm going to hell.
213 donated
Thank you, KK.
$100.
Appreciate it.
She keeps bringing up the trilemma. You can keep asking, but he's asking for evidence to back up your claims. At equals asserting a belief, someone then asking why, and why you believe that, and so on.
Yeah, so we did that, and I gave reasons why, and then I started getting into evidence, and then he said, evidence isn't arguments. So
It's
then we
not.
circled
Evidence
all
is
the
not
way
an
back
argument.
up
Well,
to
you know
what
it's
my
not, right? You know that an
thesis-
evidence is not an argument?
Yep, and so we
Thank you,
circled back
thank
up
you.
to my thesis, and then I
She admitted my
proceeded
point.
to my
Thank you.
thesis, and then
She
I
admitted that
outlined
an
my
evidence is not an
arguments and
argument.
evidence again, and then he said, that's not an argument, that's evidence. And so we circled back and back and back, because Jay can't actually engage with a concept. He has to just constantly
right.
attack
Listen.
basically semantics.
I'm going to tell you this one time, and I'm not ever going to say this again. Tampons do not exist.
That one's true, actually. He's cooking with that one.
Okay, there you go. We have Clethap. Is it going to come through? One sec. There it is. Thank you, Clethap. Appreciate it.
Clethap donated $100. If NSC believes ancient Israel was a feminist society, would she be happy with us moving to their gender norms? If not, doesn't this demonstrate Jay's point that her definition is too broad?
Quick response to this.
Yeah, I don't believe that Israel was broadly a feminist society. I think that
thank
it
you.
had more levels of feminism that I was talking about than other societies around it. But by no means would I encapsulate that as
That's not feminism.
Yes, it is.
Feminism is not
is a
women.
push.
No,
Feminism
it's
is
not.
is an action. It is a movement towards empowering women, which
It's
is what
a
I said the
historical
entire
movement.
time.
It's not an ancient Israelite movement.
That, again, you can apply words that were invented later historically, which is why we can say the founding fathers
No,
invented a liberal
you can't.
democracy, even though they
No,
didn't use
you
the
can't.
words back then. Yes,
No, you can't.
You can. I'm sorry.
In this case,
you are
you cannot.
fundamentally wrong about
No,
this
you
here.
cannot.
You absolutely can. And if you won't do
That's
that,
why
you're
it's an
just being
ambiguity
retarded.
fallacy, because you can make the position unfalsifiable.
I'm not making it
If that's the case,
unfalsifiable.
I could say that everything in history is patriarchy.
All you have to do,
because history
all you
was
have to do-
patriarchal.
all you have to do to dismantle my argument is prove how
I already
feminism
did that.
doesn't
with
empower women. That's
no,
all you could do. You
no,
could do that.
The
Yes,
internal
you could.
critiques already did that, which you
Nope.
didn't even understand.
Nope. Again, you just all you did
Just
is
say
realize
no.
you're like,
Yeah, just
I'm
say no and it makes
I'm just
it
gonna
no.
have a meta conversation.
Just for sake of
instead.
time, just got moving on though. But Grandma's sweaters. Thank you for this
donated
message.
$100. I don't mind women in the workforce.
Thank you.
It's not inherently bad. The fundamental issue is feminism also divorces God and God's reps, trad males, which leads to polarization and societal conflict for GDP.
What?
I see a question mark
Which
at the
leads to
end there, but I don't know if this
polarization.
is...
And societal conflict for GDP? Did they mean God at the end there? I don't know how. I don't know how societal conflict leads to problems with GDP. I'm not really sure.
Graham
what
the
this question
Sweaters,
is.
if you want to send in a clarifying message, you can. We have
Add $100.
Intel Wild.
Intel Wild donated $69. Not so bright is a miserable woman on the inside. She is also a degenerate, woke,
Wow.
pig snake, Kuma gremlin.
What is a Coomer Gremlin?
I don't know.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
But I have a feeling that if I had an OnlyFans, this guy would be subbed to it for sure.
He would be subbed, okay.
sure.
All right, Intel Wild.
I don't have one, and I would never will, but
Nick donated $69.
I have one. People can go to my
Erudite had
OnlyFans.
some humility.
yeah.
She could
Jay
learn
Dyer
a lot from
OnlyFans.
this.
It's me in yoga pants.
New
That's it.
sub to Jay Dyer.
All right,
doing
there you
yoga
go.
or just standing around.
Just standing. I don't know how to do yoga.
All right, we have Inquisitor Zeal coming in here in just a moment with a message. If you want to get your own in, $69 TTS, streamlabs.com/whatever. If you want to get a little message in here at
Inquisitor
the
Zeal
end.
donated $100. It took 2 hours, but she finally said, God wants a society that allows us to express in the way that we want to. Her God is individualism, just like every feminist, which destroys civilization.
Agreed.
Five more coming in.
Absolutely
Wait, are you
correct.
opposed to
Spot on.
individualism? This is not.
No.
This is
I don't
just a
think it's the
straw man
highest-
of my worldview.
I don't think it's the highest value in society.
Of course, it's not the highest, but are you opposed to individualism?
Again, that's an ambiguous term. Depends on what you mean.
So you just won't answer the question, okay?
No, it's literally an ambiguous term. Just
Words,
like most of,
don't like them, can't do it.
again,
Okay.
100 IQ maybe.
Yeah.
Mac, thank
Mac
you.
donated
Thank you, Mac.
$69. Although I agree what Jay, this debate was kind of unwatchable due to the constant childish mocking. Having said that, Erudite should have let Jay give the definition in his terms.
My Jesus
Hey.
fucking Christ.
I give
I would have
heated
loved.
debates.
I would have loved for Jay to just define his words. That would have been amazing. I agree, honestly.
But the thing is, he gave her the historical definition, and then she spurred out because she couldn't write it down in 2 sentences on her gay little notepad. That was the problem.
Mac, true. Jay, you should have defined your words if you didn't like my definitions. Holy shit.
Why would I define your
Because
words?
you rejected mine.
Yeah, but debates are for you defending your position. It's not for me defining the words for you.
If you don't like my definition, then you should supply your own.
Oh, that's not true. It's actually just false. Wrong. If he doesn't like your definition, it's not, and here's the thing, it's not Jay doesn't like your definition. It's not like, I personally don't like your definition. It's your definition is shitty. It's logically incoherent. It's too broad. It's too vague. It's too ambiguous. It is objectively a bad definition. Whether or not Jay likes it or not, whether you like it or not, or God likes it or not, it's objectively a bad definition. That's your fault. It's not his job to define terms when it's your argument. Your argument, when you say words, when you say words in an argument, you're relying on a definition for those words. You should be defining those words because you're the one using them in your argument, right?
I don't have to supply your position.
Then there's no point in talking after that. If I say
No,
feminism
you just
is
don't
this,
understand what a debate is and how
if
it
I
works.
say feminism is this, and you go, I reject that, then the onus
I'm
is on
going to
you
let
to
you
supply a
make your
different
mistakes in a
definition.
debate. I'm not going to make them for you. I'm not going to help you in a debate. I'm going to let you define things in a dumb way and then call you out later. That's how
How do
debates
you
work.
have a debate about feminism if you won't supply a definition and you won't engage with my definition? How do we even talk about feminism?
You don't understand.
Well, he actually did supply his own definition. You just spurred out because you couldn't write it on your notepad, right? You were like, okay, it's about women's suffrage. It's about the vote. It's about marriage laws. It's about civil rights. Right? So he actually did give a definition. She just couldn't fit it in 2 sentences on her notepad, so she spurred out. Yeah, so once again.
Understand how debates work? That
I do.
I'm arguing the position against your position. That means you define it and you defend that.
So I defined it, the concept,
Yeah,
and then
I
you,
let you make the mistakes.
and then you didn't like it, which is fine.
No, I said that it was.
Yeah, it's not just that he doesn't like it. It's that the definition is objectively shitty, whether or not a person likes it or not. So you can see she is a relativist because the way she's framing it is you personally don't like it. No, it's objectively bad, Erudite.
Inconsistent later on.
No, you said it was too broad later on.
Because you moved the
Not
goalpost.
inconsistent. I didn't move the goalpost.
You
I
did,
kept
because
it
you
the
tried to
same.
make ancient Israelites
Because
feminist. That's moving the
I said it was
goalpost.
I
feminist
got
for its
another
time.
one
Yes.
coming in here. We got Klain.
$69.
Thank you, Klain. Appreciate
Is
it.
feminism bad? Name one society where it would work that wasn't in a Wonder Woman movie. I'ma go have a steak.
Good to see
Be
you,
back
Klain.
to watch her get demolished by Jim Bob. Wrong time of the month to have her on.
Do you want to do a quick response
Nah, she's on the pill, so she doesn't have to worry about that.
to the first question?
Feminism is not like a societal hierarchy system.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you're talking about matriarchies, but matriarchies are broadly not that successful.
All right.
So it's not useful to
We
talk
got
about.
Jordan. Thank you,
Jordan
Jordan.
Skeleven
Appreciate
donated
it.
$69.
Thank you, thank you.
Please grant my definition of good in the is feminism good debate. Sad.
Exactly.
Oh my
That you would come to a
Jesus.
debate and
That's basically what she said. She said, grant my normativity. Except your normativity is what's supporting the good. So I would just basically grant your whole position. So no, that's retarded.
think that people grant you the positions that you're defending is why you lost this debate.
All I'm learning is that Heidegger.
You're learning that you don't know how to debate.
No,
is what
I'm
you're
learning that you literally don't want to define words because that way you can pretend to win by just
No, I let
whining
you.
Okay, but Jay is not making the argument, so he doesn't need his own definition. He can just do an internal critique of your own definition and show why it falls apart. Like, if you're building a house and the foundation is like the definitions, then you build the argument, the house, on top of that foundation definition. Jay doesn't need his own, he doesn't need to give you his own foundation. He doesn't need to say, oh, you built your foundation on sand? Here, if you had built it with concrete or with rock, your house would have been better. Your arguments would have been better. He doesn't have to do that. He can just say, sand isn't going to work. Sand is shitty. So your whole argument, your whole house falls apart. Okay, then give me, if you don't like it, then give me a definition. What's your solution? He doesn't have to give you a solution. He can just, point out that your house is on sand, and then he can fuck off. He can watch your house collapse into the beach, right? Like, maybe there is a good definition out there. Maybe it's on rock. Maybe it's on concrete. Maybe it's on steel. Maybe it's on something else, right? But because it's your house, it's relying on the definition that you give it. So the onus is not on him because he's not the one trying to build an argument off of that definition. You are.
about
I'll let you
words.
hang.
Like, it's your house. You're building the house on this faulty foundation. If the foundation is shit, that's your problem.
Hang
the
yourself.
whole time.
I let you hang yourself.
You literally didn't.
I let you hang
acted,
yourself.
You acted like a petulant.
If you misdefined the words,
I didn't.
and
You
moved the
didn't like it.
goalpost.
Nope, I didn't do that either.
You
didn't
did. You
like-
said ancient Israelites were feminists because they had
based
women.
on my definition.
Because they had a high view of women.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I defined it as like an
That's not
action word. Yeah.
feminism, the movement that we're debating, you
Then
goofus.
define feminism differently, and we can quibble about that.
You're stupid. It's not his job. It's your job, erudite. It's your argument. You have to come up with the definition. Other people aren't going to do that for you. If you're building the argument, it's your house that's standing on a shitty foundation. Therefore, it's your responsibility to come up with good definitions to support your arguments. Because think about it, it's your argument that stands on the foundation of sand. So it falls. That's all Jay's saying. He's doing an internal critique. He's saying your house on your foundation is going to fall. And she's saying, well, what about your house? What about your foundation? What about your arguments? What about your foundation? Okay, his house is not relevant to what happens to your house. He might have the answer. He might have a good foundation. But he doesn't have to give that to you. Why would he? Why would he correct and help you with your foundation so you could make good arguments for feminism? No. Why would he do that? That's not good faith. That's you demanding something that you're not entitled to, which is other people to do the intellectual legwork on your behalf for your own argument. Why would he do that?
That's the historical movements I mentioned.
Okay, yeah, there we go, Jay. As long as I quibble about words, then I can pretend I won.
Got D's
Donated
Nates. Thank you.
$69. To anyone who thinks whatever only brings on dumb women, I present to you, Jay. I love whatever.
So they don't understand what good faith is. They think good faith is woman whining and woman self-victimizing. That's good faith. No. These people don't understand what debate is. If you ask other people to define your terms for you when you're making the positive case, you're making the argument, that's bad faith. Right? And she just literally admitted that she was memeing the whole time. She admitted, I was just memeing and copying Jay. That's not good faith. That's a disingenuous mockery and not faithful engagement in the debate. That's treating the debate like a joke for the last hour, right? So it's insincere. That's not good faith. Also, who cares if you hate Jay? I don't care.
I love Andrew. I have faith.
Yeah, I'm retired.
I mean, I think our debate could be like you're actually such a smart person, and you're
Like, think about it, Erudite. If you have to get Jay to define terms for you on your behalf, because you make shitty definitions, if you need Jay to define the words for you, then your argument sucks. Just right there, right then and there. If you need some other dude to come in and build the foundation for you, your house is, you suck at building houses. Like, you suck at building houses because you can't even make your own foundation for your house. You have to come in and beg Jay to come make your foundation for your house. You have to ask him to define the terms for your argument. Like, that alone, the fact that you're begging Jay to come and give these definitions for your words and your arguments means that you can't construct good arguments at all. Like, you can't even define definitions without other people coming in and helping you. You suck.
so informed. We could
No, you just don't understand debate. Literally, like, I'm doing a debate at this level, and you're debating
I'm sorry,
right
you're
here.
right. I should never be good faith.
No,
with
you just don't know what we're
always
talking
forget.
about. Literally, it's too childish.
What
Like,
She doesn't even understand what good debate is. She already admitted that she was just memeing and mimicking Jay for an hour. She said that. For an hour, she said that. So she doesn't get to claim to be good faith in this exchange. And it's not good faith to entrap people with definitions, which she tried to do like 5 times. She said, yeah, but you agreed to the definition. Yeah, but you agreed to the definition. That's entrapment. That's trying to weaponize an ambiguous definition and then trap and hold people to it so you can weaponize what people consent to. That's not good faith.
I was
it's
saying,
too
Jay,
childish.
I don't know if you heard this.
You shouldn't debate. I'm trying to tell you right now.
I was
shouldn't.
giving you a compliment and saying it would have
Yeah,
been...
but I'm helping you and giving you a compliment by saying you should not debate.
That's not a compliment.
It is.
It's not a compliment
Because you're
to
good
say
at
that
other
I'm
things.
Dumb. Like what, Jay?
Not debating.
Okay. What I was saying, Jay, if I could just finish this thought, is that I was actually looking forward to a really interesting discussion because I think you are really philosophically grounded out, and I think it could have been interesting, but instead you wanted to quibble over words.
What's she doing? She's complimenting Jay. She's trying to reestablish her own credibility. She's trying to appear good faith. Look, I'm complimenting Jay. I'm being nice. You admitted you spent an hour mocking and memeing Jay. You said that. So don't pretend now like, I actually like you, Jay. I think you're a nice guy. This is what employers do when they want to fire you so that they can look like they're not vindictive, evil pieces of shit. This is posturing. So she's posturing right now, trying to look like she's benevolent, like she's good faith, like she's the nice, reasonable, not mad, not unreasonable. It's a female tactic, basically. It's a woman tactic. And it's deceptive, it's dishonest, it's posturing to appear a certain way to the audience. And it's just dumb.
Words.
And it's dishonest.
And just like do dumb like gotchas that are meaningless and therefore
Okay, she did the gotchas. Like, she was the one trying to get him with the Agrippa's trilemma. She was trying to get him with the false analogy in Israel, even though that would have defeated her anyway. Her admitting that it was not a good use of a false analogy would defeat her point on the broader feminism debate. So she tried to catch him in a bunch of gotchas. She detracted the conversation into spurging, yapping, and a bunch of meaningless gotchas. She was not the good faith interlocutor in this exchange.
we didn't put forward any
No, the
interesting...
debate's happening at a level that you're
Or
not
interrupt me instead.
understanding.
Yeah.
All right. We have Get Back in the Kitchen.
Get Back in the Kitchen woman
Says-
donated $69. I am asking the most important question we men want to know. Woman, what sandwich do you make the best and most often? Also, evidently the new pope is a woke ass bag. Tell Catholics.
What is your favorite sandwich to make, I guess?
Probably just like a panini with like lots of meat and cheese, high protein.
There
Love
you
the
go.
protein.
We got Shaw here. Shaw, thank you.
XD donated $69. J, love the Miami Vice look, brother. Erudite. Something. Good try. Looking forward to JB dog walking you.
Oh, Jim Bob. Okay. And then, guys, we're going to do, if you want to get one, couple more in, last call on the TTS roast, that's streamlabs.com/whatever. I'm going to let this one come in. Then we're going to do closing statements and get this
Giovanni
wrapped.
J. donated $70.
Thank you, Giovanni.
Jay would agree that the OT patriarchs were Eastern Orthodox and worshipped the Trinity, even though that concept as we understand it didn't exist. Can absolutely retroactively apply newer concept.
Yeah, but it doesn't work for feminism because feminism is a historical movement. The Trinity is not a historical movement. The Trinity is a historical reality that is present throughout the Old Testament and the New Testament. It's not a movement that started in the 1920s with a bunch of rallying and protests and revolutionary writers. So it's a false analogy to compare a historical movement with writers and people who made it up to the Trinity, which is a historical deity that has been present through all of reality, through the Old Testament, New Testament, and into the future and outside of time. Right? So it's a false analogy to compare a historical movement that started at a particular point in time, i.e. the 1920s, and the Trinity, which is an eternal being that's been present through all of reality. So the very things that you're arguing for are completely different.
Giovanni, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Oh, interesting.
So what we're going to do now.
So she's trying to do the gotcha now. She's trying to do, gotcha! She's taking comments from her audience, from her people, and she's turning this into a gotcha. She's being all giggly, right? So she just finished reprimanding Jay for all these gotchas. If you didn't do gotchas and you were just trying to have a faithful discussion, I think we could have gone a lot farther. Now she's weaponizing this and trying to turn this into a gotcha. And she's giggling and she's overreacting to turn this into a big gotcha. Trying to act all like giggly. Right? So just look at this nasty, disgusting woman, right?
Now is I'm going to have each of you give a up to 5-minute closing statement. Kyla, you'll go first.
And let me defend Jay. So the Trinity is a historical, eternal reality. Feminism is a movement that started at a particular point in time, the 1920s or wherever. Or you could argue that it started in the French Revolution. But it wasn't around in ancient Israel. The Trinity was around in ancient Israel and the ancient Bible. Because it's not a historical movement that was made up by writers and philosophers at a particular point in time. So it's a false analogy because they're not the same type of thing. One is an eternal being. The other one is a movement that started at a point in time.
Jay, you'll go after her. Go ahead.
Sure. Since we basically didn't actually talk about the topic today, which is unfortunate, I guess I would say debates are like this. Which
is funny because Jay wanted to go into the historical reality and you would not let him because you couldn't fit it on your notepad in 2 sentences or less. It wasn't concise enough for you. So you actually were not willing to engage in the historical reality. You threw a hissy fit because you weren't willing to actually discuss reality.
Thing that I love a lot. Doesn't mean I'm perfect or awesome at them necessarily, but they're supposed to be this Socratic thing where we engage in trying to find better ideas and better truth, essentially. And you do that by being good faith to some degree, by allowing...
Good faith does not mean just granting people their positions, granting them their definitions, giving them definitions, donating definitions so they can make arguments. That's not what good faith is. Good faith would be actually not providing shitty entrapment definitions or memeing for an hour or lying or doing fake gotchas out of nowhere, right? So this whole she doesn't understand what she means by good faith.
And granting certain norms of one another and engaging with one another in their thought and
that's not what it means. So granting people normativity, granting them their shitty definitions and giving them replacement definitions, that's not what good faith means.
Just constantly falling back to whining about words and just...
Whining about words, right. So debate and defining terms is just whining about words, right.
basically just trying to insist that your opponent makes no sense based on almost nothing at all, but like whining about words.
So she didn't understand any of Jay's critiques. She thinks it's just whining. He's just whining about words and whining that I don't make sense. So you don't understand. So Erudite literally doesn't understand any of the contradictions she's made. She doesn't understand any of the internal critiques that Jay gave her or her position. Like, and she didn't even make any consistent point for feminism. She's basically admitting that I wasn't able to get out a good point for feminism, which is all Jay needs to do. He dismantled her entire argument. Like, he won. Even if Jay's right, or even if Erudite's right, we didn't really get to talk about the topic today. Yeah, so you didn't get to make a point for feminism, so you lost, because you didn't actually get to make a clear argument. You didn't get to substantiate a point in favor of feminism, because you're dumb. So Jay won.
Words, just like semantic arguments, which is unfortunate because I think that this could have been a really meaningful conversation. I think feminism as like a concept can be really valuable, and I defend it a lot, but I'm extremely critical of the feminist movement, which I make a distinction from. Maybe that would have been helpful if I made that more clear. Probably not, actually. The feminist movement has been full of lots of pretty bad gender opportunists, which is unfortunate. A lot of civil rights movements get hijacked by bad actors, and I think as a result of it, it's left a lot of men with a bitter taste for feminism in their mouth. And to be clear, I don't think most men should be feminists. I think women should be feminists.
Okay, this is kind of retarded because she basically already admitted that feminism and patriarchy were not exclusive positions. So right off the bat, this dumb broad doesn't even know what she's arguing for. She didn't know that like feminism and patriarchy are exclusive. Of course they are. If you don't think feminism is about dismantling patriarchy, then I don't know what to say. You're not qualified to talk on the subject. Like, if you don't think pasta involves noodles, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you should go consult the dictionary.
Because it's about women. And I think when women lie and pretend that it's about both genders, it's cringe and stupid. Overall, I think a society that gives women more options and choices, so long as they're not harming others, is a good society, and tries to incentivize good behavior. I think it leads to better flourishing. I think it leads to happier people. And I want a world that...
No, she's making a bunch of assertions. I think, flourishing, happiness, better. Assertion, I think. Psychological report, no argument.
Goes towards these things. What Jay wants is a world where he can yell
straw man and ad hom. Let's hear it.
Yell at everyone from the top of his crown-wearing throne about words and tell them that they don't know anything that they're talking about, and then
he is the king of debate, so I mean it's good you got that part right, but make your closing statement a bunch of ad homs. That's really good faith, by the way, to spend a bunch of your closing statement making personal attacks and strawmanning your opponent. That's really cool.
Agreeing that they basically have the exact same type of like coherent presuppositional.
That's so good faith of you, Erudite, that you're gonna, attack your opponent and make fun of him and do ad homs and personal attacks and strawman your opponent in the closing statement. That's so good faith of you, right? Like. Yeah, so great.
System, but then insisting that you're stupid and wrong and don't know anything because he essentially disagrees with my worldview without ever actually dismantling why I'm wrong about like GDP for women. He just literally couldn't even engage with that. Maybe he doesn't know what the word GDP means, but he's smart, so he probably does. I'm not actually sure. We could have had an interesting discussion. Instead, Jay robbed you of that for I'm not really sure, and then he's going to end this by insisting that he won because he caught me in all these contradictions while also just like misquoting fallacies. And I guess to liberals, pro tips, when you debate people like this, you unfortunately just like have to be bad faith, and it just turns.
Listen to that. Listen, she basically admitted when you debate people like Jay Dyer, you just have to be bad faith. Oh, so you can't use good argumentation. You can't use good logical critiques. You can't critique Jay, do an internal critique. You can't make good arguments. You just have to be bad faith. So she's admitting the leftist playbook, guys. She's telling you openly, hey, when you come up against someone like Jay, who is actually studied and actually knows what he's doing, and has logical training, who isn't just going to grant me shit. If he's not just going to grant me my position and grant me my normativity and just give me all the things that I want off the gate, then the only solution is to be bad faith. Oh, so you're admitting that you're telling leftists to be dishonest and lie and be bad faith when they debate people who are actually competent. When someone disagrees with you and they're competent and they're not going to roll over and grant you all the things that you want to be granted for no reason, then you should just lie and be bad faith. Under what circumstances ever is there an excuse to be bad faith in a debate? Hey guys, if you're losing a debate, just be like me. Just mock Jay. Just be a meme troll. Just be bad faith. If you're ever losing a debate, leftists, just be bad faith. Okay, thank you for admitting that, because that's what it seems like we see from the left all the time with Vosh, Destiny, all these people who debate. Yeah, it seems like all they do is they just lie. They're bad faith. They're nasty. They contradict. They lie. They strawman. They're intentionally pretending to be dumb. They weaponize ambiguity. Yeah, it seems like what we see from leftists is they are intentionally being bad faith. Okay, so thank you for admitting that, NotSoErudite, that leftists, when they engage in debate with someone who's actually knows what they're doing, they default to being bad faith. Thank you. Thank you for admitting that. That's a really big admission, because it's a suspicion I've always had. And it's nice to hear it from the horse's mouth, right? Her big horse mouth. Nice to hear that come out.
Into like annoying dunk sessions where you are mean to each other, and that's all you can basically do, which is unfortunate, because I think we could have had a better discussion. And people don't win because they say the things that you like. They win because they engage in better ideas. And this
Better arguments, not better ideas. Better arguments. Notice once she didn't say, "I made the better argument." Notice she didn't say, "I had the better position." She's just whining and complaining. Jay's bad faith, and he was mean to me, and he's kind of making fun of me, and he's yelling about words, and. So she says better ideas. She won't even say better arguments, because she knows she didn't have good arguments.
This unfortunately didn't happen. I don't think anyone won. I think everyone lost, including the viewers. So sorry about that, guys.
All right, Jay, you're...
Yeah, I'm sorry that Erudite is a liar, that she doesn't know the words she's citing. She is bad faith. Jay had to tell her what an internal critique was. She didn't even know what it was. And then she started lecturing Jay on what an internal critique was. I'm sorry that she didn't know what epistemic justification was, despite coming to the debate pretending like she knew anything about philosophy. I'm sorry that she tried to weaponize an ambiguous definition and trap him in it, and then waste a bunch of time whining and complaining about Jay's definition. I'm sorry that she doesn't understand what an internal critique is, doesn't understand that just saying you use exegesis, that is not an argument. Saying that, mud GDP is not a good argument. Mud GDP, and why is GDP good? And then she tried to say, well, God wants, well, I appeal to God, or I'm a divine command theorist. And then that argument just didn't work. So she didn't make any good argument for feminism at all. She ran away from discussing the historical realities of feminism. Anti-academic, anti-historical, used a false analogy, whined and complained about Jay being mean while being equally mean back, whined and complained about Jay being bad faith, where she was actually bad faith the whole time. And overall tried to obfuscate and dismantle the discussion, yapped and obsessed about Agrippa's trilemma for maybe a fucking dozen times. What's Agrippa's trilemma? What's Agrippa's trilemma? Like over and over, like a hound dog. Jay addresses it. He defeats it. He says, yeah, because I'm an epistemic holist. That's how I defeat it. I defeat it by not being a foundationalist. And then she just disengages. She says, no, okay, whatever. Okay. So hound me for an hour. And then when I actually address it, you shut up and you have nothing to say. So who wasted everybody's time here, right? Who wasted everybody's time? Who detracted from a meaningful discussion? Who does not have the necessary humility to realize that you are too ignorant to debate this topic? Jay's right. You do not have the necessary prerequisite knowledge and intelligence and understanding of how logic works, the rules of critical thinking work, for you to actually engage in this discussion. And so we couldn't have this discussion because you were too busy committing basic fallacies, misunderstanding things, and not listening to Jay when he's explaining that you're in the wrong here. You don't know what you're saying. That's not an argument. That's a contradiction. That's incoherent. That doesn't apply. That's a false analogy. Like, it's just literally Jay explaining for like 3 hours how you are just not making any sense. You're contradicting. Your position is not an argument. That's just an assertion that your position leads to nonsense, and then you denying that. Like, yes, if your argument for a liberal society is that it's based in divine command theory, then God wants a liberal society, which makes God a liberal. That has to be the case. For appealing to God for your liberal values, for a feminist liberal society, if you're going to appeal to God and say, well, I'm a divine command theorist, I think this leads to flourishing, and that's what God wants, then it's necessary that God wants a liberal society, and God's a liberal. Or else it doesn't help you at all. It doesn't prove that God wants a feminist liberal society. Either God wants a feminist liberal society, which makes God a liberal, or he doesn't. And if he doesn't, then it doesn't prove your argument. You can't appeal to God if it doesn't prove your argument, so you're done. So she really didn't get this point. It was really simple. And overall, she just did not have the necessary humility to ask questions or acknowledge where she made basic mistakes. And it was just Jay calling her out, trying to pin her, and her just like spurging out, going crazy. Kind of being ugly and kind of disgusting human being. Kind of ugly looking. Kind of gross hair style. Kind of gross outfit. And yeah, like she doesn't have the prerequisite intelligence to actually do this discussion.
Closing statement.
I don't know if that was a diary entry or was that a closing statement, because it sounded like a diary entry. But yeah, so I mean, feminism is not beneficial to society. I laid out my case why, both historically and in terms of, especially not in terms of scripture and divine revelation, which she claims to agree with or believe in. I mean, Paul says to Timothy that women should not teach, women should not be an authority in the church. The church is a historically patriarchal institution. We don't have women preachers, women ministers. And so women have a degree of rights, or we could say their dignity is because they're made in the image of God, just like men. But that does not translate into equality of roles. And of course, the New Testament is abundantly clear about that. As I said, when Paul tells Timothy that women are not to preach or teach, but should be in subjection and should be silent, especially in the religious realm. So most of what she argued for today was her own subjective relativist positions that she wants, that she thinks that eisegesis and exegesis back up this idea that because God is bigger than the idea of modern liberalism, even though he's willed modern liberalism, that's what's good for society. She equivocated multiple times. She committed multiple fallacies throughout the discussion. I never heard an exact clear argument as to why we ought to choose feminism. She spent the first 45 minutes talking about how oughts are not relevant here because this was pragmatic. No, I think if you know about debates are about making the argument from an epistemic, justified, true belief position. That's what epistemology is. It's concerned with justified, true belief. And I asked for that at least a couple times in debate. I never got that. So I don't think that any of us heard any compelling arguments other than just GDP. Well, GDP is not good enough to show us why we ought to have this position or this ideology unless GDP is somehow the highest good or the best thing that we should shoot for. So that's precisely why in the debate I kept asking for what her basis for the good is. She didn't want to talk about that. She said that was a meta discussion and it was a circular discussion, all these deflections away from the fact that everything that she argued for, she based on a thing that was subjective. That would make ultimately her arguments subjective, and thus she lost the debate. So I don't think we heard any convincing arguments for feminism, and in fact, I think we heard that a better case for patriarchy from her own position because she claims to be a Christian, and clearly feminism and Christianity are absolutely antithetical unless you think Paul was a postmodernist.
All right.
This is a
thank
picture
you,
of me and Jay being friends.
Oh, there you go. It's very good.
So I'm a cute little child. Look at me. I'm just a cute little woman. I drew a picture, see? So this is posturing. She's trying to look innocent. It's very deceptive. It's actually dark triad, very narcissistic. Big red flag, right? Actually, mentally ill, even. If you do this this is weird. I'm saying this is weird. If you do this in a debate, that's weird. That's creepy. Mentally ill stuff. Creepy goober. And yeah, what's she doing? She's trying to appear non-threatening. She's trying to appear innocent, nice, and men with discernment who are not fooled by this posturing can suss this out. If you have any degree of wisdom and discernment, you can see that this is look at me, I'm just an innocent little woman. I do a picture. I do a little girly picture. Yes, we all know what this is. This is deceptive snakery, so don't fall for it. But anyway.
Very talented.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you both for joining me today for this debate. It was certainly a lively one. I guess that would be a good way to characterize it. We do have one last chat that looks like it's made its way through.
Did we make the...
We didn't.
Intel
we
Wild
didn't. Maybe for Jim Bob's show.
$69.
Thank you, Intel Wild.
WJ.
Appreciate it.
You were brilliant today as always. Not so bright. Talk to your daddy Destiny next time for the proper talking points.
This is a good point. Pretty much all leftists, how they work is they go onto Reddit, they go into their Discords, they consult with other leftist streamers, and they just farm talking points. That's all they do. So they don't logically, rigorously go through the position, shave stuff off, critique it, compare it against other things, assess it on its own merit, do internal critiques. They don't really engage in a proper, rigorous, logical way. Instead, what they do is they farm talking points, rhetorical devices, and statements or argumentative, isolated talking points to try to back up their position. So the only one she had was GDP. She really did not have any good point to bring to the table other than GDP. And if Destiny was on the table, he could have brought up more isolated, random talking points. But obviously this doesn't work in reality, guys, right? Because you can't just bring a bunch of isolated talking points into a discussion and then rapid fire spurg them. Because a lot of them rely on different economic theories. They might be contradictory if you have different value systems or different presuppositions that underlie each individual talking point. They might not even be coherent to bring them all up in the same sentence. They might contradict themselves on a fundamental level. But that's typically how leftists work, like Destiny and Erudite, is they just farm talking points and then they memorize them. They keep a list of them in their head. And then whenever they're debating a topic, they just bring them up. They remember them. They spurg them out really fast. That's why Destiny talks really fast, is because he's trying to remember and bring out these talking points quickly because they're deep in the recess of his memory, and when they come to his head, he's trying to get them all out before he forgets them again. Because for him, it's a memorization game. And tons of the time, they just source their arguments from the audience. They just look through their chat, they look through their Discord, through Reddit, and they just source arguments from nerds. Oh, yeah, well, what about this? Yeah, well, what about the no. Oh, yeah, well, you didn't see the problem with coherentism is that And that's what they do, is they just source it from other people, and then they regurgitate talking points. So this comment is smart because it is basically saying, we know how you work, NotSoErudite. You should have gone and memorized better talking points from Destiny, because you didn't do that. But it's obviously a flaw, because a debate is not just a series of isolated talking points. It's not just political rhetoric, right?
All right.
I'm telling you, he's subbing to my OnlyFans if I have one.
Oh, wow. Intel Wild. All
I don't
right.
have one, but I see you.
Well, guys, if you enjoyed this stream, if you enjoyed this debate, we have one right after it. We're going to take about 30, 45-minute break in between.
Keep in mind, the only reason she doesn't is because she has a husband, and the husband is not cucked like iDubbbz yet.
Kyla will be debating Jim Bob, who you've seen before on the show, and that'll be great. So be sure to stay tuned. Mods, if you can spam the link for that, I'm going to spam it in the chat too. Also, we're going to just do an auto redirect, so if you guys want to just make sure you head on over to the waiting room for that live stream. It's on our channel, youtube.com/whatever. And let me just double check, make sure we're all caught up with everything. Oh, we have one more chat here coming in. And Lucas says this. Thank you, Lucas.
Donated
Appreciate it, man.
$69. Not so erudite, aka the female reincarnate of Christopher Hitchens, or better yet, Gore Vidal.
I don't know if that, depending on how you feel about those two people, that's either a really big compliment or an insult. And I'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah, is it a
I like
mean,
them.
Christopher
I like those
Hitchens,
people.
pretty sharp guy,
Yeah,
I
he's
guess.
amazing. Yeah, I'll take it as a
All
compliment.
right. Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. Hope you guys enjoyed the debate. Once again, be sure to stay tuned. We're doing one right after this, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. So let me just double check, make sure we're all good. Guys, like the video on the
Yeah, she's looking kind of fat, right? Like, Erudite's looking kind of chubby, if you ask me. The jeans are doing a lot of work.
way out if you enjoyed the stream. Also, if you're watching over there on Twitch, we'll be back up on Twitch, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. And let me just make sure we have no other...
Also, like, how is she going to pretend like she's a serious debater, that she's intellectually competent, and then do little girly, like, oh, finger gun, wave at the camera, like, act all cutesy. Okay, so if you do that, you're basically admitting you're not a serious individual. You're not here to actually contribute serious intellectual stuff. You're just a goofy, retard woman meme lord. You're not serious, right? So I would not debate someone like Erudite, because it's like, you're not going to take it seriously. You're not actually going to engage sincerely with the substance of the debate. You're just going to act like a child. So what the fuck are we doing?
Chats that just came through. No, we are all good. Okay, 07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. We will see you guys shortly. See you guys.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you thought. That was a long one. 7 hours. 7 hours and some 16, 17 minutes. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Let me know what you thought. If it's worth it, comment something for me. Let me know what you think. Yeah, I'm going to try to make more content. I've been kind of slacking recently, so I have to get back in the grind. YouTube has officially blackballed us, shadow banned us, which is okay. We'll have to try a lot harder now to break containment, but it is what it is, right? So anyway, I'm going to head out. I will see everybody later, and everybody take care. Good night.